don't have a prosecutor here. All right, great. Court does call the case, People versus LaShawn Courtright. Good start. Huh? He's the first one here, but he's not here when I call the case. I figured you were busy. I defended you, but you should have heard what these other people.
Mr. Allen was supposed to help me
It
out.
was horrible. It was horrible, the things they were saying.
Edward Drugas on behalf of Miss Courtright
Guessing Mr. Shand.
told me not to say it. But
Yeah.
he did. He warned me. Miss Courtright is on her way. She is on the bus.
She's what?
She's on the bus. Mr. Allen told me not to say it, but she is on her way. She's been very cooperating. I gave her the ample warning when the Excel spreadsheet came out that we were #1 on the docket. So top the line and said, get here early. And she talked to her this morning. Her alarm went off
You're
late.
just talking until like.
So I'd ask
give in,
for
aren't you?
the court to pass it. I also have a 10 o'clock, so I'll be here. So I was hoping that Ms. Courtright will join us at some point between now and then. That's my gracious request.
She's on the bus.
Yeah. I'm not sure which number, but I could try and locate that.
Do you have proof she's on the bus or she?
I have a text message. So that's pretty good proof. Thanks.
Are you leaving the courtroom now since you caused all this disruption?
Yeah.
Okay, bye. On a bus. Court calls the case People versus Aaron Salazar. Mr. Allen told me not to say it.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Chan, on behalf of Aaron Salazar.
Good morning. Your name, sir?
Aaron Salazar. And we did have an opportunity to go over the pre-sentence report. There's no additions, deletions, or corrections. I think it's an excellent recommendation, and I would just ask the court to follow it.
Sir, is there anything you'd like to say before I impose that?
No, I'm not.
All right. Court does acknowledge this is not a serious misdemeanor as defined by statute, however, believes that there are reasonable grounds to depart from the presumption of a non-probationary sentence. Specifically, the alcohol screening and assessment identifies the benefit of alcohol education, abstinence, or attendance at 1 AA meeting per week, at least for a month, and the abstinence from all intent. I'm gonna, you know what, I'm gonna leave, come back. And hopefully things can get rolling. And abstinence from all intoxicants. Therefore, the court will follow the recommendation of probation with the stated of a probationary sentence with the stated rehabilitative goals to promote change, prevent recidivism, and to monitor compliance of recommended treatment. So therefore, the sentence of the court, I'll place you on 12 months probation. You are to pay $855 fines and costs, $100 prosecution recovery costs, $100 police agency recovery costs, $360 probation oversight fees. When can you pay that, sir?
How much time are you going to need to pay? 30 days, 60 days, something like that.
How much is
Today?
It's going to be over $1,000.
how much I can?
How much time do you, don't set yourself up to fail. So how much time do you need? Would 90 days be enough?
Yeah.
Can we have 90 days, Your Honor?
In jail?
No.
No, I'm kidding. What is July? Pay that by October. Do you have anything today?
Do you have any money with you today?
I have some
How much could you pay today?
400.
400?
Yeah.
Okay. That means he has 5. Pay $400 today. The balance will be due by September 30th, 2025. There should be no use of alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal substance. You'll be subject to random testing as requested by probation. You're to complete an alcohol highway safety education program, or the alcohol highway safety education program. You're to attend 1 AA meeting per week for a month with verification to probation. You're to provide proof of victims impact panel attendance to probation. I will continue the sober link for an additional 30 days in lieu of 4 days in jail. I'll order 93 days in jail, credit 1, the balance is suspended. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's call the case of the people versus Jason Allen.
Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Jason Allen, who stands to my right. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Jason Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today's the date and time set for sentencing. We have had the opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report, and we only have one correction, or it's more of an update. As to page 2, under employment income, Mr. Allen was in treatment at Dawn Farm. He did successfully complete it on June 17th and has since moved into transitional housing as planned, where he currently resides. And to that end, now that he is into transitional housing, he has been actively interviewing for jobs, and he has another interview set up for this coming Thursday. So that's the only update or correction as to the body of the report itself we have. And as to the recommendation on all cases, we would ask the court to adopt it.
All right. Sir, is there anything you want to say before I do impose sentence?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. In the case ending in 0278, the retail fraud 3rd degree, sentence of the court, $125 statutory fees, $47.25 restitution to Costco payable through the court. You're not employed at this time, is that correct, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I will indicate then that that's to be paid by December 31st, 2025. I'll order 93 days in jail, credit 93 served on that case. In the case ending in 328, that also being a retail fraud 3rd degree, it's a sentence of the court, $125 statutory fees, 93 days in jail, credit 93 served. In the case ending in 0696, the retail fraud also. The retail fraud 2nd degree. I will order $125 statutory fees, 289 days in jail, credit 289 days served. In the case ending in 0697, the retail fraud in 3rd degree, $125 statutory fees, 93 days in jail, credit 93 served. In the case ending in 0698, the retail fraud in the 3rd degree, it is the sentence of the court, $125 statutory fees, $199.99 restitution to Meyer, payable through the court. That will also need to be paid by December 31st, 2025. I'll order 93 days of jail, credit 93 served. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck to you. Case of the people versus Sarah Orr. Mr. Foster Tucker, you're
Good
here.
morning, Your Honor. Sherilyn Foster Tucker on behalf of Sarah Orr.
Your name?
Sarah Orr, Your Honor.
Mr. Drukas told me, he said you were on a bus. I don't know what that was. Anyway, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have reviewed the pre-sentence report. We don't have any additions or corrections. We are just asking that the court follows the recommendation, and Ms. Orr does state that she is able to pay the fines and costs today.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Orr, you want to say to the
No,
court?
thank you.
No, all right. Sentence of the court, $425 fines and court costs. You can pay that today. All right. That's payable today. I'll reserve restitution or decision on restitution for a period of 60 days in case there's a claim that comes through. I'll order 90 days in jail that is suspended. You're all set.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case, People versus Angela Walker.
Carolyn Foster Tucker on behalf of Angela Walker.
Your name, ma'am?
Angela Walker.
All right. Thank you. Well,
Thank you, Your Honor. We have reviewed the recommendation and the substance abuse assessment. We don't have any additions or corrections or deletions. I would just like to point out Ms. Walker has taken responsibility in this matter. She has learned a lot from this experience. I know it's been a tough time for her. And she has been on the scram tether since February and has had no violations on that tether. So I did want to point that out. And she also completed the early intervention prior to today. So she is already getting a head start on her probation requirements and believe that she will be successful on her probation. In terms of the costs, she indicates that she'll be able to make her first payment by Friday.
of how much?
200?
200.
200 by Friday.
Ma'am, is there anything you'd like to say before I impose sentence?
No.
All right. The court does acknowledge this is not a serious misdemeanor as defined by statute. However, it does believe that there are reasonable grounds to depart from the presumption of a non-probationary sentence. Specifically, the alcohol screening and assessment identifies the benefit of early intervention and monitored abstinence from all intoxicants. Therefore, the court will follow the recommendation of probation for a probationary sentence with the stated rehabilitative goals to promote change, prevent recidivism, and to monitor compliance of recommended treatment. So therefore, the sentence of the court, I would place you on probation for a period of 18 months. You are to pay $1,055 fines and court costs, $100 prosecution recovery costs, $100 police agency recovery costs, $540 probation oversight fees. You are to pay $200 by this Friday. And then how do you intend on paying the rest?
I plan on making weekly payments,
Weekly?
Mhm.
How much per week?
probably 200 to 3.
200 to 300 per week?
Yeah.
All right. What I'll do is indicate that the defendant is paid $250 per week. All right. And then you should have that taken care of in rather short order then. All right. There is to be no use of alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal substance. You'll be subject to random testing as requested by probation. You are to complete an early intervention program, which you have already completed, at least as probation indicates. You are to provide proof of the victim's impact panel attendance to probation. I will continue your scram tether for an additional 30 days in lieu of 3 days in jail. I will order 365 days in jail credit to the balance is suspended. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case of the People versus Cedric Blair.
Public Defender Natalie Pay on behalf of Mr. Blair, who should be present via Zoom.
I don't see him. Cedric Blair.
So, Your Honor, for the record, I will respectfully request an amendment. I did leave him a couple of voicemails and sent him an email and text. He did yesterday respond to my text. We didn't have any further conversation from that. I'm not sure where he may be. I was hopeful that you'd be here today. For the record, I respectfully request an adjournment of this sentencing.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond is set in the amount of $5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege. Because of previous warrants, that warrant will issue immediately. Court does call the case People versus Billy Cobb Gully.
Excuse me, Assistant Public
And we are ready to begin in criminal district court. And the first case is 25 CR 425, the state of Texas versus Darasia Williams, who is present with her attorney, Mr. Adams, and the state's attorney. Does the defendant waive a formal reading of the indictment in the arraignment here? Can we proceed in a summary fashion?
Yes.
In summary, this indictment alleges that was filed on April 2nd of this year, that on or about February 9th, 2025 in Jefferson County, Texas, it is alleged you committed the third-degree felony of evading arrest or detention with a motor vehicle. Do you understand what you are charged with?
Yes, sir.
This is a third-degree felony if convicted, which means you face a term of not more than 10 years or less than 2 years in prison. In addition, a fine may be assessed not to exceed $10,000. Do you understand?
Yes.
An agreement has been reached where you would be pleading guilty, placed on deferred or unadjudicated probation, which can be up to 10 years in length. There is a fine. Is that 500?
Yes, sir. Should be 500. 500. I'm gonna write in 5 next time.
Not the Arabic numerical system I grew up with. That's zero looks like a broken egg. $500.
Yes.
There will be terms and conditions of probation, which are normal and customary for this type of offense. Apparently, you have 2 other cases,
Yes, sir.
and those are going to be dismissed
Yes, the
as
misdemeanor.
part of the agreement.
Yes, sir.
Is that your understanding of the plan?
Yes.
If I follow this agreement, you have no right of appeal, man. You understand?
Yes.
How do you plead to this charge, guilty or not guilty? Are you pleading guilty voluntarily, that is on your own free will and because you are guilty?
Yeah.
Show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 1. Did you sign that document voluntarily?
Yes.
Understand it, discuss it with your attorney. Are the contents all true and correct? State's Exhibit 1 is tendered into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection, it's submitted. Among other things, the state you are mentally competent to enter your guilty plea is freely and voluntarily made. You know what you've been charged with. The indictment's been read to you. You've read it. You are guilty of the crime charged in any lesser included offenses. You are giving up your rights to a jury trial and the rights to the appearance, confrontation, cross-examination of witnesses. Totally satisfied with the representation provided by your lawyer. All of this is true, so help you God. Correct?
Yeah.
State's Exhibit 1 is made a part of the record for all purposes. Pre-sentence report is waived.
Yes, sir.
I am going to follow this agreement, and I'm going to find, Ms. Williams, you are pleading guilty today voluntarily. You are mentally competent, you understand and appreciate the consequences of pleading guilty. There's sufficient evidence supporting your guilty plea from State's Exhibit 1 admitted here to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But I'm going to defer or postpone any finding of guilt so long as you follow terms and conditions of probation here that the probation office is preparing. We will go over those with you. And they're normal and customary for this type of offense. Essentially, most of those conditions are conditions all of us are required to follow every day. If you fail, your probation could be revoked. You could be found guilty and you could be sentenced to no less than 2 or more than 10 years confined in prison. Now, this probation term will be for 10 years. You'll be fined $500. You do well, it will be shortened to 1/3 of that. So we reward you. I'm gonna wait for the papers to be ready. And the big screen from the Astrodome, would be moved in place.
You're dating yourself using the
But it's the,
I don't think they had that technology when the Astrodome was built.
It's the Dallas.
it got dark in here when that thing came in. Did you notice? It's, the lighting was dimmed.
Wow.
Round one.
Round one, where's it go? Huh? You want to pull it right over here inside? That's. Yeah, that's, yeah. That's all. That's all. You don't want to do. No. Just one more right there. Everybody else equipment and look at that.
You will see the probation office and become.
Watch it for free. 100,000.
The ironic thing is the misdemeanor courts, they don't even have a player in the game here, get more stats than I do on this case. They get 2 dismissals.
We're not on a stat driven judge.
No, we're not, but the state of Texas and the judicial system now is whether we like it or not.
Yes, sir.
But we've always been sensitive to that because we've got both. Which is the way it should be.
She's happy.
I have signed these orders.
She only has
One.
case.
I know, but they're.
And I'm so.
I'm doing this right here. Anything else you want to say?
She's really good.
Yeah, do anything?
For deferred.
Hmm?
She's really one step.
That too.
One of the copies.
Oh.
I was.
I didn't know that. I only see one.
Not this.
Welcome to the criminal district court, man. Yeah. All right, here we go. Please see the probation officer. Begin probation, do well. Yes, ma'am.
Good luck. That is it for me.
We got a Sterwin Booker.
Yeah, that's the one that we knocked on. That's.
Where's
the trial?
Mr. Booker? Come on up.
She's up.
And we now have house number 24 CR 2032, the state of Texas versus Sterwin Booker. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Present with Mr. Adams, your attorney, and the state's attorney. So you are charged in this particular case with the 2nd-degree felony of assault on a peace officer. And if convicted, you face no less than 2 nor more than 20 years confinement in prison, and a fine up to $10,000 can be assessed. Do you understand? It's a serious case. And what are we going to do today?
That's the trial, Judge.
We're going to set this for trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Probably. Yeah.
And stand by.
Never have.
What? You need to? No. Just figure it out again. They're not those experts. Full day. But it's going to put the car back together and we should have an action. Sure. I pretty much stopped. I wonder if it'll work on that. You remember all the cars? They might be fun. I don't put it out.
On. Who's the prosecution on Ms. Booker? Is there a video?
There is, yeah.
Are you?
We both
Can't see it? Oh.
My interpretation is different from the states, but jury figured out.
What else is new? You.
Hey, I watched that video with her and my.
Oh, did you?
office
Okay.
Several times.
I was just curious.
I just don't think
Because
what the officer
that
said in this video matches.
Video We got a video in this
It's a
current
video.
case and the videos are real clear nowadays. Pretty clear. All right, I'll get it reset and it's set for trial.
Thanks.
And let's see, I got. Brandon Foray.
Right.
That's Reagan Manaldi. Is she here?
Yeah, you have her.
You're Mr. Foray?
She's just finished signing up the one that required interpretation outside the.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you just said. Been an interpreter joke.
Yeah, I got that. I think about like it. I'll back there and let's move on there. Yeah, sure.
Who's number 34? Who's number 34? Come on up. You, sir, number 34, come on up.
It's just probably Mr. Herrera.
Who is that?
That's Herrera.
Yeah, he will be. Judge, his stuff took a little longer. He has to have a translator.
He what?
He has to have a translator, so it took a little longer to
Okay.
prepare his paperwork this
Yeah.
morning.
That's not the right clothing to wear in court. Do you understand? Do you, let me ask you, would you wear that to church? Would you? That 34, Tres Cuatro?
No.
No, because why?
Okay.
Why?
That I don't go see God that way.
Yeah, well, this is important too. This is the Constitution of the United States. And you know, we talk about our creator in the Declaration of Independence, and moral issues are part of what we do here, but you've got to dress like it's respectful. This is what you'd wear at a bar. You got to do better. Understand? Comprende? Who is this? Now
This
we're,
is Brandon Forey.
okay, we'll take Mr. Foray here first. And then we'll go next to number 3, Quattro. Thanks for dressing like you're showing respect. Appreciate it. That's getting harder to come by nowadays, it seems like in this one. But this is one of these things, Mr. Foray, you're gonna fix this, right?
Yes.
Good. 25 CR 319 is called, the state of Texas versus Brandon Michael Foray, present, witness Manaldi, his attorney, and the state's attorney. Does the defendant waive a formal reading of the indictment and the arraignment here? Can we proceed in summary?
Yes, Judge.
In summary, this indictment alleges that on or about January 5th, 2025 in Jefferson County on probation, Tres Cuatro, 34. Please. On or about January 5th, 2025 in Jefferson County, Texas, you committed the 3rd-degree felony of evading arrest or detention with a motor vehicle. Do you understand what you're charged with here, sir?
Yes.
If convicted of a 3rd-degree felony, you face a term of not more than 10 years or less than 2 years in prison. In addition, a fine may be assessed not to exceed $10,000. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
An agreement's been reached in your case where you would be pleading guilty, placed on deferred or unadjudicated probation for up to 10 years in length. That's my decision. I see it's a recommendation of 7, but what happens, what I do is I reward people. You get rewarded, you do well, I can shorten it to 1/3. And fine $500. There will be terms and conditions of probation, which are normal and customary for this type of offense. And there would be like a defensive driving course that's always required.
Yes.
Reinforces the importance of all of this. Plus, your insurance will be reduced. It's a win-win for you. It helps you do better, and also it will be less costly to your insurance. If I follow this, and it looks like 25 CR 330, a second case is to be dismissed.
That's correct, Judge. He used to be there. That was involved.
Same
as well.
circumstance.
That's not in this court.
No, it is not.
If I follow this agreement, you have no right of appeal. Do you understand?
Yeah.
How do you plead to this charge, sir? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You're pleading guilty voluntarily, that is on your own free will and because you are guilty. I'll show you what's marked as Exhibit 1. Did you sign that document voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand it? Discuss it with your attorney, or the contents all true and correct?
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 1 is tendered into
No,
evidence
Judge.
without objection admitted. Among other things, the state you were mentally competent to enter your guilty plea. It's freely and voluntarily made. You know what you've been charged with. The indictment's been read to you. You've read it. You are guilty of crimes charged and any lesser included offenses. You are giving up your rights to a jury trial and the rights to the appearance, confrontation, cross-examination of witnesses. You were totally satisfied with the representations provided by your lawyer. All proof so help you God.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 1 is made a part of the record for all purposes. It presents before its way.
Yes, Judge.
I shall follow this agreement and find you, sir, nothing further. You are pleading guilty voluntarily. You are mentally competent to do so. You understand and appreciate the consequences of pleading guilty. There's sufficient evidence supporting your guilty plea from State's Exhibit 1 admitted here to find you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but I'm going to defer any finding of guilt and place you on deferred or unadjudicated probation. And this will be for 8 years. There will be terms and conditions of probation, which are normal and customary for this type of offense. Make sure you follow them. And things will go away soon enough. There will be a fine of $500 as a term of probation. And the probation office will go over all of these terms with you here in a moment. You understand what has happened today, sir? Okay. Anything else on this? Yeah.
Yeah. It's new number.
There's no justice like him.
Where's Edgar Herrera? See number 34?
Yes.
He's a
plea as well.
Judge, 30 is 30. It's sorry, tres. It's 34.
Three, 4.
You can have the benefit of my 5 years of studying Spanish.
How's that working out for you?
Actually, pretty well. My friends had it just yesterday morning.
You do 30.
Simple courthouse. Oh, it's almost done.
It's just one case, right?
That's correct.
Yes, sir. You already want me to give it a chance? I know it's true. We didn't pay that, and that's all about it's just the see one thing. Thank you. What number did you put that in?
You know what? We're gonna test him first before we do this. Okay? Yeah. Sir, go with that man. Yeah. Thank you.
You need to tell them anything else or you know? And you don't know that. All right.
Let's see, my friend's was Orion McGowan.
Yes, Judge, she's here.
One.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And you were Orion McGowan?
Yes, sir.
Here, in 25 CR 333. You were charged with the first degree felony of aggravated sexual assault, which carries with it, if convicted, no less than 5, no more than 99 years confinement in prison or life in. And also a fine up to $10,000 could also be assessed. Understand clearly what you're charged with and the punishment range applicable in this case.
Yes, sir.
Today announcement is,
I need 4 weeks, Judge. I have received the media in the case. However, one of the discs that I received was corrupted in some way. I wasn't able to download the media. We've re-requested that disc.
4 weeks going to be in the form.
6, if you would probably be more likely, but 4 is.
Settle for 5.
Yes.
Oh, I'll give you 5 on that one. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sense.
Dewan Walter.
Yes, no, it's fair. So.
Are you still at 1464?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No. There's something said, let's see. The place it's all with us. Now, see now. For now. Having one of the. Also, you know, I know you got my neighbors.
Okay, you were charged with the state jail felony of engaging in organized criminal activity. And what's it, announcement today?
Judge, I have received an offer on this case. It is an offer for time, and given the circumstances surrounding it and his potential criminal background, I want to make sure that
Do
he.
you know what his potential background is, criminal background
We
is?
need to make sure that we do it when he makes a decision.
Uh.
So if I could have 4 weeks to review that.
I don't mean to be light about it, but the person to your right ought to know intimately what his criminal history is. All right.
But he, in terms of whether to proceed with trial or to accept the plea offer.
What do you want? What do you
4
want?
weeks.
You guys, 4 weeks.
Thank you.
4 weeks.
Does he know?
Let's see, where is that out?
He's compliant with good. He's my functions. He's very.
Dalen Parkerson. Dalen Parkerson. You're Mr. Parkerson? Have you seen your attorney at all today, Mr. Grove? I haven't either. That's troubling. Have you had a chance to talk to him at all? Okay. You haven't spoken to him at all?
And.
You were indicted in April of last year. And looks like Mr. Grove was appointed to represent you. On or before June 4th of last year, which was over a year ago, and you have not talked to your lawyer?
Excuse me, I talked to him maybe a month ago. That was the last
Okay,
time.
look, either you talked to him or you didn't.
Not
You
for
walked up
practice.
to me and you said you haven't talked to
I thought you
him.
was talking about recently.
No, you didn't say recently until just now.
I had to talk to him.
Well, why don't
A month
you
ago.
gotta be specific with this court. Do you understand? Because all of this is important. How many times have you spoken with him?
Maybe 3, 4.
Okay, you have spoken to him before. Well, we're gonna find out where he is, and we've got to get back into a trial, but we gotta find out where he is so we can talk to you. He should have been here by now. We're gonna find out where he is. Because this is an announcement, which means what direction we're going in. Have you talked to him about that? It's what you're gonna do. Either you're gonna go to trial or you're gonna dispose of it without a trial. Have you talked to him? I don't wanna know what he said.
No, I was really thinking for getting behind on your time.
No, sure.
What's stopping you?
Maybe like a couple of weeks.
We need. I'm gonna wait a little bit. If he shows up, then we'll try to get you together with it. But if not, we'll have to reset it, which I prefer not to do. Okay, just hang in there, okay? But hang loose, stay close. Thank you. What do we have left? That's Edgar?
Yes.
See.
That's all of that. But you might take out the trial and use it against what Brian. And I will take it against.
Is he fine?
No, Judge.
I had a bad fit. Thank you. Yeah, he's testing positive for marijuana, THC. Okay, we're not gonna, translation. Yeah, do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will translate from Spanish to English and English to Spanish? Spanish being the defendant Edgar Herrera's language that he speaks, that he's used to, and what he has the ability to speak fluently with. You will translate statements he makes from Spanish into English, and then any English that is spoken by his attorney or other court personnel here in this matter, you will translate from English to Spanish, the language he understands. Will you do that accurately and correctly and fully, so help you God?
Yes, Judge.
Lower your hand. Thank you. You are Edgar Herrera?
Yes.
Mr. Herrera, you are charged with the 3rd-degree felony of evading arrest or detention with a motor vehicle, which carries with it up to 10 years in prison if convicted. Ms. Minaldi is your attorney, and she's very good, but you have to do your part. You have to follow the rules. And you are charged with a serious crime. We have drug tested you, and you have tested positive for drugs, for tetrahydrocannabinol, marijuana. That's illegal. A condition of your bond, the first one is do not commit an offense. It is illegal to consume marijuana in your situation. What is this bond?
10,000.
Your bond was $10,000. It is now revoked. It is $20,000. It's doubled to $20,000. Plus, if you post a bond, you must have a drug patch as a condition of bond. Are you a citizen of the United States?
Diga que sí o no.
Sí.
Yes,
See, but you don't speak in English?
pero no habla inglés. No.
How can that be?
Okay.
You have to pass some kind of an English test to be a citizen.
Examen de ciudadanía para hacer.
Are you taking this seriously?
¿Que lo está tomando en serio?
I'm asking.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Eso yo no pienso.
You're looking at up to 10 years in prison. And the way you handle it is to use drugs. You think that's responsible behavior?
No.
That's not.
No, son
That's no way to fix this mess.
No es como se arreglan las cosas.
How long have you been in the United States?
Los Estados Unidos.
Yo tengo como 4 años.
4 years.
4. Okay.
He was born, from my understanding of his background, he was born here and then he grew up in Mexico.
I understand. Okay. Yeah, so he's a citizen from birth.
That's right.
Fue a los Estados Unidos.
Nonetheless,
Es eso. Digo,
you don't speak English fluently at all. But you've been in the United States for 4 years and you were born here.
y naciste aquí.
Pero no,
You,
no me ha tocado aprender inglés, pues, me ha tocado estar trabajando siempre para poder aprender.
Never really been on that to learn English. I've just always worked.
well, as you understand, in the United States, English is the primary language.
En los Estados Unidos inglés es el lenguaje que hablamos.
See? You understand?
Sí.
Yes.
Well, the way you have to exist in this country,
Existimos aquí en Estados
whether
Unidos.
it's following the rules,
Siguiendo la regla.
driving a car, going to get food, going to the doctor,
Yendo al doctor.
English is important
El inglés es súper
after
importante.
4 years.
Después de 4 años.
I believe bilingual expertise is fabulous. I wish I was better in Spanish. I really do. My grandmother's Spanish, but nonetheless, you've been in the country long enough to know that you and all of us have a responsibility to follow the rules. And it helps to follow the rules when you speak English more fluently. But you know, a crime, when you commit a crime, it has consequences. And using drugs is no way to be responsible in behavior. Were you married?
¿Es casado? No.
No. Okay. You don't have any children?
¿Tiene hijos? No.
Do you intend to have a family?
¿Tener una familia algún día?
Well, it's important to be a good role model when you have a family,
Piensas tener una familia.
setting a good example.
Tienes que poner eso.
He turns 20 next month.
Did your parents, did they set you good examples? Your parents?
¿Usted? Yes.
Okay, well, you know it's important.
Entonces usted sabe que es algo importante.
Yeah, okay. You must do better.
Tiene que ser mejor. Sí. Yo sé.
Comprende?
¿Entiende? Yes.
Here's what, well, we're gonna take him into custody. Today's Wednesday.
Why don't we just reset him for a plea and
All right,
2 weeks?
I'll bring him. We'll bring him back on Friday. Can we?
Para regresar el viernes.
I'm out.
Para regresar el viernes.
I have a vacation on the.
Okay, well, can anybody do it on your behalf?
Well,
Because he might not be able to get out and,
He's here Friday. I'll ask her.
and that it's gonna take a day or so for it to seep out of his system.
True.
I'd like to,
I'll figure
I'd
something.
like to test him again Friday in 48 hours, and if he tests positive, then we can dispose of the case. What's the disposition? Probation?
It's probation.
Okay, yeah, we can move
And
on.
I'm not gonna modify it. We can
Okay,
just
I understand.
adjust, we
I
can
just was
adjust what's
curious
happening.
what the plan is.
Yeah, I'll get with Ellie about a calendar and try to figure it out.
We're gonna,
Soon.
we're gonna bring you back in 2 days
En 2 días va a regresar.
so that the marijuana can get out of your system. We'll test you again.
Le voy a regresar otra
If
vez.
you're negative,
Si es negativo,
that marijuana is out of your system,
van a regresar al sistema.
then we can dispose of the case there will be someone here.
If I'm not able to.
If Miss Minaldi, if Miss Minaldi is not here, one of her associates will be here to take care of your case. Okay? All right. Don't do this again. Do better. Okay? Here is the positive. All right, we'll see you back on Friday. Those for you. Anything else? We're in recess. Huh? Yeah. All right. We're gonna move, you can take care of the backup. Thanks. Greg. Okay. We're in short recess. Thank you as we get ready for trial.
Concerned because where you're at in the court right now, we shouldn't be having this type of issue.
Right. Well, the first one, oh my, it was an absolute accident. This one was planned slightly. It was sought out, I guess you could say.
Really?
To avoid dealing with my current emotions at the moment. My daughter passing a couple years ago, 2019 in May. I didn't want to just deal with the emotions, I guess. And a way that I used to engage was using drugs. Did it help? Absolutely not, actually. SE did what it always does. It puts a pause on it temporarily in the moment to like mold the emotions that I was currently feeling. Only to still have to try to deal with it thereafter. Her birthday was July 4th. So it was like the day before that I was just trying to escape. Luckily, like my coworkers, they came through for me. They took me out with them to like her grandfather's house to like shoot off fireworks and stuff like that. I guess they recognized I was kind of like down. I love them for that, but like obviously it was obviously too late by that point. But yeah.
There's got to be I mean, I know that you've been through treatment, so you know that there's other ways that you can deal with these types of emotions when they have their onset, right?
Right.
You know, obviously, it's disappointing. And again, I guess I want you, there's people that you can reach out and talk to when you're having this onrush of emotions that can talk you through it, get you through it. You have the support, Devontae. That's what, I guess is what, to be this far along in this program and for this type of thing to happen, you know that there are people here that you can reach out to. But recognizing, I guess, I mean, the fact that you sought it out and are being honest about it is one thing. But you recognize that it didn't change anything. You understand? Because now you feel worse than you did before because of what happened with your daughter and all of those emotions are still there. But now you have to deal with this on top of that, and the disappointment because you have, for the last 18 months you've been doing it, for a year or so you've been doing so well. Now this is twice in 2 months. Brandy, you got anything?
Obviously, we can kind of talk a little bit more about, everything that's gone on with this. But, there is so much help offered here and you can reach out to, honestly, any of us. And if it's not me, there's your mentor, there's, your support system from your meetings. Grief is one of the hardest emotions to have to go through. And it's one of those where until you really start to work and process it, it's gonna keep coming back to that moment. And it's something that, affects everybody here. But it's not talked about a lot, within treatment. You're focusing on, getting stable in your sobriety and your mental health. So I think, you know, this is a good time then for you to really start to dive into that if you feel ready for it. But, you know, just know everyone here is rooting for you. There is so much support. If there's any support you want linked to, you know, we will make sure that happens. In terms of some of the other stuff, you know, we talked about treatment team before I found this out. I am working on a contact for you to help with your dog getting spayed. I sent an email this morning, so I'm waiting to hear back. They worked with someone in recovery court, so they said they're a great resource. So I'll get that information to you, but.
Cause like those pads are ridiculous.
Dog
Like, I have
no fun.
newfound respect for females in general because of just, yeah, don't need to elaborate. It's just, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Did Edwards already tell him?
No, he's getting it set up, but I'll let him know.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, Devontae, did you want him to re-engage with treatment, or?
I think doing an assessment would be good, and that
Let's
could
get
be
that
something-
assessment done, and then that Edwards is gonna wanna meet with you after court. Okay, all right. Adam?
Morning, sir.
Good morning. So you're in treatment, huh?
Finally.
Well, it's only been a year, so that's have you started it, so it's going.
Yeah, I should already be 3 weeks into it though. And so I've had trouble getting on there. So I read the last Tuesday and the Tuesday before that, you know, I set the time, got home, got ready for it. And what the Tower Health said to me is, you know, you have to download this app, and I did it. And then when at 5 o'clock, you just go on to that, you can join it. And that wasn't true. Like it says I'm in, then I can't see nobody, so.
You have your camera turned on, you know how to do all that?
Everything, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And I got a new phone too, a 16 Pro or whatever.
iPhone 16.
Yeah, and so I did all that, and I just could not get on. Then last week, I did it again. I called the Tower House before. I said, look, I had a problem last week to get on. I want to know if I did everything. I said, I got this email or whatever, and I put Y on there saying I'm confirming that I'll be on there, you know, for my invitation. And I said, is there anything I need to know? It says there's this confirmation code you can join with or something. Do I need to know that? No, you don't. You just have to go on at 5. You're invited, and it'll be fine. And I do the same thing. I was on there like 45 minutes doing nothing, just going everywhere. And luckily yesterday, or I would have done the same thing. Yesterday I called Tower House before again, and I got a hold of some lady. She said, well, who does the meeting? I said, Hannah Napier, which is a really nice lady, does the groups. And she actually forwarded me to her phone. And so I left a message, and she contacted me, called me back, and told me, no, you don't go on that app. And that she said, I'll email you something. It should have been on your other email, and I didn't get it. So she emailed it to me right away, and I just clicked on that, and I was able to get it.
Like an invitation.
Yeah, but then it was still hard because they couldn't hear me, and I couldn't hear them. So I was going back on and off, and I finally got out of it twice and right back into it, and it worked.
Okay.
But she said that she's going to let the Tower House know for people. You don't go on it on the Teams app and give them some writing. But it went real well.
You just follow on the invitation, right?
The email, you just click on this blue thing and.
All right, so we got it going.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's good. Work going okay?
Yeah.
Family
Busy.
doing okay?
Yes.
All right.
Doing real well.
All right, well, I got no complaints. Brandy, got anything?
I know it's been very frustrating with the Tower House situation, but, you know, you've been able to prove to us and Tower House that you've been trying, and that's what, you know, is important. Like, you've shown the effort, we got everything worked out. I think, you know, Hannah had said it's an ongoing issue with some other people, so it's not just you.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate, you know, how much you did reach out and was able to back it up also, because I know you were kind of worried about, you know, being, you know, in trouble with the court for those, you know, not showing up for the groups, but you did everything right. And then I know at last court, Chloe had gotten that form and, for your ex to sign and get notarized, so.
So I was slacking on that a little bit, but
Yeah.
I finally got it to her this morning.
Okay.
So she
'Cause you
still
need to-
said she's gonna do it, so, she's gonna sign that, and then and thank God, I got a whole list of exactly what to do. So.
Yeah. All right, so let's get that taken care of, okay? Because that'll be a huge weight taken off.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, let's get that done. I was just giving a note to remind you to do that, but Chloe's got it all taken care of, and, so let's get it done. Okay. Brandy, anything else?
No, and once it is signed, if you want to just bring it to me, I can get it to Chloe and we can go from there, but
Awesome.
just let me know when it's signed and ready to go.
Okay.
All right, and good job.
Thank you.
James? How are you?
Well-
You just wear that shirt just to annoy me.
I think we're going to the Cubs Reds games just because of me.
Yeah. All right, everything going well with you?
Yeah, they're going well.
Is there a lull in the kids' activities right now, or not?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Next weekend is the last lacrosse tournament, but then the weekend after that we have tryouts for the fall winter league.
Okay.
And my son's currently at football, so I gotta get him by like 11:30.
Okay, well, you gotta get going then. All right, I won't keep you. Brandy, you got anything?
No, you're doing great. You keep things so easy for me. I really appreciate it. You're on top of everything. You're, really engaged with your family, and, I know that's a big deal for you, and that's that big motivator for you and your sobriety. So just keep moving forward.
Brandy? Bethany?
Everything seems to be going well. Engagement and treatment at the VA, so keep it up. I know you're continuing that on your own, so it seems like things are going well. If you need anything, let me know.
No complaints?
Not yet.
Okay. You gotta get going. Go.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good one.
Mr. Patterson, come on up here to the podium for me, sir. My assignment commissioner she's in Hilton Head this week, so the transport order did not get filed for you to be brought over here. That's why you were brought over late. But I told Justin, I told him yesterday that I was gonna have him brought over, so that's why we were running late this morning, is because we dropped the ball in not getting you transported on time. So Monica is going to, what we're gonna do today is, I'm gonna release you from the jail, okay? And when you're released, I want you to come over to this building, and I want you to meet, this is Monica. She is my court coordinator, and she's going to do what's called triage, or do some sort of, is that what you call triage? Yeah, okay. But this is Veterans Court. This is what it's about. These gentlemen like you are veterans and have gotten involved with become justice involved. So this is a way to try, and you've seen how we deal with it in this court as opposed to the regular docket, where I only see you if you're in trouble. In this court, I see you start off twice a month. You'll come and see me. You'll meet with Brandy, the probation officer. And next court, when you're here, I'll introduce you to the rest of the treatment team, because we're here to provide you with services that's based on your service, because we believe you deserve more. Okay? So it's a different style. I'm having a conversation. I'm different. I seen that. Ryan, am I really that different?
Yes.
But anyway, so today I'm going to order you released from the jail, but I'd like you to come over here and meet with Monica. As soon as you're released, just come straight over here. As I understand from yesterday, you have a place to go, correct?
Correct.
Robinsonville Road, Franklin?
The only thing is, I'm the only one there. My wife died in October. Wife of 22 years. They said the power's off right now, because I haven't been home in 2 months.
Okay.
Is
Okay.
that a problem?
Is it a problem?
I mean, I've got to get out and get it back on and everything.
I'm not putting you on a monitor.
Okay.
I'm just going to release you and trust that you're going to, I need you to, first before you go back to your house, I want you to meet with Monica so we can get that set up. And then she'll give you information, and then maybe meet with Brandy, and we'll get some things set up for you. Because obviously treatment is going to be something that I've already ordered, but I need to get you engaged. Talbot House is accessible to you over in the Franklin area, so let's get all that started, and then I will see you in 2 weeks here, okay?
Excellent, thank you.
But you'll get all that information. Brandy and Monica will give you all that information, but this is just a different philosophy, if you will. You got it? Any
Thank you,
questions
I
for me?
appreciate- Nope.
Okay, I'll see you in
I
2 weeks.
appreciate your time, thank you.
Yep. Justin's gonna do the order to release you, and you can take him back.
Yes, sir.
Monica, anything else?
I do not, just if you guys didn't get a chance to see the sign-in, for the canoe trip and the rentscape, please do that. And I'll get in touch with you guys and let you know the details.
And anybody that wants to talk to Micah, let's go ahead and hook up with Micah about the Racing for Vets. Don't forget, if you're signed up to work at the fair next week, make sure you're there. Represent yourself, represent us well. And anybody that wants to come to the Veterans Dinner on Tuesday night at the fair, it's in Building A. It's in the building in front called Welcome Hall. That's at 6 o'clock. Anything else? All right, thank you all.
And when the state is ready, you may call your next witness. Thank you.
I believe we're still on Detective Surratt, Judge.
Okay.
Can I just make sure that I've got this correct as to what my last exhibit is here, Judge? 48, 148?
Okay.
Is that right? Is that what you have? Okay. Just making sure.
The last exhibit was 147, right? What was 141? Ma'am?
Yes, 48 is the autopsy report.
Okay, yeah, there it is. Okay. I got it. I was admitted before the other numbers, the 117 and above. Okay. All right, next up's 149.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right, we are ready to proceed, and witness from yesterday is still present. Sir, you're still under oath. Thank you for being here. Go ahead.
Morning, Detective. Okay, so yesterday we kind of finished off with talking about your approach to processing this scene with the ID technician. And we also watched the portion of the video that shows where this shooting actually happened. Because is it accurate to say that you use that video in part to help kind of process this scene and understand what happened?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get back into that, let me go ahead and show you a few things as well. I just got here what I've got marked as 1149. Do you know what this is?
Give me the image from
Okay, so the state's 149, is that the data that is gathered at the scene through this the Leica equipment that you brought to that scene?
Yes.
And was that equipment working properly on the day, August 6, 2023, when you and Chris Davis were out there processing the scene?
Yes.
And were you able to successfully collect data through the Leica equipment at multiple station points at this shooting scene?
Yes.
And then were you able to input that data into the Leica TrueView program and essentially create a 3D imaging from that data?
Yes.
And the state's exhibit 149, is that in essence, a copy of the imaging from that data?
Yes.
Along with the application that is required to open that data?
Right.
Okay. The data and the imaging in State's Exhibit 149, is it a fair and accurate depiction of that scene and the data collected through the Leica equipment? We will offer 149.
No objection to state 149.
It's admitted.
And also, I want to show you. I have marked as State's Exhibit 150. You know what this is? Okay, so tell me what this State's 150 contains.
It should be the 40 caliber shell cases that are located.
Okay, so as far as shell casings and projectiles, did you and ID Tech Davis separate the calibers of the similar calibers into different bags and log them in as evidence? All 40 caliber in one, all 9mm in another, things like that.
That's fine.
So State's 150, does that contain all of the individual 40 caliber casings that were located at this place?
Yes.
And if we open it up and look inside, the first of all, did I have you open this before we came down here? And if we, this envelope that is State's Exhibit 150, if you look inside, it's got these bags, doesn't it? Yes. And each of them have a label on it, don't they?
Yes.
What are these labels there? Most of them are numbers except for one, right?
Correct.
What are these numbers on these envelopes inside State's Exhibit 150? What do they represent?
They correspond with the cone markers that we
Okay, so you have cones that are marking out different items at this scene. We haven't seen all the photographs yet, but they're photographed, these cones, right?
Yes.
And then each of the items of evidence at that cone is, intended to mark, they're written on the cone number is written on these individual bags.
Yes.
Okay. So we have what cones specifically are included in State's Exhibit 150, or what bags with casings that are identified by a cone number?
You want me to just?
Yes, just read the cone numbers.
So 1, 3, 8, 2, of course, they're not.
Yes,
not gonna work. 10, 6. 5, 15, 14, 11, 9, 7, and what?
Okay, so each of those numbers you just read correspond to a cone marking at the scene.
Yes.
And then also there is one other bag that does not have a number, but has a specific writing on it.
Correct.
What does that say?
It's by the body.
Does that correspond to a casing that was located by Mr. Whittington's pocket?
Yes.
Okay. And each of these items at State's 150, inside State's 150, were processed by you and ID Tech Chris Davis at that scene at the SNS grocery.
Yes, sir.
Now, same thing for State's 151. What does this contain?
Those should be all of the 9mm cases.
Okay, and it looks like there were how many total 9mm?
Yes, sir.
And I think was 14, not 40 caliber cases?
Yes.
Okay, and what are the individual envelopes contained within State's 151? Are they marked as well, similar to the 40 caliber cases?
Yes, sir.
What are the cones markings for the casings found of 9mm caliber?
16, 26, 17, 20, 19, 18, and 25.
Okay. And are the casings marked with the cone numbers that you just read, contained within State's Exhibit 151? Were those items of evidence located and processed at this scene at the SNS grocery?
Yes.
Did you also find not just casings, but did you and ID Tech Chris Davis find projectiles?
Yes.
What's a projectile?
It is the actual bullet that's within Casing.
So the casing is kind of like, I guess, in terms of shotgun ammunition, I think of it as the shell.
Right.
Meaning it's what stays in the firearm when the projectile is shot.
Right, actually gets ejected out. The casing gets ejected out, the projectile, the bullet is actually what gets shot out to.
Okay, and is it unusual to find projectiles in the way that y'all did at this location at shooting scenes or homicide scenes?
Is it unusual?
Right.
No.
Okay, meaning it bounces off of something, or it's some projectile that actually shot somebody and went through them and then was found at the scene.
Yes.
A number of different ways that you could find it, right?
Yes.
How many were found at this particular scene?
2.
And States Exhibit 152, does that contain 2 envelopes with those 2 projectiles that were found at the scene at the SNS grocery?
Yes.
And do these projectiles have cone markings identified on each of the inner envelopes of States Exhibit 152 as well?
Yes.
What cones do the projectiles found in States Exhibit 152, what cones do they coordinate to?
4 and 24.
Okay. We will offer States 150, 151, and 152.
No objection, Your Honor, to State 150, 151, or 152.
Then those exhibits are omitted.
Okay, Detective, I'm gonna do video on this, and I'm gonna show you images on the projector, if that's all right. I'm gonna show you again the security video, States Exhibit 1. Okay, so I want to first go back to the video we watched yesterday, the very last video of camera A16. And look at that one again. I'm going to back up to the point where the shooting starts at about 9:55, 9 minutes and 55 seconds on that video at 4:20 a.m. in the morning. Right there, this person in the flip-flops at that time stamp on this video, is that Gregory Carrington?
No, we approach.
All right, come on.
If he can't see, he can move, but we do need to have this here.
Is that what you're asking for?
I can't see, my client can't see. I thought it was.
Well,
up on those screens as well. Move to the other side.
Yes, just.
See that side? You can take notes. Yeah, we should see. My client can't see it.
Okay, good.
Mhm. Don't mind. Is that all right? Okay.
All right.
Good chair. You go. It is a. You did furniture for me. There you go. Thank you.
Detective, is this Gregory Carrington right here?
Yes.
Okay. The first shots we see fired are from the actor Jeremy Dixon down here.
Yes.
Now, did you ever interview or interact with Jeremy Dixon during this investigation, or was that done by another detective?
That was done by another.
Okay, so do you recognize and understand, know who Jeremy Dixon is here in court?
Okay.
But you never actually interacted with this man during this investigation, right?
I did not.
You worked the scene with the ID technician.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, so these first shots fired by Jeremy Dixon. At this approximate location where these shots were fired, and where Mr. Whittington's body was found, were there a number of different casings in that general direction or in that general area?
Yes.
Okay, so if we look at some of the ID photographs that you and ID Tech Davis collected. First, I guess it's the jury's not seeing any of these. Let's just kind of go through some of them so we can kind of get a little perspective on where we're at. If we look at what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 2, one second. Is this just a front image of the Washateria side of the SNS grocery store?
Yes.
Because the grocery store is on, if you're looking from Concord towards the store, the grocery store is on the right side with the Shell station, right?
That's right.
And then the Washateria is on the left side.
Yes.
All of this entire building is connected.
Mhm.
And the grocery store essentially owns that whole building.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 30, is this at the front looking towards the grocery store or the Shell station?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 4, is that the Shell station?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 5, is that at the front looking towards the or on the Washateria, looking towards the Washateria side and also in the direction of the corner where this homicide happened?
Yes.
Meaning right around that corner is where we're talking about, is what we're looking at on this video in State's Exhibit 1.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll move forward and look at State's Exhibit 19. Are these some of the cone locations that correspond to various shell casings that were found at the scene?
Yes.
Okay, so do you have the ID report of the cone identifications that you and Chris Davis made?
I don't have it.
Would it refresh your memory as to what specific cones coordinate to what without having to look at the actual items right there? If you had that. Does this look like the ID technician's report listing out the cones and what they coordinate to?
Yes.
Okay. And would that refresh your memory as to essentially the cone identifications from states 150, 151, and 152 that we've been talking about?
Yes.
A lot of these cones, like, let's just look at some of these. Like these numbers 4, 8, 7, 9. I see those right here. Are those marking casings or projectiles?
Yes, they are.
Casings?
Number 4 is a actual one of the bullet fragments.
Okay, and that was next to this shoe right here.
That's right.
And that also, was that one of the shoes, I guess the slippers or sandals that Gregory Carrington can be seen in the video minute?
Yes.
I mean, if we look over here at State's Exhibit 1, oh, I'm sorry, I'm fast. Oh, yeah, no, that's so. Do we see him wearing, as he's kind of like in that running stance right there, is he wearing those sandals?
Yes.
Okay. So 4 represents a bullet, a projectile. What about 8, 7, and 9? What are they?
Those are all, basically 40
And
caliber.
40 caliber casings? Okay. So we go State's Exhibit 20. I see 10, 12, and 13. What do those cones mark?
So 10 and 12 are casings, and number 13 marks the victim's body.
Okay, so 13 represents Mr. Whittington's body.
Yes.
So when there is a casing that was found close to body, essentially that's the cone that would be associated with that casing.
Yes.
10 and 12, they mark casings as well, don't they?
Yes.
What caliber cases do they mark?
40 caliber.
Okay. So is it fair to say most of the casings that were found in this general area were 40 caliber casings?
That's right.
Okay. Now, knowing what happens in this video shortly after, does that make sense that these would be 40 caliber casings? Meaning whatever firearm shot them ejected them into this general area.
Correct.
Okay.
And
Does that make sense?
yes.
Okay. Now, if you look at what about cones number 17 and 16? What do they mark?
Those two were on 9mm.
Okay, and looking at State's Exhibit 28. Back it out a little bit here. If we're looking at this exhibit, Mr. Whittington's body is over here to the left, right?
That's right.
This is that dilapidated fence that has holes in it that people can go in and out of.
Yes.
These cones mark 9mm casings, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Given the orientation of the actor, Jeremy Dixon, and Mr. Whittington, when the shots were fired, as we are looking on this exhibit right here, does that match to where those casings from that weapon that's being fired and killing Raymond Whittington, does that match to where those casings would be ejected here in State's Exhibit 28?
Yes.
Meaning, well, how does a firearm typically eject a casing? How does it work, and what general direction do casings go?
So normally once a bullet's fired, the casing normally ejects to the right.
Okay, so if I'm holding a gun like this,
yes,
and I fire it, and it's a semi-automatic weapon, meaning it has a mechanism that essentially loads a new round in the chamber after I fire.
Yes.
It will eject that casing typically to the right. Does that necessarily mean every single time it will be that way? Sometimes there are casings that have small deformities but still fire. And sometimes casings just eject in an unusual way, depending on how the weapon is held or the circumstances, right? But generally, is it fair to say that they're going to eject out and to the right?
Yes.
And if there's anything that impedes them, they might go a short distance, or if there's nothing that impedes them, might they go a long distance?
That's correct.
The 16 and 17 here, those 9mm casings, do those appear to be in the general area that you would expect the casings fired by the weapon Jeremy Dixon killed Raymond Whittington with at that scene?
Yes.
Okay. What other cones mark 9mm casings?
We have there 16 and 17.
Yes, sir.
18, 19, 20, 25, and 26.
Okay. So if we go to State's Exhibit 29. First of all, this vehicle right here, in your processing of the scene and in Beaumont Police Department's investigation, did this vehicle, was it determined to be of relevance in any way to this homicide?
Yes, sir, it was.
Did we identify whose vehicle that was?
Yes, sir, we did.
Whose vehicle was it?
It belonged to Jeremy Dixon.
And is that the same Jeremy Dixon that is here in court?
Yes.
Could you point to Jeremy Dixon and identify something that he's wearing, an article of clothing?
Yes. Right over the tan suit jacket.
And is his back facing you?
Yes.
Okay. Will the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
Yes, it will.
So that vehicle right there, we identify that as belonging to Jeremy Dixon.
Yes.
And at some point, Jeremy Dixon actually kind of disappears off this video in State's Exhibit 1, doesn't he?
Yes.
And were we able to determine through witnesses at that scene that Jeremy Dixon may have either gone towards or gone to his vehicle in that time?
Yes.
So if we look a little bit back here. We're at the 8 minutes and 55 second mark. Is that the same Jeremy Dixon that you've identified in court here in that video?
Yes.
And he kind of disappears out of the screen on the bottom right, and
yes.
And he's gone a short time and eventually comes back, doesn't he?
Yes.
About 20 seconds.
Yes.
At the 9 minute, 22 second mark, he's back into the picture of camera 16. Is that right?
Yes.
Also, after this shooting, does Mr. Dixon flee in the same direction that we just watched him go towards his car?
Yes.
Was there evidence at the scene, as well as the others involved, that Mr. Dixon may have shot at maybe Gregory Carrington from his car?
Yes.
Or from the general area of his car?
Yes.
So looking at State's Exhibit 29, what cones do we see next to Mr. Dixon's car?
I think that's 18 and 19.
And what do those cones mark?
None of it. Okay.
So is it become clear, or did it become clear to you in this investigation that the individual Jeremy Dixon in this video that is seen shooting and killing Raymond Whittington, that he had a 9mm firearm?
Judge, objection to asking the witness to speculate.
Question is it becoming clear, or did it become clear to you in this investigation? And that's the way the question was asked. Can you answer that? Overrule. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
And if we look at just for example, State's Exhibit 30, is that another image of Jeremy Dixon's car with the two cones 19 and 18?
Yes.
Is it kind of a two-tone car, or maybe look like it has like a custom paint job of some kind?
I think the bumper, I think it's a different color.
Okay. What did you note in your report the make, model, and license plate of that vehicle?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that was? And if you need to refresh your memory from the report, that's okay.
Okay. I'll report. I think we confirmed to be in Oldsmobile. That was the make, and the model was an 88. The Texas license plate was Robert Henry Zebra 4298.
Okay. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 31, there is also a cone that's 18 and 19 right there, right?
Yes.
There's another cone over here. Is that part of that group of casings? Let me see if I can find a closer image of it. Wow. States Exhibit 34. See what we're looking at now?
Yes.
And is that cone number 20?
Yes.
And then if we look real close in there, what's that right there?
It's gonna be another 9mm case.
Okay, so that was another 9mm casing found in the general vicinity of the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
Now, for those casings to end up in this general area, is it likely that the defendant, Jeremy Dixon, was actually at his vehicle, or was he probably, based on the orientation here, was he likely kind of farther, closer to the grocery store itself?
Subjective call for speculation, Rob.
Can you answer that, sir, from your investigation and your training?
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead. Overruled. Go ahead.
So it appears from where the placement of the phones are, what we found the shell cases, it appears that he was at some point near his vehicle and was kind of moving away from it.
Moving away.
Yes, sir.
And that's just because of the orientation of these cones that we're looking at here, right?
Yes.
Meaning that he would have to be to the left of these cones, some distance that's not just, a foot or two, for those casings to end up being ejected right there to those three locations.
Yes.
And those would be cones 18, 19, and 20, right?
Yes.
And just to kind of look at States Exhibit 32, is that, I guess, a good example of how these casings are marked?
Yes.
And what I mean by that is perhaps this little triangle thing right here, that might have been, or might that have been one of the officers that were first on scene that saw that, and they'll sometimes just place down those little temporary things.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
They're helping you out when you come back in later, right?
Yes.
Okay, so and then these numbered cones right here, those are what you and ID Tech Davis would have been placing down and marking various items of evidence.
Yes.
Okay. And looking at States 33, is that the casing right there that we're talking about, the 9mm?
Yes.
Now, and States 36, is that an image from behind the defendant's vehicle, back towards where Mr. Whittington's body is? Is that an image from behind defendant's vehicle, facing back towards where defendant's body is? Or I'm sorry, where Mr. Whittington's body is?
Yes.
Okay. Those cameras, camera 4 and camera 16, are they essentially on the corners of this building right here?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at there were a couple cones, I think, that may have just marked loose items that are found in the general vicinity of this scene.
Yes.
Is that typical to mark things in addition to casings if they're seen kind of just on the ground at the general area?
Yes, anything that may appear to be of evidential value is.
Meaning something that somebody dropped or that fell, or anything that might later be determined to be of importance.
Yes.
And so, for example, I see on States 38, is there a kind of looks like a little ID card or something like that that's marked with cone 22?
Yes.
Not everything that's marked always ends up having evidentiary value.
Correct.
Okay. What was cone 23?
Home 23 was labeled as, possible, but
Okay, so if I'm looking at State's Exhibit 41, are we talking about this right here? I know the color's a little off. It's not, it doesn't necessarily show up as bright as it does when you're looking at the actual photo. But is that what this is marking right here, this possible bullet?
yes.
And State's 42, this right over here. Does that look like what it might have been marking?
Yes.
Now, where roughly was cone 23? Let me see if I can find a picture of it. I think it might have been something. Let's see. Is it fair to say there were a lot of cones, a lot of casings, a lot of markings?
Yes.
Was this a shootout?
Yes, essentially.
But that shootout, did that all happen after Raymond Whittington was killed?
Yes.
Hmm. I'll have to find it in a minute, but I'll show you this. State's Exhibit 44. Is that cone 24 right there?
Yes.
Okay, so what is cone 24? What does it represent?
That's a bullet fragment.
Okay, so that's a bullet fragment. Is it potentially a safe assumption that cone 23 is somewhere nearby or adjacent to that?
If in numerical order, yes, sir.
Okay. And cone 23 represents what again?
It was possible blood was laid.
Now, if we go and play forward on this State's Exhibit 1, do we maybe get a little bit of understanding of what happened right there where cone 23 and cone 24 are after the initial shooting?
Yes, sir.
Now, that right there, is that Raymond Whittington?
Yes, sir.
And the individual in the darker shirt behind him, is that Gregory Carrington?
I can't see. I can't say for sure.
You see him now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. And just to remind myself, Gregory Carrington was murdered in a separate case about a year ago.
Yes.
Now, the second Raymond hits him, does Jeremy Dixon pull that firearm and with his back still turned to Raymond?
Yes.
Does it appear as though, from looking at this State's Exhibit 1, that Jeremy Dixon kind of baited Raymond into hitting it?
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
Are you able to answer that?
I can't.
Question is, does it appear as though from looking at State's Exhibit 1?
Let me replay it again, and then I'll ask you the same question. Okay, so we're back. 8 minutes and 35 seconds. That's Jeremy Dixon, right? Right here.
Yes.
Are both of these individuals, is their demeanor appear to be pretty confrontational?
Yes.
And then when Jeremy Dixon comes back, he starts walking towards Raymond Whittington, doesn't he?
Yes.
And then he walks even closer, doesn't he?
Yes.
Does it appear as though from that, what we just watched right there, that Jeremy Dixon, through his words and actions, provoked this?
You have to have the same objection. We're doing my objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes, sir.
Overrule.
From the video, yes, that's what it does. It does appear that he was trying to provoke me to come towards the direction.
I mean, Raymond Whittington didn't appear to be backing down per se, but he was not walking towards Jeremy Dixon, was he?
Yes, no, sir.
And as soon as Raymond Whittington comes to hit Jeremy Dixon pulls a weapon, doesn't he?
Yes.
And he pulls that weapon with his back to Raymond Whittington.
Yes.
And then turns around and shoots him point blank.
Yes.
So that firearm, those casings, those bullets, those we believe, is it fair to say, were 9mm casings fired from a 9mm firearm?
Yes.
And is that because of the orientation of these casings at the scene, comparing that to what we know happens in this video?
Yes.
Now, if we go back to what I was originally asking you about. Is this Gregory Carrington coming back?
Yes, sir.
Now, he has something in his hand right there, doesn't he?
Correct. Yes.
And do we later determine that's a firearm?
Yes.
But is that firearm, does it end up being a different caliber than the firearm that Jeremy Dixon had?
Yes.
What caliber was that firearm?
It's a 40 caliber.
And does it appear Raymond Whittington, does it appear Gregory Carrington is firing back at Jeremy Dixon?
Yes, sir.
And he actually hits him one time, doesn't he?
Yes.
But he also, does Gregory Carrington, does his firearm seem like it has an extended clip?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
It's just carries extra bullets in the magazine.
So does that explain why there are so many 40 caliber casings found at this scene?
Yes.
I believe there were 14 in that. Were there 14 found in states 150?
Yes.
Okay. So at 10 minutes and 7 seconds is when we see Gregory Carrington starting to return fire at Jeremy Dixon.
Yes.
Now he's kind of taking cover behind a vehicle there, isn't
he? Yes.
Did we find this vehicle at the scene during our processing of that scene?
Yes.
It was not at this exact location anymore, was it?
No.
Someone had moved it?
Yes.
But that vehicle was still located at the scene, and you were able to photograph it.
Yes.
Or
It was photographed.
It was photographed.
Yes, sir.
So he appears to be returning fire several times right there, right?
Yes.
Now, if we go back to the exhibits with the like, for example, honestly, in this exhibit 44 here, a lot of the cone markings in this general area right here, did those end up matching to 40 caliber casings? And I'll show you State Exhibit 20 again, just so we can remind ourselves of some of the numbers.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now looking at where Gregory Carrington is on this video returning those fire, does that match to where we would expect the casings to eject from where he is firing at 10 minutes and 15 seconds in this video right here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what can you what would potentially explain, because we see Jeremy Dixon shoot Raymond Whittington in cold blood right there on the video multiple times, gunshot wounds to the chest and abdomen.
Yes.
To the body, right?
Yes.
What would potentially explain these casings backed by Jeremy Dixon's car in State's Exhibit 31?
That only explaining him firing back at Gregory Harrington.
Okay. And was in fact Gregory Harrington later found at one of the local hospitals.
Yes.
And he had a gunshot wound, didn't he?
Yes.
So if Jeremy Dixon was fleeing from this scene after killing Raymond Whittington, and Gregory Carrington comes back around that corner, takes cover behind that SUV, and starts shooting at Jeremy Dixon and actually hits Jeremy Dixon. If Jeremy Dixon then returned fire to Gregory Carrington, would that explain those casings close to Jeremy Dixon's car?
Check the speculation, Your Honor.
Do you know the answer to that based upon the evidence that is presented in your investigation?
Yes.
All right, overruled. You may answer.
Yes, that would explain those cases that were found for this.
And I believe we went through what code numbers those were, 18, 19, and 20, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And were those all 9mm casings?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that would match to what we believe in, or what we know the weapon that Jeremy Dixon killed Raymond Whittington with on this video, 9mm.
Yes.
And then Jeremy Dixon fled towards his car and returned fire to Gregory Carrington.
Yes.
Okay, now I want to at some point right over in this general area, is that where cone 23 and 24 are located approximately? And let me show you the picture so you can refresh your memory here. Look at State's Exhibit 44. I'm sorry, 20, yes. State's Exhibit 44 and showing cone 24.
Yes.
So a little bit farther away from that, I believe it's a late model Chevy Tahoe.
Yes.
That I've been referring to as an SUV.
Yes.
A little bit farther away is where those two cones were located. And what were cones 23 and 24?
23 and 24 was 23 was possible blood and 24 was bullet fragment.
So what, based on what we know happened here, what would potentially explain cones 23 and 24, or what they were marking, based on what we know happened?
They would explain the shots being fired towards Gregory Harrington.
Meaning, because he was hit, I think in his lower body somewhere,
Yes, sir.
like leg or femur, or I don't know, something like that. He might have bled a little bit at the scene.
Yes, sir.
And there also might have been, because it was 24 a casing, or was it a bullet?
It was a bullet, right?
So it might have the bullet fragment passed through Gregory Carrington's leg and ended up on that asphalt.
Object to speculation, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, sir, based on?
I can't answer it 100%.
All right.
I guess.
Hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
Objection sustained. Ask your next question.
Would that bullet fragment potentially have come from either a bullet that was shot in Gregory Carrington's direction and did not hit him, or from the fragment of the bullet that did hit him?
Object to speculation, Your Honor.
Can you answer that?
Okay, can I guess explain? I mean, I know what you're saying. Yes, I can answer the question. Yes.
All right, overruled. Go ahead.
Okay, so yes, that bullet fragment would only come from something that was being fired at him.
Now, Gregory Carrington actually circles back and shoots more, doesn't he?
Yes.
I don't know if it's going to be visible on this camera. Yeah, let's back up. We're going to switch over to the other camera, camera 4. Is this the view from camera 4, the front side of the SNS grocery in Washington?
Yes.
Now, first of all, I'll ask you, did you and other investigators, while working this case, did you become aware that that Jeremy Dixon, the victim, Raymond Whittington, the victim's brother, Jordan Whittington, and a number of the other people that were either witness to this or involved in this were fighting before the murder itself?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So if there are portions of a fight that took place between everybody involved in this on this camera 4, would that have really been any part of what you were tasked with as far as processing the scene?
I mean, if there was something within that area that we deemed was evidentiary value, then yeah, we process it.
So if there was something of evidentiary value or physical evidence to be marked, photographed, documented, and collected, then that would have been within your privy.
Yes.
But beyond that, were you, I guess, investigating or looking into the circumstances of all this fight and everything leading up to the actual murder itself? Or was that other officers that were?
That was other investigators.
Okay, meaning I believe there was Detective Wilson, Detective Carmouche, a couple others that were doing a lot of the interviewing of witnesses and things like that?
Yes.
Okay, so they would be the ones potentially to have more information about what transpired here?
Yes.
Was your role mostly confined to looking for physical evidence and really making a very accurate documentation of this scene?
Yes.
You can kind of tell after the shooting, don't you? Everybody leaves.
Yes.
See that right there? That guy looked like he's carrying a semi-automatic assault rifle style weapon.
Drafted across them. That's what it appears to.
Definitely what it is, isn't it?
Yes.
Do we know who that is?
I do not know right offhand.
Find it. I won't keep on. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Pretty obvious when the shots are fired.
Yes.
So we're looking at the. Let's see. Timestamp 4 minute or 4:20 a.m. 53 seconds. Shortly after this, do we see Gregory Carrington right there?
Yes, sir.
That's Gregory Carrington that just zoomed right past that car right there.
Yes, sir.
And then he circles back and he goes to that Tahoe, doesn't he?
Yes.
For the record, we're at minute 48 this week. All right, there, do we see Gregory Carrington again?
Yes.
So that's as he's now fired shots at that Tahoe and has left the scene back towards where he originally fled to.
Yes.
I rewound it a little bit because I'm trying to slow it down here a little bit. Right there. You see that blood on Barry Carrington's leg?
Yes.
Right here. Right there. Is that roughly where your understanding where he was shot at?
Yes, sir.
So he was shot back by the Tahoe or shortly behind him there.
Yes.
Now, from here. Does he also come back and return fire again?
Yes, sir.
So if we go back to our scene. Looking at State's Exhibit 5, is that corner that we just saw Gregory Carrington fire shots around back towards Jeremy Dixon's car. Okay. Now, there's 3 cones that we have marked right inside there, right?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 6. What are the cone numbers? First of all, are those the 3 cones that we see here in State's Exhibit 5?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 6, what are those 3 cone numbers?
What are they labeling?
Yeah, what are those 3 cone numbers and what are they labeled?
Labeled number 1, 2, and 3. They are for 30, 40 caliber showcase.
Okay, so does this also, I guess, confirm for us that Gregory Carrington was the one that had the 40 caliber weapon?
Yes, sir.
And so the 40 caliber casings that are located at in the general area of Raymond Whittington's body, are those casings that come from the weapon that Gregory Carrington fired?
Yes.
And are they casings that come from the weapon that Gregory Carrington fired after Jeremy Dixon murdered Raymond Whittington?
Yes.
Did it appear on this video that he fired 3 shots?
I believe it's what it was. Yes, sir.
I asked you to watch this before coming down to court. Did you look closely and see that he'd fired 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you, if we look at States 148, you didn't have any involvement in going to the autopsy or anything like that, did you? No. And you've never seen this autopsy report?
No.
Well, I'm going to put you on the spot here and ask you some questions about it. You love it when we do that, don't you? States 148. There are several gunshot wounds to Raymond Whittington's body that are found by the pathologist that performed his autopsy. One specifically, gunshot wound number 7. It is the only gunshot wound where a projectile is recovered that the pathologist said are deemed a large caliber projectile. Do you see that? Yes. Let me zoom it in for you a little bit more here, sir, since you've literally never seen this. The entry point and exit point for that gunshot wound. If we look at it, it says the entry point is the lateral surface of the right mid thigh, right? And the path is, if Mr. Whittington were standing up, down. Do you notice that that doesn't necessarily track with how we know Raymond Whittington was shot and killed by Jeremy Dixon?
Yes.
Meaning that, did we ever see a portion of that video where Jeremy Dixon is shooting Raymond Whittington, where he shoots into his thigh downward?
No.
Now, is Raymond Whittington's body, after he is shot and killed by, or shot by Jeremy Dixon, is his body laying horizontal on the surface of that concrete?
Yes.
And if we look at I'll show you what is marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 149 of the Leica programming they provided us. So just so that for a clear record, and also just so the jury understands, this right here, this first file in State's Exhibit 149, is that the application that is required to be, and that's like an install for the application that's required to view this data that you collected, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this bottom file right here, labeled LGS file, and is 2 million kilobytes. Is that the actual data that was collected from this scene by you and ID Tech Chris Davis?
Yes.
And I've already installed the application on this computer, but if we open the data, it will actually populate one.
Yes.
And if you narrow the view, what do these little red dots represent?
Represent the 4 locations that we chose to place the machine to gather data.
Okay, so these are the different locations that you set up the tripod and collected data. Is that fair?
Yes.
And if you go, you can actually interact with any one of those locations and see all the visual and, you know, to scale data that was collected, right?
Yes.
And then it all kind of works together so that it builds a 3D image, doesn't it? So if we go closer, you can actually rotate around, can't you?
Yes.
One second. Or maybe this from far away. There we go. So that kind of is each one of these little bitty dots. There's probably millions of these, right? And they each represent data points that are collected, measured, and combined to create this 3D image of this homicide scene.
Yes.
So if we click on or zoom in, you can actually see the location of Mr. Whittington's body, all the cones that are marked and everything else, right?
Yes.
And then if you go to the individual points, you can see the actual clear imaging of that, everything that was collected.
Yes.
Meaning right here, we're looking at the middle point, and we see the location where Mr. Whittington's body was found, right?
Yes.
And what's this right here covering his body?
Just a screen for just to block it off from on.
Okay. And back here we see Mr. Whittington, Miss Jeremy Dixon's car backed up against that fence.
Yes, sir.
And we can actually go to that setup point right there, and we can even get a closer look at Jeremy Dixon's car if we wanted.
Yes.
Now, if we look at Back this way. Is that you?
I believe so.
That's a good looking fella right there. That, if we go to this point right here, that will actually show us, will it not? Something very close to Raymond, Gregory Carrington's perspective as he was firing shots back at Jeremy Dixon, doesn't it?
Yes.
And if Jeremy Dixon was still close to his car, when Gregory Carrington was firing shots from the corner of that store, markers 1, 2, and 3, would that potentially explain gunshot wound number 7?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Do you know the answer to that, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
Go ahead. Overrule.
Yes, it would explain it.
Gregory Carrington shot Raymond Whittington's dead body. Because it's an entry point to where? Lateral surface of right mid thigh on states 148, the autopsy report, and it's a downward projection.
Correct.
Raymond Whittington's body, which way was his head face? Towards us where we're looking on this states 140, 149?
Yes.
So would that make sense that Gregory Carrington shot 3 times and one of them hit Raymond Whittington?
Yes.
Now, at that point, had Raymond Whittington already been shot multiple times in the chest or in the body by Jeremy Dixon?
Yes.
From that video, is it very clear that Raymond Whittington dies very shortly after falling to the ground?
Yes.
Does it, would it appear that a gunshot wound to the leg, after he was shot multiple times in the chest by Jeremy Dixon, would it appear that had any effect whatsoever on whether he lived or died?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Do you know the answer to that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, overrule. Go ahead.
No, sir.
I mean, that doesn't change in your experience and your opinion, that doesn't change whether or not Jeremy Dixon killed Raymond Whittington. Detective, I asked you yesterday some questions about whether or not you thought what we saw in that video, if Jeremy Dixon was acting in self-defense. Looking at everything we've looked at today, as well as watching the video again, you still agree with that assessment yesterday that you don't believe he was acting in self-defense?
No.
Who had the gun between Jeremy Dixon and Raymond Whittington?
Jeremy.
Did we ever have any evidence whatsoever that Raymond Whittington had a gun?
No.
In fact, he didn't have a shirt on, did he?
Correct.
Did Jeremy Dixon actually go back after he had left view of that camera and appear to provoke Raymond Whittington to come back and fight more?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Do you know the answer to that, sir, based upon your investigation and your experience and training?
Yes, sir.
Overrule.
Yes, that's what it appeared to happen.
And then as soon as Raymond Whittington went and hit Jeremy Dixon again, did he hesitate at all before pulling that gun and shooting him cold, dead cold right there in the alleyway?
No, sir.
Okay. No further questions.
You have any other questions?
So I passed Detective Strong.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, do you want to take a break right now? Yes, everybody nods and innocent. All right, we're going to take a short break, 5-10 minutes. Everyone else remains seated while the jury exits first. Thank you.
Judge.
This is.
And they're all.
Impose that.
Only that I just asked for time served, and during that time I had a brain injury when this occurred.
When this, okay. All right. I will order $125 statutory fee. And only because I have to. And then I'll order 65 days in jail, credit 64 days in jail, credit 64 served. Be
Thank
all
you.
set. You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Ms. Cory.
Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Except for that, I'm a little bit behind here, but we got the 10 o'clock block coming up and they're up already.
Yes, they are. Would you like to walk?
Have we checked everybody? No, have we checked everybody in?
Yes.
All right. Court is taking about a 10 minute break and then I'll come back and we'll start this one. Court's in recess. All right.
Do a release date of August 20. Good morning, Assistant Public Defender, Lauren Kearney on behalf of Mr. Atkins. Mr. Atkins, please state your name for the record. So, Your Honor, Mr. Atkins and I both didn't really know why this was set. I do know
I
that.
don't either, because I'm looking, I think the last time he was here, I sentenced him.
Right.
Made his fines and costs payable like 30 days after his release, so I thought we were done.
So I think what happened was because Mr. Atkins wants to go to treatment. He is serving a sentence here and serving a sentence before Judge Slay. So Mr. Atkins and I have kind of been going back and forth about this. I think what's going to happen is, so he was sentenced to
365 credit, like 18.
Right, so 347. This is a lot of numbers. I did math today, which with good time comes out to 277, which would take him to a release date of August 29th. Judge Slay.
Can I? Go ahead. I'll let you go on.
He was sentenced to 210 days beginning March 13th, which good time comes out to about 168, which would take him to a release date of approximately August 28th. So
both Judge Slay and I hit August.
Right.
We're brilliant.
So with good time.
Okay, so can I just shortcut this?
Yeah.
Maybe. He wants to go to treatment. Right?
Yeah.
Is that maybe why we're here?
Yeah. I think because he sent a letter to Your Honor saying, can you release me on treatment? But he's got this Judge Slay thing holding him. But once he's done.
No. See, I'm not letting you get away with that because Judge Slay, you can't just say that Judge Slay.
The Judge Slay thing.
Sorry.
Judge Slay sentence. Holding him.
She's already released me to treatment.
She has.
I just
That's
need
the
you to
next
release.
thing I was asking. Go ahead, fine.
I'm sorry.
Because I'm gonna tell you, I know what I'm gonna do.
I
know Mr. Atkins for ever.
The thing where Mr. Atkins and I disagree is that he's got to finish that Judge Slay sentence before, even if Your Honor releases him today, he's still got to get to August 28th. He's got to do her sentence, Judge Slay's sentence was 210 days, do the in-jail Don Farm program, release to treatment upon completion of both of those terms.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Does that make sense?
Well,
it's a lot of numbers.
Yes, it does. It makes sense if that's the way her sentence reads. If her sentence indicates that he's got to do that time. And let me ask this. After you do the time, were you going to be on probation?
Yeah.
In Judge Slay's court?
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
And Patrick told me that I needed you to release me to treatment. or I have to wait till your sentence is up to go to treatment. And I sent you a letter with his kite stating that.
And Patrick told me he's got to do it the Judge Slay time. So this is where
Right now?
he's got to do the full sentence, 210 days on Judge Slay's.
Well, okay, I got you.
So that's where Mr.
I'm
Atkins
just-
and I have a little miscommunication.
Right, and I can't resolve that. What I can do is I can just take outside of the picture of it,
Sure.
because I really believe that Mr. Atkins needs treatment.
And he's been in.
Does well when he's not using.
Right.
And you know it. He does really well. He has a much better demeanor, and he's just, frankly, you're just a much better person. When you're
Yes, sir.
using, well, I can't say that. I can't call you what I think.
He has been in, Judge, on this case since November, so
I
it's
know.
been some time.
I know. Because when he came back, because he hadn't seen me for a while, when he came back, I could tell he was out there using. And he wasn't looking well. You really were. So I will make this real simple for this case. If you prepare an order indicating that I will suspend the balance of his sentence to be released to treatment. However, and this is the important kicker, if he doesn't complete treatment or leaves treatment, then he must return to the Washtenaw County Jail to finish out this sentence.
I will get that to you, Your Honor.
All right. And that'll solve it, takes this case out of it, and then you can deal with what the interpretation of Judge Slay's case is.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Just do the right thing.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
Just
I know.
last time.
And
Just
think-
last time.
Right, I know you know. That's my problem with you. I know you know, and I know you're smart enough, and when you think about it and don't do the stuff, you do well.
Right.
Right? It's just when you get on that path.
Yeah, I know.
Okay?
Thank you.
I'll do that. Get that order to me. I'll sign it. Ryan, best of luck to you.
Appreciate it.
Oh, they were with you?
Yeah.
I'm the
You still-
wife.
Huh?
I'm the wife.
You're really?
Dress-
I'm so
You
sorry.
won't see it.
I'm so sorry.
I
No.
swear you'll see me before you see it.
Oh, no. Court calls the case, People versus Darian Roads.
Attorney on behalf of Mr. Rhodes. Mr. Rhodes, please state your name for the record.
Darian
I need a
Roads.
cam-
Yeah, I'm doing it now. I have to go to the settings.
Mr. Rhodes, are you turning on your camera? Because you muted yourself. Passing these. Sit there and wait. Figure it out. Court does call the case, People versus Raymond Bowman. Wasn't he right there? Okay.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Bowman, who is approaching the podium. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Raymond William Bowman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today is the date and time set for sentencing. We only have one very brief correction to the report. Under Mr. Bowman's date of birth / age, the date of birth is correct, but he is only 35 now, but will be turning 36 when his birthday comes. Outside of that, we have no corrections, and as to the recommendation, would respectfully request that the court adopt it.
Sir, anything you want to tell me?
No, sir.
All right. Sentence of the court, $125 statutory fee, 51 days in jail, credit 51 cents.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Case, people versus.
Hey.
Out.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, was that Mr.
Bal Howard.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Bal Howard, who is present via Zoom. Sir, can you please state your name for the court?
Bal Howard.
All right.
Teresa Blair on behalf of probation. Your Honor, Mr. Howard was scheduled before the court today for a violation of probation hearing, which was set at his review hearing on June 11th. At that time, Your Honor, Mr. Howard was directed to report to probation. Mr. Howard did do that as ordered. Currently, Your Honor, Mr. Howard did make a $135 payment. He did that on July 3rd after we had our meeting and discussed why he was in non-compliance. He does have a balance of $1,120. Mr. Howard indicated to me when I met with him that he was going through some different times. He had recently got custody of his kids and was making a transition and working, trying to take care of his kids. Although no excuse, Mr. Howard does indicate that he would like a chance to complete the prosecutor deferred sentence. At that time, I also, Your Honor, gave Mr. Howard a referral to another class that would not interfere with work schedules. Given that Mr. Howard did report and that he is showing that he wants to complete this program, probation is asking that the court to dismiss the violation of probation hearing, extend the prosecutor deferred sentence for a period of 9 months, that Mr. Howard pay $140 per month beginning August 5th, 2025, that he continue all of the terms as previously ordered with a review hearing being set April 8th, 2026 at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking the court to adopt that recommendation, and Mr. Howard did indicate to me that he would be prepared to resume that payment plan in August as recommended by probation.
All right, very good. I'll dismiss the violation of probation. I'll extend the defendant's prosecutor deferred sentence for a period of 9 months. You're to pay $140 per month beginning August 5th, 2025. I'll continue all other terms as previously ordered. I'll schedule a review hearing April 8th, 2026, 9 a.m. All right. Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good one.
Case of the People versus Ashley Fix.
Good morning, Your Honor. Edward Drugas on behalf of Ashley Fix.
Ashley Ian Fitz.
All right.
Your Honor, we've gone through the pre-sentence report. The recommendation is something my client wants to address today. The only correction I have to the face of the pre-sentence report is the attorney should be listed as myself rather than.
Okay. Ma'am, anything you want to tell the court before I move sentence?
I was wondering if I could be placed on probation. Since
You want to be placed on probation?
yeah, since I did a month in the Wayne County last month. I'd rather be on probation than incarcerated.
Your Honor, Teresa Blair on behalf of probation.
Yes.
Ms. Fix was ordered to probation to complete the pre-sentence interview. It took some effort to get that done initially because it was done quite some time ago. And then Ms. Fix has numerous times failed to appear to this court for sentencing. While she has been out on bench warrant status, she's also picked up other cases, one being an OWI out of the 15th District Court, which is holding her in custody. Not to mention, it was brought to my attention, she now has a couple other cases out of
Romulus.
which are bench warranted now because she has failed to appear, I believe, because she was in county care.
I went to,
It was a show cause. I don't think a warrant issue.
I went to court.
Oh, a show cause.
Yeah.
So she is, Your Honor,
I
scheduled for
went to
show
court.
cause in this matter because she failed to appear, because she was in custody here for those Romulus cases. Probation's concern with Ms. Fix is that she does come before this court and indicates that she wants to do things, but she never follows through with any of it. So probation has concerns that if Ms. Fix were to be released on this case, she's not going to do it, and she's not going to contact probation. I know that, and this court knows how I operate. I attempted to reach Ms. Fix multiple times to try to even get her to get in here to get sentenced, because originally, I believe my recommendation was to have a probationary sentence. However, it's getting her here, and if she doesn't come to court, she's not going to reproach probation.
Well, and the cold hard reality is that May and June she didn't appear, but she just, the simplest of things to complete your pre-sentence interview, she didn't do. Had to issue a bench warrant in her cases, in this case, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 times before we can get you here.
I promise I'll do it.
You're not a good candidate for probation. I mean, I couldn't even get you to interview with probation initially. You didn't even follow the court's instruction to do that. And then had the bench warrant you didn't appear, had to basically make it an in-person hearing, which I don't specifically recall why, but that typically means there's an issue going on with getting the person there. So, and I'm not sure, in January of this year, you were brought into custody somehow. So even after I'd issued 2 bench warrants, one that I recalled, you did that, and on the recommendation initially on April 24th, 2024 was for a probationary sentence, but that was in April of 2024. You didn't appear. I issued a bench warrant, and then we don't see you until January. The magistrate, I'm not sure why, but granted you a PR in January, on January 16th. On January 29th, you were supposed to appear before me, and you didn't show up. You came back again into custody for whatever reason in June, and I'm the magistrate, I don't know why, gave you a PR because you said you'd appear. And that was in 2025. And on the date he gave you, you didn't appear. That's where we are. You don't do what you say you're going to do. And the reality is, when I've seen these in the past, what will actually end up happening is we put you on probation, and then ultimately I'm imposed into jail time because you haven't done anything. Anything else?
Can I be placed on the tether? GPS tether.
Your Honor, the only thing I can express on her behalf is that she does have remorse for missing those dates.
All of them?
Yeah.
And other than that, I discussed with her what her options may be on taking.
My mom's side, transportation.
She just addressed that she had stable housing through her mother, so that's.
Sentence of the court, $125 statutory fee, 93 days in jail, credit 20. The balance, the defendant is to serve the balance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court does call the case, People versus Norman Reeves.
The jury is present and all parties are present and the witness has been passed from direct to cross-examination. Defense may go forward.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, how are you?
That, like,
Good, thank you. The video you just saw, where Mr. Eckhart keeps telling you, does Mr. Dixon seem to be baiting Mr. Whittington? That video has no audio, does it?
No.
You have no idea what those men are saying to one another. They could be trying to reconcile for all you know. I know your answer is going to be yes, that's unlikely, but you can't hear what they're saying to one another, can you? You have not seen the video that starts at about 4 a.m. on camera 4, the colored camera. You've not seen that.
4 a.m. No, I don't think I saw that.
I think you told Mr. Eckhart you just saw the ending from about 4:15 or something like that. 4:12. If there's been testimony that there are 6 cameras on the outdoor of the store, 4 on the inside, why do we only have 2 cameras? Why do we only have footage from 2 cameras collected? Do you know?
I would assume that those 2 cameras that we have, depict the whole incident.
Who should I ask about that? Who collected that?
Who collected with that?
The footage from the cameras?
I assisted with getting them from I picked them up from the store.
I guess I'm asking who looked at the cameras to decide which footage to bring?
Oh, that I can't say.
Don't know? With the other, you don't know whether the other 4 cameras would have been helpful or not?
To my knowledge, sir, those 2 cameras that are the only 2, to my knowledge, those 2 are the only 2 on that side of the building that would capture what took place in that alley.
But you're not sure.
He said, to my knowledge, those are the only 2.
I mean, we have this.
Yes, sir.
We have 3D imagery.
Yes, sir.
There's no chance of something footage from those other 4 cameras may have been helpful.
I'll get those, if those other cameras weren't in that alley, they wouldn't have captured what took place in the alley.
Okay. What's on exhibit 1, camera 4, I'm gonna ask you to watch that with us. And you said you've never seen that before.
Not in its entirety, no, sir.
I'm gonna have to ask Mr. Eckhart or Mr. Laird to show me how to stop and start it and zoom in. 403 on the back of the roots. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Bear with me, detective, I'm waiting to see when Mr. Dixon appears, when I first realize it's him. Oh, man. Yeah, good. It's just a. Thanks. Does this appear to be Mr. Dixon up here, or can you tell?
I cannot do.
Okay. Now, can you tell?
Not from where I'm sitting, I can't keep that.
Oh, had a better shot of him earlier. This gentleman walking over right now. Can you tell?
No, sir, I cannot.
Bear with me, I'm gonna back up. Oh, I'm just gonna stay there. You don't recognize anybody over here, do you? This group over here?
I can't make that read.
Okay. There's a new. Oh, no, wait. Okay, tell me when. I'll get back. Can you zoom in? On Mr. Dixon a bit? Oops. Something else right there.
And all to me, so you can. Usually like for that, right? This office of what you do. Is that what you want to do? Yeah.
How about that? Does that appear to be him?
No, sir, I can't say, I can't make out the face.
Is he gonna put him in? Can you keep your Zoom? Not getting any clearer?
He's getting clear.
That's supposed to do good.
Is there a way to send any more on that part? That's fine. Wrong side of it, but he's in this crowd talking, right? With that person that walked over there. Ah. Yes. A detective, you don't know what they're saying to each other, do you?
You know, we talked in the video.
That appear to be Mr. Was this appear to be Mr. Woodington?
Sir, I can't say.
Judge, can the witness come closer? The video, that's as enhanced as it can get.
Would that help you in any way? Do you
I mean,
think?
it was, this work crowd, I just can't, I
Go
can't
ahead.
see, you just asked me.
All right. Go ahead. Thank you, sir.
That gentleman there with the blue jeans, there's two guys there with blue jeans and white shirts, but one on the right. Taller one with the Another 10 minutes, but there's not worksheets. Does that appear to be Mr.? Okay.
No. I can't say.
You know, from Martin Whittington before, did you?
No, sir.
Did you know George Whittington?
No, I didn't.
Did you know Gregory Carey?
Okay, yes, sir.
Well, the number one, the guy I keep thinking is Mr. Whittington with the game shoes and the blue jeans and the white shirt is talking to Mr. Dixon. Or talking to the gentleman with the black t-shirt and the black pants. Is that what you see?
Did you answer? No, I didn't answer. No, ma'am.
The process.
You're asking me if these two individuals are having a conversation?
Well, they were, I mean, off and on for the last.
Okay, if these two individuals?
Yes.
Yes, it appeared they were having some sort of conversation.
Oh, thank you. Something happened there, right? But it involved Mr. Whittington. So, I choose to go, so Kim. That may have been, that's like horse fighting me. What do you think?
That's what it appeared to be.
What just happened? To the gun. Was the fight continued? It's a little obscure behind that car, but what's happening now today?
They're still fighting.
Or are they fighting, or is one guy on the ground getting bound?
I can't tell. I mean,
Does he appear to have ever thrown a punch yet?
doesn't appear so.
Who's that back up on his feet now?
That was the subject in the black t-shirt.
The black t-shirt and the white pants?
Yes.
But have you identified him as Mr. Dixon yet?
No, sir. I'm not aware of who. Can't make out who that is.
Okay. What is that? This gentleman just took his t-shirt off. Does that mean anything?
I don't know. I mean, if you play it a little further, we'll see where it goes from here.
Are you able to tell who's fighting behind that?
I can't tell.
Oh,
I can't.
SUV?
I cannot.
We have witnesses that are actually in there. They're here. Oh, gosh. You could ask them, but.
Thank you, sir. It's wrong. This, or can you tell, is this Mr. Dixon up here now?
I can't tell, sir.
They're off camera now. I believe. You've not seen any of this. No, sir. You just picked it up when they were on camera 16. And the infrared.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Did you ever identify Mr. Carrington there? Did you see him in there?
Just based off of his attire, the white socks and flip flops, yes, sir.
And then the jury has seen him like, actually like in real time, like 5 minutes after this.
Yes, sir.
And could you identify anybody else in the video? Approximately 40 caliber casings for maybe 12 or 15 were found that night. And 7 Luger, 9mm Luger casings.
Yes, sir.
Have one moment. John. Thank you, Detective. That's all I have. That's what.
Anything to say? Is this man excused?
Please.
You are excused, sir. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break and all of you return back at 1:30, 1:30. Is that enough time? Yeah, good. 1:15 better? What do you think? 1:30 sounds good.
1:30 sounds great.
Please remember the instructions the court has given to you and have a nice lunch. Thank you. Everyone else remain seated while the jury exits first.
Yeah, I think all I can have, if you're the, I've got me to, like you guys are in fast. I'll figure out what I got. So the second grade is doing the right now. Did you tell them? I'm sure. They didn't have this one. Yes. You're right. You want to remember that? Absolutely.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Reeves. Mr. Reeves, please state your name for the record.
Norma Reeves.
Teresa Blair on behalf of probation, Your Honor. Mr. Reeves is before the court for a violation of probation hearing. Mr. Reeves is non-compliant with the terms ordered by the court in that he owes $1,658. 500 of that balance, Your Honor, is for restitution. He failed to report to probation as directed, failed to complete the positive strategies for life program, and failed to provide proof of CMH services. He also, Your Honor, has a new criminal case. That case is on bench warrant status. It is out of the Chelsea location. Mr. Reeves, however, did provide a bench warrant recall request to the court. I believe that he thought that he did it in both cases. The Chelsea case still shows a bench warrant. This court did grant him to be set for a hearing with a PR bond. Since then, since my report to this court, I did have a chance to speak with Mr. Reeves this morning. I do have documentation of his services in lieu of CMH services. He is living between his mother's house and Jackson. His mother is here with him today. Mr. Reeves also has indicated that he can make a payment of the $500 on the restitution today. Given both of those factors, Your Honor, probation is asking that we adjourn the BOP hearing to August 13th, that Mr. Reeves report to me in person on Monday, July 21st at 1 p.m. And that he become compliant with the other terms ordered by this court prior to that date, also including taking care of that outstanding bench warrant out of the Chelsea court.
Your Honor, in short, I'd ask that you adopt that recommendation. I also had a chance to speak to Mr. Reeves and discuss, why he wasn't able to complete the terms and the matter or the time that he should have. He explained that last year he was going through a pretty hard time. He lost a close family member, was going through a divorce and dealing with a custody battle. Since then, he has stable housing and work. He's working at Taco Bell full-time and was just promoted to shift lead. He did have a second child born just in February, and he is financially supporting his partner and that child with this job. He's also paying approximately $300 every other week for child support. He did provide me with proof of his mental health treatment at the University of Michigan, and I provided that to
So all you're asking, Ms. Valera, is that
adjourn
1 and 2 of the recommendation I take off,
Well,
or
Your
1?
Honor, well, and that he make a payment of $500 on the restitution today. So
Got it. Okay.
So that part is corrected, and that he does report to me in person to discuss the other.
On the 21st.
Correct. And that we adjourn the BOP hearing to August 13th, and then I can evaluate where I stand with my recommendation on that date.
Do I need his probation extended at this point or no?
Yeah, well, technically, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah,
He was
I
on
do.
bench warrant status for over
May of last year.
like 14 years or 14 months.
All right.
And Your Honor, I'm not sure if the court does want to hear from Mr. Reeves' mother. She is with him and present today and did want to speak to her.
Okay. Come on.
Mr. Reeves, listening to one right.
Hello.
Hello,
What's your name?
Ladita Johnson.
All right. What do you want to tell?
I'm just here to ask for a second chance for Norman. He has been battling with this custody hearing for a minute now, and he's finally getting his life back on track. So I'm just asking that you please follow the probation recommendation.
Why are you looking at her? Why do I
I
feel
forgot how to pronounce her name.
Why do I feel you two worked up something?
I forgot how to pronounce her name, but
Teresa Valera, Miss Valera. Okay, so you want me to do that?
if you could, I would greatly appreciate it.
A mother's plea for mercy for her child. All right,
That's what parents do.
I get it. All right, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You wanted this adjourned to what date, Miss Blair?
I would like the VOP adjourned to August 13th at 9 a.m.
Is at this point, I will extend his probation for a period of 12 months. He's paid $500 today toward the restitution, then 150. I'll order the 150 per month thereafter. Report to probation in person on Monday, the July 21st, 2025 at 1 p.m. and then report as directed. You are to become compliant with all of your other previously ordered terms within the next 30 days. I will adjourn your violation of probation hearing to August 13th, 2025, 9 a.m.
And Ryan, can I ask if I can get Mr. Norman in compliance, am I able to cancel that violation?
Yes, yes,
Given that we did the extension on record today?
right. Because even if we did that, you and Mom are gonna work some, I don't know what you're gonna do, but yes, you could do that.
That's the reason.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Seen the video, do you dispute that the video is an accurate depiction of what happened at the time?
Which video are we referring to? There's
Deputy McClellan's.
Deputy McClellan's cruiser camera.
but I don't know which one was exactly his, but I'm fine with the videos that they've submitted to me.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Ms. Hyatt.
Your
Oh,
Honor.
we gotta do a hard restart, right? All right, Ms. Hyatt, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state would call Deputy Levi McClellan.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good day. Deputy McClellan, can you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
It's Levi McClellan, McClellan.
And what is your occupation for the record?
A deputy sheriff for Warren County down in Deerfield Township.
And how long have you been with Warren County Sheriff's Department?
2 years.
And did you have, is that all been road patrol?
Yes.
And road patrol, just briefly for the jury, encompasses, what do you do primarily?
Answer calls for service, enforce traffic laws, and uphold the laws of the ORC, Ohio.
So like if I call 911, they would dispatch you, that's part of answering calls for service?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any prior police experience in any capacity?
I worked as a corrections officer for Montgomery County for 2.5 years.
Okay. So you've been in law enforcement field for approximately 4.5 years total?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm going to take you back, Deputy McClellan, if I can, to Saturday, November 9th of 2024, about 11:30 in the evening. Were you on duty as a deputy sheriff for Warren County on that date and time?
Yes.
And in fact, what shift were you working?
It was 4 to 12s.
4 to 12s? Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, though, you had actually been on duty since when?
8 in the morning.
Okay. And is there any particular reason why you were working so long that day?
Either overtime or a trade to help somebody out, but I think it might have been overtime to cover somebody calling off.
So back on November 9th of last year, when were you supposed to get off?
4 o'clock. 1600. Yeah, 4 p.m.
4 p.m. Okay. But then you were working overtime until what time?
Midnight.
So at 11:30, you were going to be off about a half hour later?
Correct.
Okay. And unfortunately, you hear a dispatch, I think, for a disorderly subject. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And do you recall, was that at 5539 Old Farm Drive in Deerfield Township?
That is correct.
Can you tell the jury, please, is that a residence as far as you know?
Yes,
And is that residence in Warren County, Ohio?
yes.
Okay. Now, at the time that the dispatch came out, were you able to immediately go and to that location?
No.
Why not?
We were on a separate call at that time.
And when you said we, who else was on the call with you?
Deputy Reed Eastham,
And do you recall approximately how far away from that call were you with this other call that you were on?
10 minutes maybe.
Okay, so it was a little ways away.
Yeah, it was a ways away.
Okay. And at the time then, so you were unable to respond when you were first dispatched?
Correct. I didn't get dispatched initially to it, but I heard it over the radio.
I'm sorry. Okay, so you hear it on your radio that some other units are being dispatched to that location?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at any point, do you put yourself on it, or are you put on it by dispatch?
I'm not put on it by dispatch, but I put myself on it.
Okay, and why did you do that?
When the original dispatch deputy supervisor asked for additional units.
Would that be Sergeant Simpson?
That would be Sergeant Simpson.
And he was asking for additional units in addition to the units that had already been dispatched originally?
Correct.
Okay, and do you know why he was requesting additional units?
Because he was dealing with an uncooperative individual.
Okay. So at this point then, do you have the opportunity to leave at that point and assist with backup to Sergeant Simpson?
Yes.
And let me ask you too, I guess I forgot. You and Deputy Eastham, were you in the same cruiser or in separate cruisers?
Separate cruisers.
Okay. And when you hear that Sergeant Simpson is requesting additional backup, is that an emergency with respect to an emergency situation, I guess, for a deputy to respond to?
Yes.
And why is that?
And when you work in this career, you start hearing people's voice inflections, and when they ask for additional units, ways they ask for additional units, sometimes they'll ask for an additional unit routine, which means no lights and sirens. And the way he sounded, he was dealing with an uncooperative inmate, or an uncooperative individual, not inmate, sorry. And it seemed like he needed help urgently for.
And you're familiar with Sergeant Simpson?
Yes.
And approximately how long have you worked with him?
About a year and a half.
Okay.
Ish, give or take.
So you're familiar with his inflections and his personality?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so the tone of Sergeant Simpson's voice then, when you responded to, was it 5593 Oldfield Drive, was that something that you did go lights and sirens or did not?
I did, yes.
Okay. And since you were going lights and sirens at that point, approximately how long did it take you to get there?
It's in that moment, it feels like forever. You just want to, snap your fingers and be there and help, but maybe 5-6 minutes, maybe.
And en route to Sergeant Simpson's location, were you getting any additional information through either Sergeant Simpson or dispatch?
Yes.
And what kind of information were you given?
That he had one at taser point and then eventually taser deployed, and that's what I recall.
Is that concerning to you when somebody actually has to use their taser at a situation like this?
Yes.
And in what way?
Officer safety, and concerned. He's there by himself. He doesn't have another deputy there with him, so anything could happen.
And when you're going to this location where Sergeant Simpson is, are you the lead of the two cruisers? Because I'm assuming Deputy Easton was following you?
Yes.
Okay. And upon arrival, when you do finally get to where Sergeant Simpson had stopped and was dealing with that person, what do you observe when you first pull up?
I see the individual on his back and Sergeant Simpson standing in close proximity to him with his baton in his hand.
Okay, and so just for the record, because I know the jury will see your cruiser cam, but as you're pulling up, so that person is not inside of his motor vehicle, he's out of the motor vehicle?
Correct.
And is he in the street side of the motor vehicle or on the grass side or somewhere else?
I believe grass side.
Okay, that's fine. We'll see it in the, whatever is in the cruiser cam.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. And did Sergeant Simpson still have his taser out?
I think it was his baton at that point.
Okay. And what did you do when you pull up and you see the situation?
Immediately exit the vehicle and go assist in detaining, controlling the individual.
And you said that the person was on their back at the time.
Correct.
Could you hear Sergeant Simpson giving him any orders?
Yes.
And what was he ordering him to do?
I believe like roll over, get on your
And-
stomach.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, roll over and get on your stomach.
And then did that person who's on their back immediately comply and roll over and get on their stomach?
No.
Was that a command that was given by Sergeant Simpson in your presence more than once?
Yes.
All right, did that person who's on their back have to be, how, did they ever get on their stomach?
We had to assist them on, he had to assist the individual onto their stomach.
And when you mean by assist him on,
Help him roll over to get control of his hands.
okay, so you had to roll him over onto his stomach?
Yes.
All right, and for the record, before I forget, do you in fact now see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point him out, just describe what he's wearing in court today?
Glasses, light blue button-up shirt right behind you at the defense.
For the record, Your Honor, indicating the defendant Brandon Reefers.
Noted.
Thank you. All right, so you assist Mr. Reefers into rolling onto his stomach, and at that point, what was he told to do next by all of you?
To release his hands, give us his hands so we can detain him.
Okay, so the jury knows, because I know it's kind of hard, it's dark out. When he rolls onto his stomach, are his hands at his front, side, back, or somewhere else?
They are tucked away kind of underneath his body.
Okay.
Yeah,
N-
kind of
And let me ask you, is it important to be able to see somebody's hands?
very important.
And why?
If not seeing hands is extremely dangerous, there could be a weapon involved.
And at this point, had you had an opportunity to pat down Mr. Reefers?
No.
All right, and as far as you were aware of, had Sergeant Simpson had an opportunity?
No.
Okay. So when you're rolling him onto his stomach and his hands are under his body, can you say with any certainty he did or did not have any kind of weapon on him?
I could not.
Okay. Now, was he ordered to put his hands behind his back?
Yes.
And did he comply with that immediately?
No.
And did you have to assist him again with putting his hands behind his back?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this point, so his hands are taken and put behind his back because he's on his stomach. So now you see his hands. Did you do anything, was he cuffed at that point or did something else happen before that?
He was cuffed.
Okay. And were you one of the ones that were cuffing him?
I was, yeah, assisting.
And was it you and any other deputies that was cuffing him or just you?
Deputy Reed.
Deputy Eastham?
Yep.
Okay. And so did you use one set of cuffs or two?
I believe it was 2.
And why do you, just so the jury knows, why do you use 2 sets of cuffs?
Usually for bigger, stronger individuals that have, that lift weight, sometimes have not good shoulder mobility in order to put their hands into one set of cuffs behind their back.
And based on your interaction with the defendant, that's at this point, he is a good sized man. I mean, he's muscular and he's not small and skinny.
Correct.
Okay. All right, do you have, once he's cuffed, do you have an opportunity to search him for, or pat him down for weapons for officer safety?
Yes.
And do you find anything at all?
I do, yes.
And what did you find?
I found a small handgun.
And do you know what type of handgun that was?
Like a Kel-Tec, I believe.
380?
Yes.
And where did you find that handgun?
In his right pocket.
And let me ask you too, when you see the defendant's right pocket, was there anything that led you to believe that it could be a different type of weapon?
No.
Okay.
Well, yes, correct.
What was that?
I thought it was a knife originally,
And why did you think at first it could have been a knife?
because it was a pocket clip and knives are typically clipped onto your inside of your pocket.
So you see like the clip on the
Mhm.
outside of the pocket?
Yes.
And was that 380 gun that you found on the defendant, was that attached to that clip,
Yes,
but not a knife?
correct.
Okay, or at least not in that pocket?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if that firearm, at some point that night, did you find out if it was loaded or unloaded?
I believe it was loaded.
Loaded, okay. And in fact, that firearm was put on the front of your cruiser, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I believe, was the magazine like extracted from it?
Yes.
Okay, that will also be on your cruiser cam, I believe, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked state. I'm not sure how, I would like to play the cruiser cam at this point. So.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and, Mr. Rivers, do you have any questions about the State's Exhibit 3, which is the cruiser cam?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so it doesn't make sense to play it as part of this deposition, but we'll probably pause this and play it for the jury. And let's go ahead and continue on with our questions.
All right, then Deputy, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4. Just going to be the fire. If I can approach, Your Honor.
You may?
Do we have scissors? I'm sorry, just so we can open it. Okay. Thank you. No, sorry. I can at least keep going a little bit. Do you recognize at least what's on the outside of State's Exhibit 4?
Yes,
Okay, and there's a tag there,
yes.
and that tag at least purports to be of what in that bag?
Caltech CNC Industries P3AT.
And is that associated with any particular person or defendant?
Oh, with the defendant, Brandon Reefers?
Yes, is that related to this case?
Yes.
Okay. And was that, I believe it gives a date on there as well, is that correct? Or not?
A submission date.
Just the submission date to? Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing more than Brandon Reefers, it was a Caltech 380 firearm.
Yes.
Can you open that bag and in fact determine whether in fact that is what is inside that bag? You don't, oh, yeah.
Yes.
Can you just take that out? And for the record, that what you've removed is a Caltech 380 firearm?
Yes.
And is there a tag attached to it?
Yes.
And does that tag also indicate what it is, the make and model of that firearm?
Yes.
Does it also indicate who it was, what case it's referring to?
Yes.
Is that also Brandon Reefers?
Yes.
And is it having, well, first of all, that was tagged by which deputy?
Nicholas Peters.
Okay, so after you find the firearm, you did not keep it on your person and enter it into evidence?
Correct.
You gave it to another officer?
Correct.
Okay. And there's a red, like, what do you call this, red, like, plastic thing going through?
Yeah. Yeah, chamber blocker or.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it. Why did you put that on there?
I did not know.
Okay. Do you know what the purpose of that is for?
Just to ensure that it's unloaded and safe.
And have you looked at that, and is it in fact unloaded and safe?
Yes.
Okay. Other than the red chamber thing and the tag, does that appear to be in approximately the same condition as it was when you saw it?
Yes.
Last year? November?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. You can put it back there.
I apologize, Deputy McClellan, maybe you already answered this. What did you do with the firearm after you handled it?
So when I was there, I still had to finish searching him, Your Honor, so I immediately handed it to another officer that was close. I believe it was a Mason PD officer, so I can get it out of the area.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
All right, Deputy. So I know you answered the judge's question. Did you find anything else on the defendant's person?
I did not know.
Okay. And just for the record, is it encumbersome or is it interfering if you're trying to hold on to a firearm or loaded firearm as you're trying to search an individual?
Repeat that?
Is it hard to try to search somebody with like one hand if you're holding a loaded firearm in
Yes.
the other?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's a safety hazard if it, I mean, you don't want it to accidentally go off or shoot somebody else, so.
That certainly would be a concern. All right, after he's been searched, does he remain on the ground or does he take it anywhere?
After he searched, he's taken to a cruiser.
Okay. Now, at this point, was that your cruiser?
Was not.
Okay. And then do you, at another point, I believe, is the motor vehicle that the defendant was in, was that eventually searched?
Yes,
Okay. And did you assist in that search?
I assisted.
But did you yourself find anything with related to that search?
No.
Okay. Now, after the motor vehicle is searched, is at some point, is the defendant put into your cruiser, the rear of your cruiser?
Yes.
And for what purpose?
I had to transport him to the jail.
Okay. Now, did you have, from the time that you assist with detaining and getting the defendant under control with cuffs and that sort of thing, to the time that you transport him to jail, do you have any interactions with that defendant specifically?
Repeat that? I mean, interactions with him in my cruiser briefly when he was talking, and then in the jail, but none before that.
Did you talk to him like, and when it was in, he was in the rear of the other cruiser at all? Okay. At any point, do you recall if the defendant appeared to be under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or anything else to you?
Yes, to me, he appeared to be under one.
And let me ask you, first of all, during your career as a law enforcement officer, have you had the opportunity to come into contact with people who have been under the influence of drugs, alcohol, or something else?
Yes.
And approximately how many times?
5 or 6 times, maybe.
Okay. And in that time that you've interacted with these people, were there anything like clues or anything specifically that you saw or you looked for to determine if somebody's under the influence?
Repeat that, sorry.
Sorry. If you're interacting with somebody, is there anything specifically that you look for or that says, okay, I think this person is under the influence?
Yeah, actions and mannerisms, voice inflection. I mean, there's other things too.
Now, in this particular case, when you interacted with the defendant, because did you in fact transport him to jail?
I did, yes.
Okay. In your interaction with this defendant, what led you to believe that he was under the influence?
Just his actions, his mannerisms, his agitation. I feel like we kind of fluctuate, and maybe he's kind of stuck on saying certain things.
And
wasn't reasoning. It just seemed like he wasn't reasoning. He just wasn't in the right sound mind.
Was he answering questions appropriately, or was he more answering what he wanted to answer?
It seemed like he was answering when he wanted to answer. He just said what he wanted to say.
Okay. Did you notice any bloodshot, if you were close enough, like bloodshot eyes, slurring of the speech, anything of that nature that you noticed?
Not that I really recall.
Okay. And after you transported this defendant to the jail, did you have any further interaction with him?
I did not. I sat in there while he was getting in the intake process.
All right, and then as he's getting booked into jail?
Booked into jail, yes.
Okay. And after he's getting booked into jail, did you then clear that scene, clear the jail?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any further interaction with him after that?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, so I did the hard stop on the recording, but we are back on the record. And Mr. Reifers, do you feel like you need a minute to get ready for the deputy for your cross-examination, or do you feel like you're ready?
If we could have a minute.
Okay.
Stand by for the moment.
Okay, all right. Do you want me to take a recess, or is this just like a couple of minute thing?
Just a couple of minutes, go over a few things.
Okay, because a couple of minutes a lot of times means different things to different people.
5 minutes
But
top.
if you just want to talk to Mr. Elter for a couple of minutes, that should work.
Your Honor, are we able to go out in the hallway?
Yeah, that's fine. Why don't we take a
That's what I was thinking.
5-minute break? I think one of the things that I probably am inclined to address sua sponte is, so this deputy did not file a report or any sort of, he doesn't have a police report, right? Or any
That's
kind of
correct, Your
report.
Honor.
So I am inclined to strike the last part of his testimony in which he gave an expert opinion that the person was that Mr. Reifers was under the influence of alcohol because there is no report. I get that this can be an observation or opinion that is made generally, but I think because you asked him about his professional experience, that he is testifying in an expert capacity, so I'm probably going to strike that portion of his testimony.
Okay.
We can talk about that after the break.
That's fine.
All right, let's come back here. Might as well go ahead and bang out the 1:45. So let's come back at 2. Well, let's come back at 5 till.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Deputy, you step down.
Court calls the case, People versus Darrell Frederick.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Frederick, who stands to my right, please state your name for the record, sir.
Darrell Frederick.
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me. Today's the date and time set for sentencing. I have had the opportunity to review the pre-sentence report with Mr. Frederick. We have no changes or corrections and would respectfully request that the court adopt probation's recommendation. I will just note, as to the restitution, Mr. Frederick is currently being held on other matters, so I would just ask that that be due after his release.
Sir, anything you want to say before I impose sentence? No. $125 statutory fee, $76.50 restitution to Kroger payable to the court. That'll be due by December 31st, 2025. I'll order 93 days of jail credit, 93, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court calls case People versus Michael Kyle.
Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Kyle, who is present via. Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
Michael Kyle. All right, thank you.
I believe the balance is $360. I was unable to recheck today, but it was days ago, I believe that's what it was. Mr. Kyle was incarcerated at the Washington County Jail from September 2024 until June this year. So I would ask if the court would consider waiving some of the balance, if not all of it, or in the alternate an adjournment of the show cause so that Mr. Kyle can get some work under his belt and start.
Is he working currently?
I do not believe so, but I think Mr. Kyle can speak more to that. Mr. Kyle, are you currently working?
I'm not at the moment.
September 10th.
You have August 13th and August 27th.
September date.
Oh, September, sorry. September 10th or September 20th.
I'll adjourn this matter September 10th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kyle.
What?
Court calls case People versus Brian Gerard. 4 cases.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Gerard. Mr. Gerard, please state your name for the record.
Brian Gerard.
We're here for show causes. Mr. Gerard has been in custody for 89 days at this time. His next court dates in circuit court are in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I'd ask that we just adjourn the show cause out. I don't know if you have
Is
any
it
idea of when.
anticipated he's going to be released anytime soon or no?
No, I might be going to rehab, but I don't even know what this is for.
This is for money that you owe
Oh,
on old cases.
sorry. I don't have it right now.
Well, when's your next hearing in circuit court?
The 14th.
Of this month.
Yeah, I should
yeah.
be going to rehab here in a couple of weeks.
Okay, so let's do this. It was September what, 10th?
September 10th.
How much?
So I'm gonna adjourn this out to September 10th, all of these out to September 10th, 2025, 9 a.m. And then that way, if he's in rehab, depending on what type, he may have gotten through a part of it. We can figure out where we'll go with it.
So I won't have a warrant out for my arrest?
Pardon?
So I won't have a warrant out for my arrest?
I'm not on these cases. I don't know what else you've done. All right. Court calls the case People versus Deanna Galamulski.
Teresa Blair on behalf of probation, Your Honor, Ms. Galamulski was scheduled before the court today for a review hearing on a prosecutor deferred sentence. She did complete all terms ordered by the court, and I did waive her appearance. Probation is recommending that the case pursuant to the prosecutor's deferred and discharged from probation.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Court does call the case People versus Daniel Sims. Oh, are they out there?
They're not right now.
Court does call the case People versus Rachel Lindeman.
Teresa Blair on behalf of probation, Your Honor. Ms. Lindeman was scheduled before the court for a final review hearing on a prosecutor deferred sentence. She did complete all terms ordered by the court, and I did waive her appearance. Probation is recommending that the court dismiss the case pursuant to the prosecutor deferred probation.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Court does call the case People versus Daniel Sims.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate with and on behalf of Mr. Sims, who stands to my right. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Daniel Sims.
Thank you, Your Honor. Today's the date and time set for sentencing. I have had the opportunity to review the PSIR with Mr. Sims, and we have no corrections and would ask the court to adopt the recommendation.
Is she expected to be released anytime soon or no?
It's a long, complicated story, but hopefully it's released soon to treatment.
Got it.
Yes.
That's all I need. All right. Is there anything you want to say?
No, not.
Okay. $125 fines and costs, $249.86 restitution to TJ Maxx payable to the court. I will make that payable by the end of the year, December 31st, 2025. I'll order 93 days in jail, credit 93, sir. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's call the case People versus Joshua Sherry.
Teresa Blair on behalf of probation, Your Honor, Mr. Sherry was scheduled before the court for a review hearing on a prosecutor deferred sentence. He did complete all terms ordered by the court, and I did waive his appearance. Probation is recommending that the court dismiss the case pursuant to the prosecutor deferred and discharged from probation.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Court recalls the cases of People versus Darian Roads.
Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perry on behalf of Mr. Rowe.
Darian Roads.
Teresa Blair on behalf of probation, Your Honor. Mr. Rose is scheduled before the court today for a violation of probation hearing. Probation would like to correct the balance owed to the court is $1,055 with the last payment made to the court on May 8th, 2024. Mr. Rose has failed to complete the terms ordered by the court in that he did not complete IOP treatment. He failed to provide proof of his AA meeting attendance, failed to attend the Victims Impact Panel, failed to report to probation as directed. He also failed to appear at 2 prior VOP hearings before this court where bench warrants were issued. In addition to that, Your Honor, Mr. Rose has new pending criminal matters. One out of the 34th District Court for domestic violence. Alleged date of offense is May 11th of 2022. That is on bench warrant status. He has 2 cases out of the 14A2 District Court, one being a domestic violence, the other being an attempted R&O. Alleged date of offenses, first being August 4th of 22, the other being November 3rd of 2022. He is scheduled for pretrials in both of those matters. He has another matter out of the 34th District Court for an alleged larceny under 200. That alleged date of offense is November 12th of 2023. He's on bench warrant status in that case. He also has a pending felony, a larceny in a building, alleged date of offense of June 27, 2025. He is scheduled for a PCC in that matter on July 10th. of 2025. It appears, Your Honor, Mr. Roads has continued to pick up criminal cases while on bench warrant status in this case and being in violation of the probation that was awarded by this court. Given all of that, probation is recommending that the court order Mr. Roads to serve 93 days in jail with credit for 16 days that he served to date, that he served the balance, that he complete the in-jail Dawn Farm program, waive remaining terms, accepting his financial obligations, and discharging him from probation without.
Ms. Spearman.
Your Honor, I am asking that you sentence Mr. Rhodes to the 16 days serves and close out this case. I did have an opportunity yesterday to speak with Mr. Rhodes for quite some time. I think what his issues really come down to is his finances. He explained to me that he and his family have been homeless all of last year and are just now getting back to a better spot. They were staying at the Red Roof Inn for some time, and then they stayed at the shelter for some time. This is all while they had, at this time, they have 3 kids under 3. His partner just had their newest baby in January. And at the time during last year, she was obviously pregnant with 2 children. So they were dealing with some serious financial issues. Mr. Rhodes says he did not have even a phone or a car to get anywhere. He did say that he was enrolled in the MRT program, which he believed was being used, I suppose, in place of his IOP. So he did complete some of the MRT program, but he did not complete it as it does require money to stay in it. He did just do a week. I think he was picked up on the warrant and did pay bond to get out. He said during that time, just a week really affected his partner and their living situation because he could not work. He is enrolled in a job program through the Friend of the Court, so he is working now. He also says he did attend some AA meetings, but because of his situation, he wasn't able to continue to those. I do know that the larceny cases, he is being represented by the Public Defender's Office, and he said there is an offer to reduce that felony case down to a misdemeanor. He's asking that the court take all this into consideration and the struggles that he and his family have been going through. But again, he is in stable housing now and is working.
The case ending in 1357, which is a show cause hearing, I'm going to adjourn that to September 10th, 2025 at 9 a.m. On this other matter, sir, is there anything else you want to tell me other than what your counsel's indicated?
Yes, Your Honor. That's what she says is exactly correct. It was a hard time, and I admit to the violation. I'm trying to get everything situated. I can make a payment today, and on the 12th, I just have to get rent paid before the 15th, and then I can continue to make payments every month until I can get the balance dismissed. Lower down.
These new cases, not doing it that way. Sentence of the court, 93 days in jail, credit 16 that he served. Defendant is to serve the balance. He's to report to the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today. If he fails to report, a bench warrant with no bond will issue. He is while in jail to complete the Dawn Farm in jail program. I will waive all other remaining terms, except his financial obligations, discharge him from probation without improvement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case People versus Gary Thomas.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, please state your name for the record.
Gary Thomas.
Your Honor, we're here for a show cause. I think Mr. Thomas owes 905 on this case. He has been in custody for quite some time now. I'd ask that we just adjourn this out again.
Is he gonna get out anytime soon, or Do we
I don't
know?
know what's going on.
What?
I said, I don't know what's going on. They ping ponging me around, man. Give me the loop around.
Do you know
I've
what-
been here to,
Where is that? You're in circuit court here?
yeah, Circuit Court and 14B.
Okay, so when's your next date circuit?
The
Just
tomorrow, I think.
Tomorrow?
Yeah,
Okay,
that
so
one.
subject
That's
to-
drug court though.
What? Right. Okay, what about 14B
I think that's the 28th.
of this month? Okay. Well, we probably won't be able to accomplish anything, but I'll adjourn this out to September 10th, 2025 at 9 a.m. I might as well be part of the ping pong game, right? All right, Ms. Thomas, take care. All right, that's that. Set me up for 11 and then I'll be back out court standing brief recess. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
I know you don't like when I speak, but it's a 2017 case. Pete is disabled. He's legally blind. We are trying to help clean up some wreckage from his past. Actually, Teresa Polari is very helpful this morning. I think we're going to apply for an ability to pay application. He's on Social Security disability.
How much does he owe? Do we have? Oh, no, never mind. Take care of Mr. Johnson first, please. No.
Yes, 40 cents.
And
he's on Social Security disability.
How much does he get a month on?
$967 total. He lives with his father. His father's 93 and has dementia. So Peter can't see, and his father's is struggling, and they're kind of helping each other out. Peter's brother is here with him today, just so you know that Peter didn't drive today and brought him to the court. But
Really, Shan? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So we've known each other a long time. Peter and I have known each other for 15 years. He went to the farm. He was really good friends with Larry Woodard, a guy that I sponsored who died in 2014. And we like to clean this up. He doesn't drink, he doesn't use. He's been doing terrific. Just like clean up the wreckage of his past.
And he was going to fill out an ability to pay for.
Correct. And Teresa actually sent us a form this morning. And I have Social Security disability paperwork with me as well, if the court wants to see it.
Don't worry about the form. I'll take the representation regarding the disability. This is an old case. And quite frankly, Mr. Shand, if you're telling me that you're working hard to try to clean up his records from the past, that tells me something else in terms of what's going on. So I'm going to waive $957.40. That should leave a balance of 125, which would be the state minimums, and then we're done.
Thank you, Your Honor. So can we get 30 days
To do what?
to pay?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not, the 125, we're not chasing you.
Waiving everything except for $125. So you're gonna owe $125 to this court and then we're done here.
Can we pay it today?
He will take your money gladly today.
Or then I'm done with the court here.
Good.
He already has.
Yes, so it's like $87 of the statement.
It's only $87.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what. We do even better. I was just informed he's already paid part of it's 87 even.
No, I was wrong. It's, yeah, 87.
87 even.
87.
So do some math for me. Take 1,000 right, minus 87.
$995.
995.40.
Yes.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to waive $995.40, leaving a balance of 87 because he's already paid part of the state minimums. So he only owes 87.
We can pay that today.
Fantastic.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Take care. Court calls the case, People versus Diamond Edmonds.
Public defender to advocate with my behalf of Edmonds, who should be present via Zoom. I do not have an explanation ability to, excuse me, to appear for the record with respect to the request from German. We did provide information for today's hearing. It is my understanding at least that Monday there was still a balance.
Yes. What do you have as a balance?
So in case ending in 922, she owes 440,
Okay.
and the other case, she owes 465.
Bench warrants in each of these matters will issue. Bond is set in the amount of $5,000, 10% on each case. Those warrants will issue immediately. Court calls the case, People versus Muhammad Farha.
Dr. Farha, who should be present via Zoom.
You see a name.
Hi, I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. All right, your name?
Muhammad Farha.
Okay. All right, where are we on this case?
Yeah, I believe this case is still bound with $825. And I believe Mr. Farha may be able to better tell the court on where he is on that. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Farha.
Yes, I had just completed treatment with the rehab, and I just literally started working. And I called the collections department yesterday to try to set up some type of payment plan with them, so I could get this thing paid off, because it's just I want to take care of it, and I literally started working. But I mean, I mean, it's an old. I thought I didn't know I owed those fees. I thought I did the time for it, but it caught me off guard with those fees. I mean,
Yeah, no, you still owe it. How are you going to get it paid, you think?
Okay, I'm working with the collection department to get a payment plan set up. So,
well, I'll set one up for you. What do you think? How do you think you can get it paid, Mr. Farr?
Can I pay like $50 a month? I mean, I just literally started working. I'm trying my best, honestly.
Here's what I'll do. You're gonna pay $50 a month beginning August 1st, 2025. Just get it done.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, take care of yourself.
All right, thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Cory Harris. Okay.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lawrence Kearney on behalf of Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris paid the 130 remaining this morning, Your Honor. I did confirm that via, JIS, excuse me.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
He was working. He really didn't want to come, so.
Got it.
That's fine.
So I'll cancel the show cause defendant's paid in full. Courthouse case, people versus Desmond Jones.
Yes, I'm here. Desmond Jones.
Okay, you're here on a show cause. How much is it?
Mr. Jones owes $644 and he is not represented by counsel.
You paid a bond on this case, it looks like. Do you see a bond? You paid 500.
Yeah.
All right, here's what I'm gonna, is that bond in your name, sir?
Yes, I believe so. If not, it's in my
It is.
girlfriend's name. Yeah.
It is in his name. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do in that case. Although we had to go the hard way, I'm gonna apply the bond. That's $450, right? Because there's an administrative fee taken from it. I'm gonna waive the balance and close that case out. Got it?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, now, having done that good thing, I've got some other bad news for you.
What's that?
I got a new case.
Uh-huh.
A new felony case. And it alleges that on or about April 23rd, 2021, at the location of Thousands Way in Ypsilanti Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, that you did unlawfully use a motor vehicle. Do you understand the nature of that charge, sir?
No, I don't. I didn't even know nothing about that case.
Well,
sir.
I'm not asking you whether you did it or not.
Okay.
I need you to understand if you know what you're charged with.
No, I don't. I'm
All
sorry.
right, then let me specifically lay it out to you. The
Okay.
complaint alleges that on or about April 23rd, 2021, at the location of 5055 Thousands Way,
Yes.
Ypsilanti Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, that you did without authority or without the intent to steal, take, or use, or was a party to such unauthorized taking or using of a motor vehicle, namely an automobile belonging to Linda Watson's Coleman,
Yes,
contrary to Michigan statutes. Okay, but sir, do you understand what you're charged with?
Yes, sir.
All right. That is what's called a high court misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 2 years incarceration, a $1,500 fine plus court costs. If you are convicted, the Secretary of State would also suspend your driver's license in accord with statute. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. I would also know, while this is charged as a felony, that if you are a first-time offender as defined by statute, the court may reduce the sentence to imprisonment not more than 3 months or a fine of not more than $500, making it a misdemeanor. All right, you understand that part, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, first question I have for you is, do you want to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, if I have to, yes. That would be the most definite. I don't know what to do I don't want to represent myself.
All right, so you want to be represented by an attorney?
Yes.
All right, this is a public defender case.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Tierney on behalf of Mr. Jones. We would waive further reading standing to the charges. As for PCC date And I would, if I may, Your Honor, ask Mr. Jones to call the court and the public defender office to update your phone number, Mr. Jones. We don't have a way to contact you right now.
Okay.
All
I
right.
definitely will.
Okay. Do you have the number for the public defender's office, sir?
Is it the South? Which one is it? The South? I forgot what they do. Is like the free public defenders.
Okay, let me give you the number because I don't know what you're talking about.
I thought it was the Southwest thing. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about the when they ask you to represent for the Southwest.
No, it's okay.
Okay,
You're good. I just want to make sure they can get through to you.
Okay,
So that
yeah,
number is 734
734
222
222
6970.
6970. So 734 222 6970.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And so here's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
And having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea on his behalf. I'll set probable cause for 17th for July 17th, 2025, 9 a.m. I'll set the defendant's bond at a $5,000 personal recognizance bond. Sir, I hesitate in asking you this question. You don't have to answer it, and if counsel doesn't want him to answer it. When I was reading the complaint to you and I got to the name, you said something like, "That's my wife."
No, that's my mother. Yep,
that's
my
your mother.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah, I'm sorry. So what I will order is I'll order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior or possession of any weapons. There's to be no use of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drugs. I will order that there is to be no contact with Linda Watkins Coleman.
Okay.
And sir, I have an Arlington address for you, but the Boston's Way, is that your mother's address?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, so I'm also going to order that you're not to go, no go to 5055 Boston's Way.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll order that. And then we will see you on the 17th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Court does call the case, People versus Ladante Knowles. No counsel. Knowles. This is show cause.
Yes.
How much?
1,179.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear, bond set $10,000. 10% privilege on that. That warrant will issue immediately. Court calls case of the People versus Dexter Pillar.
Public defender Natalie Pate for Mr. Fuller. Present via Zoom.
No.
Your Honor, I was unsuccessful in having a conversation with Mr. Pillar prior to today's hearing. I did provide him with the Zoom information. However, I was for the record.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $7,500. Give a 10% privilege, that warrant will issue immediately. Court does call the case of the People versus Douglas Robinson.
Under Natalie Pate for Mr. Douglas Robinson, who should be present via Zoom.
Yes, I do see the name. Mr. Robinson? Oh, there he is.
Yes.
All right, state your name.
Douglas Robinson.
Robinson, okay. And this is a show.
Your Honor, to be candid, the conversation we had was that I was unable to have a meaningful conversation with Mr. Robeson, but he did successfully get the Zoom and some conversations via text. That being said, it is my understanding that there is still a balance in this case of $849 and I believe 72 cents.
Yes.
I believe Mr. Robeson may be able to provide a better explanation to the court for how he might be able to get that paid.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I don't mean to keep making excuses. I just been really struggling. But anyway, nonetheless, I just started working, and I can start making payments. Friday, I get my first check, and so I can start making payments on a regular basis.
Okay, so how much can you pay on Friday, you think?
Can we just say 50, just so I don't?
That's fine.
Okay.
You're gonna pay $50. You're gonna then what? Pay $50 a month or $50 every paycheck?
A month would be very I could guarantee it'd make things easy for me.
You're gonna pay $50 a month until that's paid in full. And that begins this July 11th. I'll just make it beginning July 15th. I think I can do that.
Awesome.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir. Thank you. Have a good day.
Court calls case People versus Savante Scott.
For Mr. Scott, who should be present via Zoom.
I thought I saw him.
Yeah, he's been dropping in and out, but he's currently not present.
I'll adjourn it out to what's my August day?
August 13th or August 27th?
August 13th, 2025, 9 a.m.
I'm sorry, that was the 13th?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Oh, wait.
What?
Oh, he just popped into the waiting room.
He just what?
Popped into the waiting room. Would you like me to tell him to adjourn?
And what we could do if you didn't wish to do that. So what's your preference here?
I don't understand here. I'm not getting.
Your Honor, if I could,
All right,
Your Honor, if I could interject, Your Honor. Your Honor, I tried to very clearly and concisely explain what his options were. And I don't know what detail of appropriateness it would be to go in, but I'm not sure he's understanding what I'm saying, or he's not willing to communicate rationally as far as the procedure and what's happening.
Well, let's see where we are here.
Okay.
Mr. Wadley, Mr. Bush, I don't know what happened to the notice. You don't have much of a defense. I
actually got a bigger defense
all right, well, you quit showing up. We haven't seen you in 10 months.
I know, I'm aware of that. I meant no disrespect. I'm working with, like I said, a federal detective over this. I was rage baited and drugged. Like I had an ex call the hospital and had me locked in a psychiatric ward.
And I knew you were in a psychiatric hospital for a while.
My mother-in-law passed away. Now my ex called the hospital and said that my mother-in-law feared for her safety. Now my mother-in-law was deceased. I didn't even get to be with my wife while she went through that because of an ex locking me in the psychiatric hospital.
Now, you were in the psychiatric hospital from when to when?
I can't remember the dates.
Yeah, it was last fall.
And I'm not sure what the dates were, but I know that this has all been a series of stages to just like screw me out of my life over an ex. I mean, they dumped revenge porn They've had a whole community come after me and blackmail me. I submitted several reports to the state police that have done nothing to do an investigation. I was beaten, raped. They never gave me a rape kit.
Where was all
Like,
this?
This all happened between Branch County from the time I got arrested and the time that I got released. And this has been going on.
All right,
And
so
I can't get
as
any
of
kind of,
last June, but when you got arrested here, June 30th,
and I've got several letters that.
you
when I
said
was
they
in-
came to your mother's house,
You know,
and arrested you on this warrant.
Yeah.
Okay,
like it's not anybody's real fault, but I've been trying to work with the police and they won't even file any kind of claims.
Now,
They
I
won't do
don't-
investigation.
there's been an open warrant for your arrest since last October.
So,
Any police officer that would have communicated with
That's
you
right.
between then and now probably should have taken you into custody.
okay, now I have several emails where I've sent to the state police with my address, with me. I've called and
All right.
made reports and they've done nothing to investigate this. Like,
Well, okay, I don't know about that. If you wish to have a hearing, I guess we can set it when Mr. Bush gets back, but I'm not gonna let you out. You went off the grid for months.
even though
And it's a
tether-
serious assaultive offense that was reduced to a 193-day misdemeanor.
Okay.
I gave you 2 days and let you out, and you repaid me by poking me in the eye with a sharp stick.
So I'll plead
I'm
guilty.
offering to just give you the time served, a time originally ordered, rather than any additional sanction. The only allegation that you would have to admit to was that you failed to report from last October
I'll plead
until.
guilty.
All right, well, let me ask this. Did I threaten you into doing this?
No, just no officer will do their job. So
All right,
yes.
now, I can't speak to that. Your mother said when you were in the break room, said he doesn't do probation very
I
well.
completed 2 years felony probation, no violations. I completed 2 years parole, no violations. I
All right.
can't do nothing about my kids and everybody drugging me and locking me away, dude.
And you told me that
Excuse me, sir.
you're all right, there's Kleenexes there, that you recently found out you had kids. And you
Yeah.
didn't know that you didn't have any
My
children.
biological kids, I didn't know. have
And that
stepkids.
certainly would be upsetting. But none of that stuff, it certainly is concerning, is a defense to the fact that you just quit showing up for probation.
I feel like it was all stacked against me. I feel like this courtroom is like I'm being sold.
Well, I'm willing to give you a hearing, but as I said, it isn't gonna be very hard to establish the facts. Now, I didn't know how much was methamphetamine and how much was mental illness, and where one line starts and the other one stops.
I need witness protection after this.
Um,
That's what's gonna happen.
all right,
But I'll plead guilty. I'll take the 60 days.
all
Get
right,
this
Keith,
over with.
I'm reluctant to go down the competency evaluation path. All right, Mr. Wadley, let me make sure we're on the same wavelength. Did you understand what I'm going to do if you acknowledge you failed to report to your probation officer?
I do, Your Honor.
I'm gonna revoke your probation. I'm gonna suspend all the fines and costs you owe. When you get out of jail, I'm gonna be off your back. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand? You have a right to have a hearing on this if you wish, where we could take testimony, which case I could give you up to 93 days in jail. And do you acknowledge that you failed to report to your probation officer
Shouldn't even.
from October till you got arrested on June 30th? Do you admit that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. John, when's the last time you were connected with Pivotal or anybody from Community Mental Health?
I quit doing that since they were trying to take a power of attorney and take off with my life.
I'm gonna ask Pivotal to come see you at the jail. You need some mental health help
It's not
here.
mental health, it's people causing the mental health.
All right, well, stress can cause it.
Well, the feds will straighten us out when I get done with this.
All right, very good. I'm gonna order 62 days credit, 52 days, leaving 50 days to serve.
No, Your Honor, that's not right.
Oh,
60
credit.
days credit. 10,
credit 12.
okay, not 52.
Yeah, that's backwards. Leaving 50 days to serve. He had 2 up front and the 10 that he just did. I had it exactly backwards. 62 days, credit 12, leaving 50 days to serve. And your probation is revoked. The remainder of your fine and costs are just waived. And I'm gonna, you don't have to talk to him, but I'm gonna ask CMH liaison or pivotal liaison to check in with you. They do have a couple of trustee slots inside. Sentenced defendants are eligible for trustee. They make you a kitchen trustee or something, you could get out even sooner. They don't have any outdoor trustees anymore, like the garage or the lawn or any of that stuff. All right, Mr. Wadley, as I said, I'm off your back. I don't wish you any ill.
I'm sorry that you guys got drugged through this. I got politically assaulted and I know it's not your guys' fault.
All right, you're good to go and good luck.
I'll help you too.
Sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Your Honor.
Well, thank you, Keith. I don't know there was a good answer to that. I think there's some.
If he wants to talk to you, you can.
Yes?
Am I free to go, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
This, in his mind, he thinks he has 3 wives, 9 kids. Actually.
Yes.
He actually believes that.
Yes, he's got some.
He's really got some mental problems.
He does.
It's not.
I think he understands what just happened, but he's got some delusional thinking, and I'm gonna ask community mental health to go talk to him.
He really believes, in his own mind, he believes this is true, because I think a long time ago, he done so many drugs, and I caught him one time trying to electrocute his brain, standing in the water.
Us get him right there. And Mr. Johnson, who is handling your case? Do you know?
Judge, he's mine.
Ms. Wood, excellent. Let's add that. Let's get on the record in your case. It's 22 SC 180840. Mr. Johnson, you are on probation, and I signed a petition in connection with your probation in April of this year, and the allegation is that you in November of last year were arrested for driving while license suspended or revoked in Cherokee County. And then more recently, just this April, you were arrested for drug possession in Roswell. Your arrears it says your arrears at $38,000. I don't know what that would be given your charges, but I'll let probation talk to me about that. But the main thing is, while on probation, you are alleged to have violated the law a couple times. Ms. Wood, is Mr. Johnson admitting to these allegations or contesting them such that we should set this down for an evidentiary hearing?
Judge, before I answer that question for you, I need to give you just a little bit of background on this case. So this is on me. I mistakenly thought that Miss Rockwell was going to be handling the revocation. I found out yesterday that she's actually not going to, so it's on me. I have not met with him personally. However, I have spoken to his mother and then also the pre-indictment attorney, so I have a bit of information. I'm not sure if Mr. Johnson wants me to proceed since we haven't met one-on-one yet.
Mr. Johnson, you are free to speak.
Please proceed.
All righty then. So Judge will admit to the arrest. It looks like he's been in custody right at 3 months. I will note he does have a hold out of Woodstock, so I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. So he's a veteran judge. I was on the phone with the community care referrals agency of the VA earlier today. I was hoping to get the call back from the appropriate person before court today. He's been working with them to try to get hooked up with the recovery village. I personally wasn't able to get that confirmation before we met today. His mother is on the call as well, Judge. So I don't know. I think she's on the call. But it's
That
my
may be Mara Lee. She's been kind of moving her arms around some. Okay,
Yes,
great. Good to know that she's here.
Yes. So it's my understanding that he's eager to just get some treatment and hopefully get on the right path. I know he does have a good bit of restitution to be working towards. So I would ask for just the revoke for 3 months and then reinstate, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Simpson, how much time is left on Mr. Johnson's case?
1 month, 15 days.
All right, just over 2 years. And I now understand why there's such a large dollar balance. Mr. Johnson and Mr. Cano, I think is how we pronounced his last. I'm remembering this case now too. He beat this guy up pretty badly at a bar. And they agreed to pay some medical bills. And it looks like a teeny bit has been paid. And then we've got the 2 arrests. Okay. Well, and the last one mentioned, hold on one sec. Is that the kids from, all right. Were they here for the last case we just did? Because they streamed out of here once we were done with that.
Yes, those kids.
Given what he's charged with, I'm surprised the kids were here, but okay. All right, so there was also a mention of a failure to report. Is Mr. Johnson someone who plugged in with probation, or was there not ever even a formal relationship?
John?
I'll hear from you in a second, Mr. Johnson, I promise. I just want to understand what's going on the probation end. Just as he failed to report in November of last year, I'm wondering if there's been any connection between probation and Mr. Johnson since then.
Doesn't appear so, not since he picked up the charge and shared.
Okay, all right. Ms. Davis, what are your thoughts about how we handle Mr. Johnson's situation?
Given that Mr. Johnson did not report in that new violation, although it was a traffic offense, my recommendation would be in line with probation, which is to revoke 6 months and reinstate.
Okay. Got it. Mr. Johnson, did you want to add something about your being present with probation or not? What was going on there?
Well, I actually, I went to report to office, PCS office.
Can you lean into the microphone a little bit, please?
Can you hear me now, Your Honor?
Much better.
I went to go report to the DCS office on the date that I was supposed to. Actually, and then so when I went there, someone had died amongst the community. One of the probation officers, I'm not sure who it was, but they had I was next in line to go, and then they shut the door on me and said that you have to come back, Monday or whatever. And I never had a phone number to get in touch with an officer. I had the number to the office itself. I called it several times, but Your Honor, regardless, I need to do better at all this, and definitely need to get some help outside here so I can get things back on track. Like I
Okay.
For most part.
Ms. Wood, is your sense, I can't tell from the petition, what kind of substances, Mr. Johnson allegedly had when he was arrested in April, but that's the kind of help we'd be lining up. Are we talking marijuana, cocaine, pills?
It's allegedly like 3/10 of methamphetamine, Judge, and there was a person in the car as well.
Okay. I'm focused more on Mr. Johnson's request for help and just wanting to understand what kinds of things with which he'd need help. Understood. Okay. Do you have a place to stay, Mr. Johnson?
I do not.
So, Judge, it's my understanding that this recovery village that's what they're helping with. But again, I didn't get that call back in time before we logged on today.
Okay. Here's what I'd like to do. I do find that you violated the terms and conditions of your probation. You've admitted that. I appreciate that. That's the right step forward. You got arrested for a couple things. They're more harmful to you than anyone else, which is why help makes sense. If you've been arrested for busting a guy's nose in a bar again, we'd be having a different conversation. But I would like to have you connected with resources. I'd like it to be a little more concrete than just, hey, I'm gonna let you out and I hope something works out. So I'm going to defer entry of a revocation order to give Ms. Wood and her team an opportunity to cement whatever it is, and then share with me and with Ms. Davis, the prosecutor, what that something else is. If it seems substantive enough, I'm open to the idea of saying, let's get you there right away. But I'm also open to the state's notion that maybe the revocation ought to be a little bit longer. I mean, they're talking about 3 more months than the total you've already served. So it's not a huge swing. But to me, more months with no connection to resources is less productive than getting you connected with resources. So it's going to be at least a few more days, if not more than that, so that Ms. Wood has a chance to really lock something in so that you are released to a program that has a roof over your head and plugs you in with some addiction treatment. And we've got things like drug court. So we do have other options, but that's not me saying that whatever you've lined up wouldn't work. I just need to learn a little bit more about that, and that will come through Ms. Wood. Does that work for you, Mr. Johnson? Can you say that again?
Yes, sir. It works for me just perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Davis, you all right with that?
Yes, Judge.
All right. So Ms. Wood, I'll just wait to hear back from you. You can email me and Ms. Nelson and Ms. Davis with, hey, here's what we found. And then I guess keep Ms. Simpson in the loop as well, because she'll generate that revocation order. But it will be predicated on the 2 arrests and the arrearages. And I want to be real clear, Mr. Johnson, I'm less worried about that inability to pay. If you're not working, if you're not sober, you're not going to be able to pay anyway. And I'm much more focused on the foundations, which is getting you into a healthier, safer place so that you can do what I suspect you want to do, which is plug back in as a productive member, get your own place, and be able to, in a position to take care of your mom and other things like that. Okay?
Happy birthday, Mom.
All right. Bonus message. All right, that's what we're going to do. Ms. Wood will be in touch with you, and we'll get you connected with those resources soon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Thank you for jumping in at the last second.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, Mom. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much, sir.
You look great for 39.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Have a seat right there, please. Thank you. Sir, you made the line, I thought. Let's see what we have on your face. Well, we can hear you. Make that phone silent. Okay. We recall 23 CR 1222, the state of Texas versus Jeremy Dixon, who's present with his attorney, the state's attorney. Are we going to be watching the video screen this afternoon? Yes. Everybody ready? State? Yes. Defense? Yes. Bring the jury in. Thank you. Now, this. Oh, they like he's not going to be right. We better know. No. Record shall show that the jury is seated in the courtroom as well. All parties are present. And state, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. We're calling Recline McLean. She's already on the witness stand. I don't think she did so on the budget.
Are you Miss McLean? Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Lower your hand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for being here.
First of all, tell us your name.
My name is Kaya McLean.
And Rakaya, do you or did you know a man by the name of Raymond Whittington?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also used to be in a relationship with a man named Gregory Carrington?
He's the father of my kids.
Okay. So you and Gregory Carrington had you have kids, have kids together, and used to be in a relationship for a long time. Do you remember back in August of 2023 when Raymond Whittington was killed?
Yes, sir.
You weren't there that night, were you?
No, sir.
But were you dating Gregory Carrington back then?
Yes.
Did you call him Greg or Gregory?
G.
G? Okay. And you learned, I guess, that later that night after Raymond was killed, that G, your boyfriend Greg, was there.
Yes, obviously.
Okay. At some point later that, I guess, early morning hours of August 6, 2023, did you get a call from Greg wanting to help you or help him?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go and pick him up somewhere close to the S&S grocery off Concord?
Where is this? It is.
The Washateria, the Shell station. Did you pick him up somewhere close to that?
About a month.
Okay. What did you notice about Greg when you saw him?
He jumped out the passenger side car and was limping.
Okay, so he looked like he'd been injured somehow.
Yes, sir.
Was that on his left leg somewhere or right leg somewhere?
The left leg.
Okay. And did he tell you that there had been a shooting at the Shell station?
Yes, he said he had gotten shot when he called.
Okay. Now you weren't there, so I'm not going to ask you anything about what he told you happened and everything like that. But did you take Greg to the hospital?
I did immediately.
Did you take him to Baptist?
Yes.
When y'all got there, sometime after that, did some police officers come by wanting to know if he was involved in that shooting?
Of course, they were already there.
Oh, they were? Okay. It's kind of hard to go to the hospital with a gunshot wound and not have somebody ask a few questions, right? Now, was Greg, at first at least, he didn't really want to say anything about what happened, did he, to tell the police?
Correct.
Did you talk to him and kind of encourage him to tell what happened?
I did.
Was it important to you that they knew that he wasn't the one who killed Raymond?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was Raymond Whittington, was he your friend?
No, he was just a family friend.
Okay, so your family is friends with the family?
I'm family now because that's my baby's dad's family.
Yes, ma'am. So eventually Greg did tell the detectives what happened and what his involvement was, right?
Yes, sir.
Did he also tell them what kind of gun he had at the shooting?
He did.
He didn't want to, did he, at first?
No.
But later, did you convince him or talk to him about agreeing to bring the gun that he had in?
I did.
Okay. Do you remember anything unique about that firearm, that gun?
Yes, sir.
What was unique about it that I guess for you stands out in your memory?
If you asked me to identify, it was a 40 with a clear magazine, 30 round.
Okay. Was that a 30 round magazine? It's yeah, it's a little longer, isn't it? We call that like an extended clip.
Yes, sir.
remembering back then, what I guess stood out about it, was that something that kind of made it very easily identifiable for you, that clear extended clip?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before you came down to testify, did I ask you to look at the contents of, and just for the record, this has already been cleared by the bailiffs. But I ask you to take a look at what's inside State's Exhibit 153.
150.
Yes, ma'am. Do you recognize this as the gun that that Greg brought to the police?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this as Greg's gun?
Yes, sir.
And does it have that clear extended clip in it?
Yes, sir.
It's a Glock 23 40 caliber?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you and Greg both brought this pistol in State's Exhibit 153 to the police department? Okay. We will offer State's 153. Yes.
Objection to State's 153. It's admitted.
About a year or so ago was Greg killed. Was it at a shooting a block or two away from this Shell station?
Yes, it was also self-defense.
Okay.
I mean, not self-defense, it was, he didn't have anything to do with it, he was a victim.
Right. I think the facts of that were that he was kind of a third party that was helping protect someone else, right?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Do you have any other personal knowledge about anything that happened at the Shell station the night that Raymond died?
I was not there.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. This man may have a few questions for you, but other than that, I don't have anything else.
Anything? No questions. All right, you are excused. Thank you. Next, please.
Octavia Charles. Yeah.
CTAUI. Judge's witness is asking, not face, not issue, and whether to comply with that. Yeah, do you fully accommodate that?
Yeah, try now. You sometimes.
Yeah, like I'm just asking you because I can see the camera screen.
Oh, yeah.
You're right on them. Right.
Thank you, Judge.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please turn the microphone toward your voice. Thank you.
Hi, ma'am. Tell us your name.
Octavia Charles.
And I guess, how do you know the Whittington family? How do you know Raymond and Jordan, all them?
Raymond Whittington was my brother.
Okay, so and
Like he's born.
okay, so you and Jordan, Jordan is Raymond's older brother? Yes, ma'am. His older brother. And you and Jordan have kids together?
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. And so how long have you been just knowing them two?
Since I was a kid.
Okay.
I know they used to be cool, but I don't know.
Did all y'all go to high school together?
I graduated from Westbrook. I started at Central, but by the time I left for Central, they probably was at Central.
Is that where they went, Central? Is that where Jeremy Dixon went, Central High School? Okay. Do you know who I'm talking about when I say Jeremy Dixon? I know that they're, well, do you see Jeremy Dixon here in the courtroom? Would you identify something that he's wearing?
Tan, grayish looking suit.
Okay. Is he facing you or is his back to you? Will the record reflect the witnesses I identified the defendant?
Yes, it will. Are you gonna be showing videos with this lady?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
So do you remember the night that Raymond was killed? Were you with Jordan that night?
I was there.
No, I'm saying like prior to when everybody ended up at the Shell station. Were you and Jordan?
Pulled up to get my car from Jordan. That's how you ended up being there.
Okay. Had you been hanging around like with Raymond earlier that evening at all?
No.
Okay, so y'all all like first saw each other that night at that Shell station?
At almost 2 o'clock in the morning to get my car from Jordan.
I see.
And as I ended up there, I was at home. I wasn't in no club. I pulled up to originally get my car.
I see. What most of the people there drinking that kind of stuff? Most of the people there are either under the influence or impaired or intoxicated. Yeah. There's a couple of clubs pretty close by there on Concord, right? Is that where people, I guess, kind of move after those clubs close down? They kind of move to these locations? Yes, ma'am. They call that the Shack, I think, and then there's another one called the End Zone.
Yeah, End Zone is, they go to the Shack out there. The End Zone closed before the Shack up.
I see. So, at some point, how long did you stay there? All in all, like a couple hours? Yes, ma'am.
About 30 minutes.
Okay, so it wasn't that long at all. Before everything happened, as far as the gunshots, the shootings, were Raymond and Jeremy Dixon interacting with each other and kind of arguing?
No, at first, when I first got there, we all picked up, courtroom was drinking going on. And I was there for about 30 minutes before Jeremy walked up and interacted with him.
I see. Okay. And Raymond, what's his nickname?
Raymond.
Everybody called him Pooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So lots of people that the detectives talk to, they're talking about, if they talking about who, they're talking about Raymond. Yes, ma'am. Also, did some people call him J Black?
No.
Okay. Nobody called him J Black? Okay. Did I ask you to look at some of the security video before you came down today? Okay, can we look at it now together? Okay. Showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 1 is the security video from the Shell station that night, okay? We're looking at the right and for the last file. Now I'll zoom it in here in a minute, Octavia. It's kind of one of them. Well, I guess, can you see this okay?
I can.
Okay, so you recognize where this is? Is that the front parking lot at that Shell station? And I guess actually that's really the washateria side of that. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Now, if you look kind of up in this corner up here, I'm gonna zoom in real quick.
See this car right here?
Mhm.
You recognize whose car that is?
It's the building. Looks like Raymond building.
That's Pooh's car, right?
Mhm.
Do you see yourself in there yet?
I'm trying to see if it's on me.
Let me zoom a little bit more for you, see if I can help you out here. Now, this young fellow with these lighter colored boots and the blue jeans and the white shirt, does that look like Raymond?
Yes.
Okay. And then somewhere floating in there is Jordan too, isn't it?
Yes.
Does Jordan have a shirt off for most of it? I'll play it forward so you can see closer here in just a second. But do you remember Jordan having a shirt off for most of this? I'll play it forward first so you can see if you remember. See, does that right there
Yeah.
look like Jordan maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, and that right there looks like maybe Pooh.
Mhm.
And then maybe you're in here somewhere, I can't tell.
I don't know how white.
You had on all white?
Yes.
Okay. For some reason, I think maybe that, but I can't tell. No, that's not. Maybe right there. Well, fast forward just a little bit here. Just tell me if you see you. I want to skip too far ahead here, but I think at some point, are you sitting on the hood of the car? Yeah, okay, so I mean,
You was I was down in
once we get that to that point, I mean, I'll know where you are, for sure, but
man, a light shirt with some light bottom.
yes, ma'am. That's Jordan right there, right?
Mhm.
That's put on the, no, that's not, it's, I don't see it.
That looks like from on that.
It does, doesn't it? Just get a little bit farther there.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
You see that car that's on side of that dark car right there? Is that a silver Impala?
This one right here?
Yeah.
I can scoot over for you.
Cause I can say I pulled up right to get a silver Impala, and if that's it, I can say if it is, I need to pull up yet.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You might not have showed up yet.
Yeah. I thought that was it. That was, if it was considered a bond, I didn't even get out to the fact.
I think I'm a little behind from where they start fighting. Just trying to get my bearings here for where you are. Fast forward this a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sitting on it. I'm sitting up there. Look like me right there.
This,
Yeah.
okay. I see it. Okay. Do you know who that person in the orange is right there?
You know, time come.
Okay. But I'm gonna back up a little bit because I think Jeremy Dixon's already appeared. I'm gonna zoom out just so we can see. Okay, so let's see that person right there. You recognize that person?
Maybe stay down.
No, ma'am. I'm sorry. The one that's let me back this up a little more. The one that's walking right here.
Yes.
Is that Jeremy Dixon?
Yes, sir. Look like Jeremy Dixon.
He had on kind of some cut off blue jean shorts and a darker shirt and the two-tone shoes.
Yes, sir.
And he lost some weight from what he looks like here to what he looks like now. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna keep it zoomed out just a little bit so you can kind of see a little better. But he comes up to the group that you're at. And that, is that you right there sitting on the hood of that car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So out of this group, who do we know for sure you know who they are? That's Jordan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then this right here next to you, is that Raymond?
That's Raymond.
And do we know any of these folks over here?
Can you zoom in a bit?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you need to, the court will let you,
Walk up to
Yes,
the-
ma'am.
Okay, please.
Is that okay, Judge?
Yes.
Every, this kind of look like that cousin Chucky, but it's a little blurred, so I can't really see.
Okay.
But this right on, I want to stand right on, like right there, my bottom see. The rest of them I can't really let see.
And then the one in the darker shirt that's walking up, that's Jeremy Dixon. Okay. And somewhere in there is a Crystal too, right?
Yeah, she's somewhere. I'm still, but she's somewhere. She was right there somewhere.
And is that a Crystal Thomas? She was Raymond's on and off girlfriend back then, right? Okay. Anybody else you for sure recognize? Yes, ma'am. Give me that. Okay, that's okay. Now, I just want to, I'm going to you stand where I am so that they can see themselves, and I'm gonna point. This right here, is that George line? You think this might be y'all's cousin Chucky? This right here is you. Right behind you is Raymond. And that's Jeremy Dixon right there. Okay. And then there's a few others floating in there that we don't know for sure who they are. And somewhere in there is a Crystal Thomas too. Or in this area.
Yeah.
She'll be coming in and out.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that car right there, that's Pooh's car.
Right, Crystal car, but that was together, so.
Fair enough. Okay. Okay, thank you, man. You can. Now, when Jeremy came up to the car, came up to the group,
Do you remember kind of what his tone was, what his demeanor was?
I go to the room, he shook Jordan hand, and he walked up to Pooh, and he was like, hey, you good? And Pooh was like, what you mean, am I good? Yeah, I'm good. Then they started sharing words.
Now, just for the record, the witness was kind of like slapping her chest or hitting her chest. Will the record reflect that the witness was hitting her chest?
Jeremy walked up and he was.
Hold on. Yes, it will show that. Ask your next question.
I just can't take that down, so I got to make sure we record that somehow. But what I guess I take it from what you're explaining to me that Jeremy came up to Raymond and was, I guess, kind of trying to start something with him. Did you know anything about the history between those two, or if they had any, problems in the past?
From school.
Had you seen Jeremy Dixon in a long time, or had you seen
I
him?
seen him, I think it was my first time seeing him in a very long time.
Okay. I mean, were y'all good friends in school or anything like
I
that?
knew him from school.
So just
And then they keep-
knowing him, but not like, y'all's friend circles didn't, hang out all the time, that kind of stuff. Okay. So I guess, were you at least a little surprised that he even came up to y'all at all?
I was.
Now, did Pooh and Jeremy start to argue or to kind of go back and forth? What were they going back and forth about? What were they arguing about?
About him saying, you good? We're like, what do you mean am I good? He was like, I'm trying to see if you good, and just going back and forth, back and forth.
Did Raymond, was he very receptive to Jeremy coming up to him like that?
He was like, what you mean, like what you mean? Because when he walked up to Jordan, he shook Jordan in. But when he walked up to Raymond, that's what he did to Raymond. So, he was like, what you mean? Am I good? Yeah, I'm good. Don't be hitting me on my chest like I'm or something. And that's just they was going back and forth.
And did things kind of seem to escalate between the two of them over the next few minutes? What did you observe to make you kind of notice that?
They just kept arguing. You know how you at the pub, you feel like I'm drunk people. You know how when they start getting to it, basically what's going on there.
Yes, ma'am. Were you sober?
Oh, man, I was sober.
Yeah, so you were probably one of the very few that were out there.
I woke up out my bed to get my car for Jordan.
Okay. Let's watch a little bit more of Exhibit 1 here, and you can tell me if you see anything that we're talking about. That's Jeremy Dixon right next to you, looks like. There's you.
Evenly for me now.
That maybe where he shook Jordan's hand. Second, yes, thank you. And is he starting to look like kind of in the background here? Is he talking with Raymond? Don't want to go back too far, but. I'm backing up a little bit. Looking at that, do you see how it looks like Jeremy's hitting him on the chest like you were describing?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you remember?
Yes, sir.
We're at 31 minutes, 54 seconds. Things haven't gotten real confrontational yet, have they?
Yes. On that.
Now, is that Raymond kind of going off to the right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that a crystal right there?
Walking up.
Yes, sir. That's right. I'm right here. Is that a crystal?
Yes.
Okay. Does it seem like things are getting a little more controversial right now?
Yes.
Like who's getting kind of mad?
But every time who try to walk away, Johnny kill.
Yeah, you said something right there. Did you notice that over kind of the next series of interactions they had, that every time who tried to walk away, who would keep coming back?
Johnny.
And when you speak, please speak, into the microphone so everybody can hear. Thank
Can
you.
you see right one, right there?
I'm gonna back it up for you. Right there,
That's
that's,
who's talking to me.
and you can always tell it's Raymond because of his, yeah. So did he seem agitated at this point?
He was just like, am I tripping, sister? No, I'm not tripping. He walked up on me. I'm like, you're not tripping. You're not tripping. You know, he was asking me like, I know I'm not tripping. He walked up on me. I said, he did walk up on me.
Was he still trying to, not get something
like
out
the
of it?
dude walked up on me. Like, that's what he was trying. He was trying to ask me, was I tripping? What, sis, am I tripping? The way he walked up on me, I'm like, not tripping.
Well, I mean, so you've known Boo for a long time. Just knowing him and knowing how he is, did it seem like he was still not interested in getting into a fight or conflict with Jeremy Dixon?
And so he kept pushing the issue, basically. He was like, we talked, he walked away, and he still, running his mouth. And that's when he kept turning around and argue back with him.
Okay, hold on, just say it. Help the jury and all of us. You're using pronouns, he's. There's more than one he. Hold on, let me speak. When both of us speak, she can't take both of us speaking over each other. And she's really the most important person, the court reporter, because by law, she has to take everything down. And if she can't do that because we're speaking over each other, somebody gets in trouble. But when there's numerous people, females and males, help us out so we understand, all of us understand when you say he, identify who it is, please. And then she or her, identify who that is. Okay, use it better. Thank you, man. Go ahead.
Well, you see right one talking to me, and then he walked away to the driver door, then Jeremy kept on making him turn around to go back and, exchange words with him.
Trying to provoke him.
Basically.
Okay. And let me do what he said. Trying to provoke Pooh.
Yeah. And this my best man is coming and firing off, and he was trying to walk away.
Raymond.
Raymond, yeah.
He's at the back of the car right there.
Sitting by the same seat, you sit at the back of the car.
Yes, ma'am. Would he ever do stuff like that just to kind of calm down, not get agitated?
He'll walk off and I'll leave this thing. And that's when you see Jeremy. Now he's talking to Jordan, or going back and forth with Jordan, and Jordan, you see Jordan trying to pick up no mind and talk to the people in the car.
Yes, ma'am. And now he's right by you, and then Jeremy. I noticed that right there. Hang on, let me back up. So at this point in the video, Raymond gets off the back of the car and he's kind of walking back around, and he's gonna talk to the people in the car, right? And when he does, do you see Jeremy kind of reach out for him?
Yeah.
Right. Let me, did I miss it? Back it up again.
Right.
Right there. Do you see as he's walking by, what's Jeremy do? Kind of reach out.
Yes.
Like trying, I guess.
Stop him from I guess and walk to their car.
Yes, ma'am.
I just see him walk over to join my meetings.
Yes, ma'am. So Raymond and Jordan are right by each other next to the house. Okay. Seems like it's getting a little more contentious, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
And then Jordan hits him. I'm sorry, then Raymond hits. That's Raymond and Jordan hitting him, right?
Yes, sir.
Now I want to back it up. Right after Raymond,
You see me get up and I walk the other way.
yes, ma'am. Now, right after Raymond does that, is Jeremy hitting back?
He was, when they first started fighting, he was swinging back.
And if you see right here, what does Jeremy do? He pushes him in and towards the car, doesn't he?
Yes, sir.
And then he slam him into the car?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, is Jeremy also hitting Poop?
Yes, sir.
So Raymond is not just the only person hitting. Jeremy's hitting as well, isn't he?
Yes, sir. That's when you seen Jordan come in.
When Jeremy started hitting?
Yes.
You know Jordan for a long time too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is Jordan the type that if he sees his brother in a fight,
his brother like they all each other got.
he's
around his brother.
he's not gonna hesitate to jump in without even knowing the circumstances if his brother's
Yes.
fighting or getting hurt.
Yes. If you see harm, kick it on his brother's side.
Now, are they saying anything to Jeremy right now, or just
telling him? I'm not sure because you seen when I went walk into the store.
Okay,
I seen me leave. I went walk into the store.
Were they telling Jeremy things like leave or?
When he first was right there, Jordan kept telling him, man, just walk away, just walk away. Jordan kept telling him that before Jeremy kept going back and forth with Raymond. Every time Raymond walked away, Jordan kept telling Jeremy to walk.
Judge, have to check the hearsay. Oh, which part of the statement are you objecting to on this?
The witness saying what someone else says.
As far as Jordan Whittington?
Yes.
He's a testifying witness later, Judge, so I'll just ask him. But I mean, these are, I think, if I could have a follow-up, these are probably excited utterances and maybe even presence of impressions. But Jordan Whittington's here, he will be testifying this afternoon.
All right. Any response to that?
I stand by my objection, Your Honor, it's hearsay.
Right. Overrule, I'm going to allow the testimony so that the jury can understand the environment for the purposes of the environment that this episode occurred in. And then you can question this lady and also on cross, and also you're going to follow this up with another witness.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Overrule, based upon those circumstances. Go ahead.
No, is it fair to say at least one person had tried to encourage or tell Jeremy Dixon to go away.
Yes, sir.
Are they still kind of going back and forth a little bit at the back, on the back of that car?
I'm not sure. Let me back it up. I think we might, yeah, okay, I left the week in the store. After you see me walk away from the vehicle, I was in the store.
They did, I mean, at this point in the video, they've already stopped hitting Jeremy Dixon and are let him get back up.
Yeah, they let him get back up.
Okay. Were they trying to kill Jeremy Dixon?
I don't believe that that's trying to kill Jeremy Dixon.
Now, right here, does it look like they pushed Jeremy Dixon away?
You see him walk right back up.
And that's Raymond walking towards pushing Jeremy Dixon farther away. And now what is Raymond doing? Walking away? Okay. And he takes his shirt off right here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me back this up a little bit. Okay, so at this point, that guy right there, does that kind of look like Greg Carrington?
So, yeah.
I can do point out the shoes. He was wearing little flip flops.
Can you zoom it in a little bit? Yeah, it looked like Greg Carrington.
People call him G.
Yeah.
And that's Raymond right there, right? Behind Greg.
Yes.
And this is Jeremy over here, and Jeremy's starting to go back and forth with George now, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
Is that somebody fighting with Jeremy again? Are we getting some sort of warning? Thank the Lord. think, is this Jeremy right here, I believe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So they kind of pushed him out of the circle again.
Just kept walking back.
What was he thinking? Can you know?
I don't know.
Your Honor,
Honestly.
objection.
Sustain.
Now, or is that Raymond kind of walking with Jeremy away?
Yes, sir.
No, hang on. Did I miss where they went? Okay, so looks like Raymond goes back this way, right? Towards the car.
Yes, sir.
And this is Jeremy right here, right?
Yes, sir.
And then Jeremy gets right about to this tree and then he stops and turns around and starts talking towards Raymond again, doesn't he?
Yes, sir.
And now is Jeremy moving closer to Raymond again?
Yes, sir.
Now, is that Raymond going back towards Jeremy?
Yes, sir.
Did Jeremy kind of look like he was getting into like a fighting stage or something?
Yes, sir.
And then Raymond pushed him?
Yes, sir.
All right, now we move to the side here. No, never mind. I gotta go to the other. Yeah. All right, Octavia, I'm gonna switch cameras to the other side. We can kind of see where this. That's. And we're looking at for the record, the last file for camera 16 of exhibit 1. Also, just for the record, if these security videos on Stakes Exhibit 1 are needing to be played, they must be played with SM Player. It is the only media player that will play security videos of this format. Octavia, do you recognize that as kind of the alleyway to the side there? Is it okay if we watch this part?
Yeah.
I would prefer not to have to show it to Jordan. But to do so, I gotta show it to the students and other people. Okay? Is that you? No. I don't think so.
That's me.
That is you, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. I can always tell because you're wearing the white shorts and the white top. All we're looking for is when everyone starts to cross over there. Once they started fighting, did you really want to be part of any of that? That why you kind of walked away, went to the store? Okay. So I think we just are about to see Jeremy Dixon and Raymond walking across the entryway to the Washington side over there. Why were they headed that direction? Do you know?
They were still fighting and they went past them.
And at each point, did it, that we're looking at this, did it seem like Raymond was pushing Jeremy away, like getting him away? See, is he pushing him right there? And then does he hit him right there?
Yes.
Now, is Jeremy's fighting back at these
At this
points?
given moment, I don't know, because I was right there. As you can see on that.
I see. Where did you move to? Did you say?
And I kept going back into the store.
Trying to get away or get far enough away where you're. Now, that little area over there to the right, it's kind of just like this old,
Like a house used to be there and it knocked it down.
yeah, it's not a working house anymore,
It was like
abandoned. And there's like a field behind it too, and there, is that where they went? Just kind of in underneath, there's a little like a shed over there, right? Or not a shed, but like an awning. It's like something where there's not a bunch of grass, it's just kind of like a dead area.
Yes.
Is that kind of where the direction they went and where
Yes,
they
sir.
went? Did you eventually go that way too? Or
No, sir.
okay. So did they just keep pushing that way because Jeremy wouldn't leave, or did they both agree to go there?
No, he wouldn't leave.
Okay.
Who's he?
Jeremy wouldn't leave. I'm sorry.
Help us on that, please.
I'm sorry.
That's
Oh,
right.
you're doing fine, man. I do that all the time. So there's a few people that are going over there too, following. Right? Is that maybe you over on the far left? Like right here?
No.
No, okay. And it didn't take too long, did it, for everybody to start kind of coming back? Tell me to pause when you see me.
Walking in front of that vehicle that's going.
This one right here? Okay. And I don't see Jeremy or Redmond back yet.
Yes, ma'am, the one right in front of that car, the first car. Is that Jeremy right there on the far right? And Raymond right behind him? Now, you notice how Jeremy's walking and his hand is down here by his pocket.
Yes.
Did anybody know that Jeremy had a gun?
From my understanding, he didn't have one.
Right there, at least.
Yes, sir.
When you say from my understanding, is that because of what?
It's because when they first fighting, first thing we walk away, his shirt was raised up. He didn't have, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm saying, like nothing.
Like you, I guess, kind of saw that they didn't have any like big items in the pocket or anything like that. Now, at some point, did Jeremy actually go to his car or right near his car?
That's what I can get it to right now.
Okay, is his car back in that bar?
His car, if you press play, his car, like right a little bit behind my vehicle, because my vehicle, I'm here in this one.
Is yours the Tahoe?
The Tahoe.
Okay. Is that the Tahoe that Greg Carrington used as cover when he shot back at Jeremy?
Probably so, because I have bullet holes on.
You got bullet holes in
I
yours?
was in the store.
Okay.
So I continue.
Fair enough. You came out and you had bullet holes and your friend was on the ground.
My brother.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now, I will just tell you that you don't see in this video Jeremy's car, but I'll put it up on the well, there. State's Exhibit 12 here. Is that your Tahoe?
That's my Tahoe.
It had some bullet holes in it, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 14. That,
My Tahoe.
yes, ma'am, that's a couple of the bullet holes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. State's Exhibit 16, a little bit closer view of that bullet hole in the far back, right?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 29, is that Jeremy's car in that back corner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, we'll watch it once, if that's okay. Now, did you hear what they were saying there, or were you still at the system? You know these two people, are they having a friendly conversation here?
But at 4:20 in the morning, 4:20 in the morning, Raymond is on the front end of that vehicle at the corner of the store, the corner of the front side of the store. And Jeremy is a few feet from his car.
Yes.
Walking towards his car. And who comes back?
Jeremy.
And who's clearly talking to Raymond right now? I mean, not like talking to him right there, but who's talking at him?
Jeremy.
And then Jeremy turns around, walks a few steps away, and then turns back and starts walking right back towards Raymond, doesn't he?
I don't want to watch it no more.
I tell you. Did
Please get off the screen.
it's off the screen. Did Raymond have a gun?
No, sir.
Did he ever carry a gun that entire night or really in general?
No,
Judge,
sir.
objection, unless the witness has personal knowledge.
Do you know the answer to that?
He didn't have no gun.
How do you know that?
Well, if he would have had a gun, he probably would have grabbed it. When he looked up in the trunk, he opened the trunk, didn't have nothing in it.
Jeremy Dixon opened the trunk of his car. Or I'm saying,
Object to leading,
You see on the video where Raymond went to his trunk and the trunk was popped?
I see,
That's what I'm saying,
from earlier.
from earlier.
And Raymond didn't have a shirt on, did he?
No, sir.
You could easily see, what couldn't you, just by standing in front of him?
Go make an objection.
Objected unless the witness had personal knowledge of whether Mr. Whittington had a gun or not. And then objected to Mr. Eckhart leading.
All right. Did you know him to have a gun, man?
He did not have no gun. He had just got off of probation. He had just got off probation. He did not have no gun.
That's her answer. Why she believes he did not have a gun. Go ahead.
He in fact would have been in very serious trouble if he'd had a gun.
Object to leading, Your Honor.
Sure, sustained.
Would he have been in serious trouble if he'd had a gun?
Yes, sir.
So you don't, or do you know whether Jeremy Dixon had a gun the first time he was right here in this camera view or before he went to his car?
No, he didn't have a gun. When they first started arguing, you see me sitting on the car, I said, you know, you must need to do that going back and forth because too many people died, people be shooting. Jeremy, exact words.
Object unless the witness has personal knowledge.
She's explaining something she personally witnessed.
Hold on, what's your
The
objection?
witness had no personal knowledge of who had a gun at that time.
Once again, the jury will decide how much weight and credibility to give to the answers, and she has intimate familiarity with the person. You can give her opinion. Oh, go ahead.
Just to put context to what you're saying, you're talking about from kind of what we were watching the first video in the front side of the parking lot. Okay, so go ahead, explain to me how you.
So many people walking around with guns and people are losing their life. Jeremy said, I got a gun, I got a gun, I got, excuse my French. That's how we knew he did not have no gun.
So before you left, like I want to say leave before you walked towards the store. You were trying to tell them to de-escalate and not like get at each other.
Check the leading, you know, sustain.
Were you trying to tell them to de-escalate?
Yes, sir.
And did you mention the fact that there's been a number of
Yes.
violent shootings at this place? And everybody here is armed. At this parking lot.
Yes.
There's people, are there people?
Counsel's testifying.
What's your objection?
Counsel's leading the witness and testifying for him.
All right, he was beginning to lead, then he rephrased his question.
Are there people that walk around in this parking lot openly holding automatic and semi-automatic weapons?
Yes, sir.
It's not a very safe place to get in a shooting, is it?
Yeah.
It's not a very safe place to
Get
get.
out.
After you heard the shots, do you know how many shots you heard?
I heard like 5 gunshots. It froze. And I heard like 7 more. It froze. And I heard about 10 more after that.
Okay. So it was a bunch, and
Yes, sir.
possibly you don't know whether, but multiple people.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Jeremy Dixon in that alleyway when you got around the corner?
Surrender.
So he was already gone?
Yes.
Do you know what direction or what path Jeremy left? So you don't know whether he went through, or do you know whether he went through the fence or down the, okay.
When I walked out the school, I was like, well, it's like a book.
Okay.
I was not concerned. It's like a book.
So just. Octavia, I'm just gonna show you a picture from the original alleyway. So you're not looking at the video anymore, is that okay?
Please.
Davey, I'm just gonna put this up like this because Raymond doesn't have anything to do with my question here. You recognize this takes me to 46, kind of the alleyway that we're looking at here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you come around this corner after you hear the gunshots, right?
In front.
Yes, ma'am. Isn't that the front? It's hard to tell because I got stuff blocking. But that looks like, or does that look like Concord up there where those cars are parked? Okay. So is this picture right here essentially right in front of where Jeremy Dixon's car is at?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's like walk with it. It's almost what my vehicle was at.
Okay, so that's closer to where your vehicle was, the Tahoe.
Yeah.
Okay. So you come around this corner and you see Raymond. Do you know where Jordan is at this point?
So I'm right with his brother, trying to, brother.
Okay.
Shot.
Now, in this alleyway, is it your testimony that by the time you got there, Jeremy Dixon was not there anymore? Okay. Did you know that Gregory Carrington had been shot in the leg?
I didn't know.
Okay.
Until later on, I left from the police station because I left with the police.
The police took you to the station so you could give a statement, right? Okay. Did you know that Jeremy Dixon had been shot in the leg? Okay. Were you, I've watched the video a few times to try and really understand everybody involved. Were you kind of frustrated at the scene because of people getting in the way or yeah? That was you had kind of a problem with everybody just being chaotic at the scene. Is that fair? You wanted people to get out of the way so that the emergency services could get there and try and help. Okay. When the police arrived, they kind of moved everybody away, didn't they? And y'all didn't. Y'all were upset by that in the moment, weren't you?
It was the way they moved us.
Now, looking back on it now, do you kind of see why they would need to kind of have a little bit of a safe area for like EMS and fire department to come there to try and save Raymond?
Yeah.
But in the moment, y'all weren't thinking like that, were you?
No.
It's okay. You were a little bit all over the place?
I know they had cars coming, his body was laying right there. He wanted to put off his body. I was trying to get him in my car.
At one point, you wanted everyone to put him into your Tahoe so you could take him to the hospital.
Is that yes? Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you to do this only because I know that you're confident strong, okay? I'm not gonna put it up there, but this is the photos. It says exhibit 118. It's from the autopsy. Do you know who that is?
Oh.
That's Raymond Williams.
That's Raymond.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions for it. This man here may have some questions for you. Can you promise to be honest with him and answer his questions as best as you can?
Yes.
I'm sorry for your loss.
We're gonna take a break, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone else remain seated while the jury exits first. Thank you. But this one's very
All right, now we are to positions 8 and 9. Patient, Mr. Haynes. We don't need to get this on the record. My understanding is you are stuck because you need to go to DeKalb, and I need to figure out a way to get you to DeKalb and back to us so that then you can get into whatever program Ms. Wood lined up 9 months ago. I'm exaggerating, but not by very, very much. Is that fair, Ms. Wood, as to where we are?
Yes, Judge. And I did have a question because I know we've been trying to figure out how to do this. At one point, there was a warrant out of, I think it was Judge Edwards' courtroom that was still like floating out about. Can Miss Simpson confirm, is that still a thing for Mr. Haynes?
We do not have any outstanding warrants on Mr. Haynes.
She sees nothing in the system there. So this is just, we're going to do the brute force approach where I'll figure out with Ms. Nelson what we need to do on our end. And then I'll just put a hold in place. And ideally DeKalb honors the hold and lets us know when DeKalb is done so we can come get Mr. Haynes. And then he can be released to the program. Mr. Haynes, there is a possibility that when DeKalb is done, they simply open up the back door of the jail and say, here you go. And when that happens, should that happen, my request, it's not an order. I can't make you do anything then. You're free spirit then. Would be to reach out to Ms. Wood to let her know that you got released. Not so that we can take you back into custody, but just so that we can get you to the programming that was lined up. Okay? Can you lean into the microphone a little bit, please?
I have a phone number and address to Hope House. You know how to report to the Hope House.
Oh, right. You're going to Hope House.
Well,
You said you have a phone number for it?
Yeah, Miss Ross gave me the address and phone number. Told me intake Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 to 2. So I know the procedures to get into the program have updated TV test. If I do get released, I know where it's at.
Okay, well, because that would sort of be a plan B, is that if you are released from DeKalb, is get to Hope House. They may not have a bed for you that day, then and there, but you could say, hey, it's me, Timothy Haynes. You had a bed for me 6 months ago. Put me back in the queue. Then you let Ms. Wood know where you are. And we'd probably have you report to probation so that probation is keeping track of you. But ideally, in the best of all possible worlds, we're actually dropping you off at Hope House when there's a bed. And beds come open all the time. So it could well be if you knock on their door, like, yeah, we got a spot, but there may not be. And that's what I'm trying to engineer, is that soft landing where you would go from Rice Street or AC/DC to Hope House. Okay? You've been very patient with that. I will make that my project this week to get you to DeKalb.
You know, time serve my last case.
Can you lean into the computer and say that again?
Time serve the last case. So I can go to DeKalb.
Yeah, so you had 4 cases and I time served 2 of them. And 2 of them I just haven't signed. I've held on to them because we were trying to figure out how to get you to DeKalb. And Ms. Wood kept saying, hey, have you figured out Mr. Haynes? I forgot. And so she finally said, we need to get him on a calendar. And that is her doing her job so that you're front and center. And like I said, I will make sure that we sort this out this week, okay? All right, unless you have any other questions, that's my project.
No other questions.
Okay, thanks. You're good to go.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Wood, and thank you, AC/DC, with the bad microphone.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. We're still working on it.
Okay, appreciate it. Take care.
Bye, everybody.
All right, now we can go back to the calendar as it's set up, and position 1 should be off. Yes, that was a waiver. So we'll get a scheduling order out. Waiver and sketch. So that gets us to James Smith. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Thanks for your patience. Your case is on for plea and arraignment. Ms. Wood, who you see on the screen there, is the lawyer appointed to represent you. I'm going to ask her a few questions. I'll ask you a few questions. And then if you've got any for me, you'll be able to ask me. Okay?
Okay.
All right, Ms. Wood, what are we doing in terms of arraignment for Mr. Smith?
So Judge, Ms. Dilligard and I have been working very diligently on a resolution. We were very close and we're not there yet. So I think it's probably best if I just do a waiver today. And then hopefully we'll get him added onto a calendar for a resolution really soon.
Okay, great. So if you'll get that filed, then it sounds like Ms. Dilligard knows what she needs to get you if she hasn't already, because you've been talking and I appreciate you talking in advance. Mr. Smith, Ms. Wood will keep you posted as she continues to negotiate with the prosecutor, but it sounds like the two sides are pretty close to a joint recommendation. That, of course, doesn't bind me, but if you are okay with what your lawyer has negotiated, then we'll get you in here to court to see if that's a plea that I'm willing to take. And if so, then you will have resolved your case. Does that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions for me?
Well, I have a probation case in Richmond County. I just want to know if I can run everything concurrent.
It's from a county other than Fulton. You said Richmond County?
Yes.
So I'm not able to do revocations from other counties, but it may be that Ms. Wood is able to contact a defense attorney there to see what the temperature of the water is like there. The further you get from Fulton, the less I'm able to forecast. Oh yeah, they'll go along with what we do. Sometimes I can tell you with a high degree of confidence that, look, I'm making this up. I just gave you a year to serve here. Don't worry, DeKalb's going to give you a year to serve as well. They'll run it concurrently. I don't know what Richmond County is going to do. I also don't know how much probation is left. If you only have 2 months of probation left and you're going to plead to something here that's more than 2 months, that's easy. They're not going to stack that. So I have a colleague here from probation. She says that your Richmond County probation is over.
Oh, that's what's up. All right.
Look at that. Big win for the day.
Yeah, that's good. That's what's up.
All right.
Good news.
All right. So there's a little bit of good news for you. The other good news is that Ms. Wood is on the cusp of working your case out. And that's when I'll see you next. When she's done that, we'll do that. If for some reason they can't sort things out, I'm going to keep your case moving forward. Your lawyer will get discovery. She'll talk to you about that. If we need to hear motions, you'll be brought over for that. Otherwise, we'll get you onto a trial calendar. But it just doesn't sound like that's where your case is going. Okay?
Okay. Can I,
Ms. Wood?
Can I expect a date?
I don't know the answer to that. I think that just depends on how productive your lawyer's conversations are with the prosecutor. Ms. Wood, anything else on behalf of Mr. Smith?
No, Your Honor. Mr. Smith, I'll be out to see you soon to tell you everything, okay?
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You bet. And I don't see Ms. Dilligard on. So Ms. Davis, anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. That's it. Thanks, Mr. Smith.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Judge, just as a FYI, Ms. Dilligard will be handling position 1 as well. The Heard case is a domestic violence case.
Okay. You're shedding cases left and right.
Trying.
Good afternoon, Mr. Edmond. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. I'm Judge McBurney. Your case is on the calendar today for plea and arraignment. Your lawyer, Ms. Rios, who's on the screen there, has already filed a waiver of arraignment on your behalf, meaning she's entered a plea of not guilty. And so we're just going to connect to see what's happening next in the case. Ms. Rios, anything you want to add beyond you've done the waiver and you'll see Mr. Edmond soon?
I did do a court referral, and I'm hoping it will be sent to drug court. He has two other defendant cases. This one I put the court on a separate. I'm trying to do a global. Glad I talked to Ms. Davis. Hopefully, do a global resolution for the office cases.
What are the types of charges in the other two cases?
The first one for sure is like drugs and obstruction. I'm pretty sure it's all the same. Well, okay, this other one is drugs too, and obstruction, and also battery and fare evasion.
Okay. Mr. Edmond, have you heard of drug court before?
Yes, sir.
Have you done drug court before?
I haven't.
Okay. All right. Well, it looks.
No help. I haven't had no help with no drugs before.
Okay. And do you use drugs or just sell drugs?
I use them.
Okay. Well, the drug court can be a good thing. How old are you?
I'm 35.
Okay. Well, drug court is all about rehabilitation and recovery and sobriety. So Ms. Rios is going to work to get all three of your cases moved into drug court. She'll talk with the prosecutor about whether that means you'd be pleading to them and then do probation into drug court, or if it's a diversion or what. But it sounds like Ms. Rios is on top of it and will be moving things along. So go ahead.
Okay, the two cases are actually one case. The battery was a warrant on that case.
Okay.
The battery and everything happened on one day.
Got it. So like the fare evasion and the drugs, et cetera, all one.
Oh, that was one day.
Okay.
But they got it for two separate days.
Okay, well, they'll figure that out, and we wouldn't, I mean, if it's one case, it's one case. The goal is to get it all together if drug court makes sense. And so you've made the referral, Ms. Rios, but intake hasn't connected with Mr. Edmond yet. So Mr. Edmond, you will get a visit from someone from drug court. Either they'll come right over there to the jail because their offices are half a block away, or there'll be something like this where you're on Zoom. But you'll want to make sure that you are open with them about your drug usage, addiction, et cetera. And if it's a good fit, they'll let me know that you've been admitted, and then we'll take it from there. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Davis, is this also a case you're giving to someone else?
No, Your Honor, this is my case.
All right. Anything you want to add?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I'll do a scheduling order and we'll start that process. But if drug court is on the near-term horizon, don't wait. Just let me know and we'll get it moving. Do you have any questions, Mr. Edmond?
Second, good.
All right. Well, then you are good to go. Ms. Rios will keep you posted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay, he's gonna need to do some jail time. I have questions. Do they do jail time? Too? No, that's not the. Okay. Okay. On that minute. Okay.
Trying to get Mr. Baker up.
Yeah, I found a receipt of his. We've got a lot of history, just FYI.
I think it's connected, Judge.
Yeah, I just, yep,
Oh, you're replaced.
he is not there. All right. Officer Reynolds, we're trying to track down Silas Baker. He's position 5 on the calendar. And my notes said that he'd be in 3 South Booth 1.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to get IT to see what's going on 3 South. So if you give me a couple more minutes,
Sure.
we'll get it situated.
Okay, great. The booth is working. I'm looking at, it's open and I'm looking in it. We just need to find Mr. Baker. So we'll sit tight. We'll move on to another one.
All right, thank you.
Sure. All right, we dive into that. Let me figure out who all is involved in the case. Ms. Wood, is this your matter?
He's mine, Judge.
All right, there we go. And we'll have a prosecutor. We've got everyone we need. Let's go on the record then. This is 24 SC 002573. Mr. Nolly, you were convicted of possession of cocaine with intent to distribute. And I signed a warrant about a month ago, a little less than a month ago, that alleges that you did not report to probation in April of this year. And then in May of this year, you were arrested for another drug trafficking charge. And you were also supposed to complete a drug and alcohol abuse evaluation, but you didn't do that. So the biggie on there is the new charges. I'm going to look those up real quickly, and then I'm going to let your lawyer do a little talking. Before that happens, though, Ms. Simpson, how much time does Mr. Nolly still have?
Saw him in April.
He's got a lot of time left.
He does. He has 9 years, 8 months. Stationary.
Okay. Meaning his, oh, because he was just, okay, got it. Oh my gosh, okay. All right. Look at one thing. Okay. Ms. Wood, Mr. Nolly seems to have had an unfavorable start to probation.
Yes. Judge, so I was going to ask if we could reset this. It's not necessarily that I think we'll actually have an evidentiary hearing. I want to get the unindicted file from the pre-indictment attorney. And also I want to get Ms. Ross involved just to see if there's a possibility of us working out the new case with the violation. And also potentially explore if there's any issues that need, treatment, Judge.
Sure, makes sense to me. So what we'll do is have this set down for an evidentiary hearing. And all I'd ask Ms. Wood is if you know of far enough in advance that that's not what it's going to be, let Ms. Davis know so she can unsubpoena whoever she needs. Just looking at the warrant, it sounds like Sergeant Swinger is about all she needs in this one, but she'll sort that out. Mr. Nolly, we're going to put this down for an evidentiary hearing. I suspect that the state is seeking to revoke a pretty healthy chunk of your probation because, and these are just allegations, I'm not making any findings right now, but the allegations are within a month, actually it was 1 day less than a month of you pleading guilty in this case of possessing cocaine with intent to distribute. You got, I don't even know if pulled over is the right word because you were kind of stuck in the middle of the intersection with more drugs in the car. That would be problematic if true. And so Ms. Wood is going to make the state prove it up, which is certainly the state's obligation. So we're going to set it down for an evidentiary hearing. It may be between now and then Ms. Wood is able to work something out for you that is a different outcome. And of course, it may be at the evidentiary hearing, the state doesn't meet its burden, which is lower than at a trial, but they still have to prove by a preponderance that these things alleged actually happened. So we'll see how that goes. And we'll take it from there. Is there anything I said that leaves you confused or uncertain about what we're doing, Mr. Nolly?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Davis, anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Then we will reset for hearing. Sounds good. Anything else, Ms. Simpson?
Judge, just, as you stated, would be request.
Okay, got it. This warrant will keep Mr. Nolly in place even if he got a bond on his PI matter. Okay, good. Ms. Wood, anything else on behalf of Mr. Nolly?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Nolly, we will see you soon. You'll be here in person for the evidentiary hearing. We wouldn't do that with you in the Zoom booth. We'll bring you over here to court so that you'd be able to see the witness or witnesses who are testifying, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll see you soon. So that leaves, we have our sentence clarification motion and Mr. Baker, if we're able to find him. Let's see if Bree South has, nope, no one in there yet. So why don't we pivot to the Metro reentry hearing. And now is when he leaves. Mr. Campbell, you coming back? He's back. All right.
Can you hear us, Judge?
Yep, we can hear you. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, let's get on the record. In this case, it is 19 SC 166417, State versus Campbell. Mr. Campbell is appearing from Metro Reentry, and he is represented by
Hannah Szytkowski.
All right, by counsel, and the state is represented by Ms. Davis. And Mr. Campbell's lawyer has filed a motion. It says to clarify. I think basically it is a request for me to say something to the Department of Corrections that gets them to view the credit for time served calculation differently. So I'm going to turn it over, Mr. Campbell, to your lawyer to share with me what she wants to share. Let me get up on the screen. The filing was pretty big, so I didn't print it all out because it has a transcript in there. You know, we never found Ms. Phillips. One way you could improve your sentences by helping us find Ms. Phillips. You had any contact with her?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Let me get that motion up. All right, counsel, I am ready when you are. We're on the record, and you can let me know what you think I ought to do and why. Oh, maybe we short circuit this. Ms. Davis, I don't know how much time you've had to digest this, but if you've had enough and you don't oppose it, then really all I need to understand is what magic language I would use to affect the change. But if you haven't had enough time to digest it all because you have 14 cases on tomorrow's trial calendar, I understand that too, and we'll just hear from counsel.
No, yes, Judge. I believe she CC'd me on this motion, or I was able to get a copy because of the filing. And I'm not opposed to giving the defendant credit for all the time he has served. So I think that's.
Well, I'm not either. I think he's entitled to that,
Yes.
but I want to understand what he thinks he didn't. I don't want to. I remember this case and how long it took to get Mr. Campbell to get to the point of, yes, I'm sorry, I did all these many things. And he was there, he wasn't there, he was there, he wasn't there. So it wasn't the most memorable acceptance of responsibility. And so he should get the time he served, but not a minute more. And so I just want to make sure we're accurate on all that.
Understood, Judge. And it does seem like maybe he was somewhere else, it seems like.
I can clarify. I can kind of go through exactly what our request is and what our position is. If that would help. Yes. In effect, Mr. Campbell has been in continuous custody between the Fulton County Jail and GDC custody since January 29th of 2019.
So you have January 31st in your motion. So is it the 31st or the 29th?
In the transcript, he was arrested on January 29th. As to the proof of incarceration that we were able to pull from Fulton County Jail, it says the 31st. So
Okay.
I'm only asking for the 31st because that's what we were able to verify and was on the proof of incarceration. Judge, Mr. Campbell was initially arrested on the charges in the underlying case as well as a violation of probation. That was the reason that he was eventually transported to GDC custody prior to the resolution of this case. Judge, included as an exhibit in my motion, I had the proof of incarceration for Fulton County Jail, as well as proof of incarceration in GDC. I'm happy to go through exactly those dates, but basically Mr. Campbell was going between Fulton County Jail and GDC. He never made bond on this case, Judge, and so he has been in continuous custody since January of 2019. The sentence entered into this case in July 6th of 2023 has his custodial date, the date that he would start receiving custody, as January 19th of 2020.
So it says January 29th of 2020. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same dates.
Yes, Judge. And it says.
I'm looking at it.
Thank you, Judge. And it says the defendant is to receive credit for time served in custody from January 29th of 2020.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a whole year off.
Correct, Judge. I think that the confusion was that was when he had finished with his violation of probation sentence and was brought back into Fulton County Jail.
Okay.
So that's the discrepancy that we see, and it's clear from the record that it was everybody's intention that Mr. Campbell received credit for every day that he had served since the date of his arrest, since he was never released from custody on these charges. So that's our request. I had reached out to ADA Dilligard previously, who it was my understanding had this case. She was in consent to the clarification. I did provide a proposed consent order that she had added her signature to. So
Okay.
that's all the background, Judge.
Got it. And I appreciate your patience with the transitions in the DA's office. So Ms. Dilligard would have handled this motion that we're doing today, but this plea greatly predates Ms. Dilligard's time in the office. The plea was with Ms. McCauley, who is now in a different jurisdiction. But she was the one who was actually familiar with the ins and outs of all 41 counts in the indictment, and Mr. Campbell's connection to them, the co-defendant, and the elusive Ms. Phillips as well. But you've done a great job of distilling it down to, look, Mr. Campbell's been in since January of 2019. His sentence sheet says credit from January 2020. And so this is a discussion about should he get that extra year? It's not what the sentence sheet says. So I'm curious if you can point me to language in the sentencing transcript that would be consistent with your request.
I can. The discussion about, well, firstly, I'll direct the court and the state to page 64 of the transcript, specifically line 15 and 16. This is the first time where Mr. Campbell's attorney at the time lets the court know that he had been in continuous custody at that point since the date of his arrest. And Judge, the transcript.
So I know I'm doing a terrible job of interrupting you, but the lawyer for this transcript is not the lawyer who took the plea. This is a transcript of a plea that didn't go through, because that's Ms. Snyder talking on page 64. And she got Mr. Campbell along, but not all the way. And he then got cold feet and languished for a while longer. And it was Mr. Kennedy, Reed Kennedy, who took the ultimate plea and sentencing. So I'm happy to go back to the transcript you're talking about, but that transcript did not result in the final disposition.
Yes, Judge, and I was aware of that in reading the transcript. This was the transcript that we were able to get.
Okay.
So the court is aware. And I point to it just to illustrate the fact that it was known that Mr. Campbell had been in continuous custody, and specifically that it was the court's intention to give him credit, all the credit that he was legally entitled to. On page 78, the court tells Mr. Campbell that both he and his co-defendant would be receiving credit for all of the time that they had served. Judge, I think that it's clear under OCGA 17-10-11 that this is credit that Mr. Campbell is entitled to. He, like I said, Judge, he never bonded out, whether he was in Fulton County Jail or GDC custody. He's been in continuous custody since the date of his arrest in this case. So I think that under OCGA 17-10-11, this is credit that he is entitled to.
So I will certainly look at 17-10-11, because if by law he's entitled to it, we don't need to go around in circles. And let me take one step back from that. I think you've established very clearly that from January 31st, maybe even January 29th of 2019, Mr. Campbell has been in continuous custody. So we'll take that as a given. That means, again, the discussion is, what about that first year of custody? If by law he's entitled to it, doesn't really matter what any of the transcripts say. He gets credit for that. I'll look at 17-10-11. I'm curious, because you are, for right now, the subject matter expert in this area. He had a bond. It doesn't sound like he could make the bond, But if the reason why he didn't make the bond was because there was a probation hold and he got revoked and was dealing with all that, but otherwise he could have been out, why does he get credit for that time?
Can I ask a clarifying question to the court?
Of course.
Is the question if he actually did pay the bond or he did not pay the bond?
It's both, because that's a great question. And I'm looking in the docket now. I don't think he ever, but he may not have tried to make the bond, and we'll never know. That's not really, that's a thought exercise. But he had a bond, and so in theory, he could be out if he could make. It was a ginormous bond, and so it may be that the judge who said it didn't expect it to be made, but it may have been just part of the volume of the counts. It was a Judge Ship who set that bond. But anyway, the fact that he had a bond, he was not on a no bond status for this case. And so really what was keeping him in was the probation business. So 17, 10, 11 still give him that year.
And Judge, I can quote from the statute, and I would also direct the court to Forrest v. State, a fairly recent Court of Appeals case that I think reemphasizes what 17, 10, 11 states. But Judge, as I said in my motion, the statute states a person shall be given full credit for each day spent in confinement in any penal institution or facility, and in any institution, including pretrial confinement, for any reason since the date of arrest for the offense, which is the subject of the sentence.
It's pretty clear.
That's our position, certainly,
Yeah.
and that whether or not Mr. Campbell had a bond, whether or not he could make that bond, whether or not it was a decision on him not to make that bond, that would be irrelevant under 17, 10, 11.
Okay. What's the citation for Forrest?
And if the court could give me one moment, I can get it.
While she's looking that up, Mr. Campbell, I recently toured the Metro Reentry Facility. The fact that you're there is a good sign. That means that you are wrapping up your sentence and they're helping you get a lot of kind of life skills, reentry coursework and programming.
Yes, sir. And I actually graduated the program. I've been here a year now.
Oh, so you finished the program, but you just, the way GDC is calculating your sentence, you're not out yet.
Yes, sir.
And Judge, I have that citation. It is 374, Georgia Court of Appeals 118. And that was decided January 16th of this year. And Judge, actually, that case I think is even less. Let me say it this way. In that case, Judge Forrest was an individual who had a Fulton County case, a charge in Fulton County for arson. And after his arrest in that case, he was transported and spent some time in DeKalb County on a completely separate charge. And the attorney in Forrest asked for him to have gotten credit for the time that he spent in DeKalb County against his Fulton County case, and the court said that he was entitled to that time. So
Okay.
I think that that's even a further stretch than Mr. Campbell, who again was in custody. And my understanding from reading the transcript is one of the main reasons that his probation was violated was based on his arrest for these new charges.
Got it. Do you have a sense as to why Mr. Campbell is still in? I know I'm asking sort of the unknowable, but he was not sentenced as a recidivist, and none of his counts of conviction are, well, you have to serve to the day of the sentence. And they sent him, GDC sent him to Metro Reentry, and he successfully completed it, which usually means, and now you're out. So nothing about his sentence, as I'm reading it, is well, you got to do all 8 years. It's a separate issue. It has nothing to do with how I'm a rule on this. I'm confused, and it looks like Mr. Campbell may have an answer. What do you know about it, Mr. Campbell?
So when I first came to prison, the required time that the parole board wanted me to do, I would be a little past like a couple months, but because my time was shorted a year, it's a little further than it would be now.
Okay, I get it. So the parole board said, I'm gonna make the number up. They said, look, you need to do 4 years and 7 months. But they're doing the math from the date that is in your sentence, which is 4 years and 7 months from 2020. And you and your lawyer are pointing out, really, it should be 4 years and 7 months from 2019, which would, does that get you out right away? Or does that mean you've got, if you get that extra year's credit, do you get out right away? Or does that mean you've got 2 months instead of a year and 2 months remaining?
Yes, I will have to wait for the parole board to just set me a date now.
Okay, got it. And when you get out, where is home for you?
I'm actually staying in Douglas County now.
Well, you're staying in the Metro Reentry right now, but when you get out, would you go to, is it your mom's house, your girlfriend's house, your uncle's house?
Yes, my girlfriend's house.
Your girlfriend's house. I'm always fascinated by that concept. Help me understand how, you've been in jail for how long now?
6 years and 9 months.
Okay, so almost 7 years. And this is some young lady you were dating. She's not as young anymore. You were dating before you went in, and she's going to let you stay in her house now 7 years later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you checked with her to make sure there's no one else staying in the house?
We have been talking for like a couple of years now.
Okay. Well, I'm happy for you then. It's good that you've got a spot. Is she working?
Yes, sir.
What does she do?
She works for Pepsi. I don't know the exact thing she does, but she works for Pepsi.
Okay. All right. Counselor, anything else on behalf of Mr. Campbell?
No, Judge.
Tell me where I find the proposed order you said is part of what you filed?
I had sent it separately, Judge. I'm happy to send it again. I had sent it to Miss Nelson on Monday, but I'm happy to send it again.
I've got it. In fact, Ms. Nelson has sent it to me twice now because she knows I lose things. But I remember looking at it in preparation for today. So it literally just says clarifying sentence. It's not GDC, you need to do something, because I can't tell them to do anything. It's just letting them know that really he should have received. Do you think that your order, assuming I agree with this, that your order is what will do it, or would I really do an amended final disposition that in that area that, let me share screen here. I want it to be as effective as possible if I end up going along with that. So can you see on the screen the final disposition, one of the pages?
Yes.
Okay. So another way to do it would be to do an amended final disposition, and in the part that I circled in lime, it would say 131.19. I don't know which is going to be more effective with GDC, getting something like that, or getting your order. And I'm open to either if you have experience with getting traction with GDC.
I can't say which. In all candor, the reason that I styled it this way, I was a little bit concerned about the fact, since we're more than a year out, obviously, from the date of Mr. Campbell's sentencing.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I styled my motion the way that I did. But
Yep.
I think whichever way the court prefers. I have not had any. We have not run into a case where we have gotten a clarification or an amendment like this, and it have gotten any pushback from OA based because of the form of it. I guess I'll say it that way.
So you or a colleague has used something like your consent order, that format, where it's an order, it's not a final disposition,
Mm-hmm.
and it has achieved the desired results.
Judge, I'm thinking of when we have gotten amended orders under Kellum, when that has been because that's the most analogous thing that I can think of at this time.
Yep.
And I can look at some of those orders and make sure that mine is consistent with that. But I think that we have done orders that just say that changing the wording of the sentence. And in this case, Judge, it's our position reading the record and looking at the case that this was credit that he was entitled to.
Sure.
So those are the reasons I styled my motion the way that I did. But I'm happy to take a look at it again and put it in any, if the court does decide to grant our motion, put it in any format that the court prefers.
Okay, I just want to be in a format that works. I'm not critiquing the proposed order. It may be exactly what will work. I just wasn't sure if you had experience
in the courtroom. I believe when we broke that the witness was
with sending something like your proposed order, which is just an order as opposed to a final disposition. But it sounds like in the Kellum context, judges have sent to GDC. Well, they just actually, all I'll do is enter this into the docket, and then you or someone on your team gets it to GDC, or Mr. Campbell does. Hey, look at this. But just a good old paragraph of text has been effective in making the change.
I think if the court were willing to file an amended final disposition, I think that I don't anticipate that being a problem with OA.
Okay. All right. Well, I may ask them. We have some contacts down in Jackson to see which would create the least resistance if this is what I decide to do.
Would be very appreciative of that, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Davis, anything you want to add?
Not in particular, Your Honor, but the case that counsel pointed out, it did indicate that the court should update the final disposition order, I believe is the language. That's where they found the error was.
Okay.
So I do think it's probably more in line with updating the final disposition.
Okay. I think that's probably what I'll start with.
Yeah,
and
but it might be it.
If we hear back from Mr. Campbell's lawyer that he's not getting any traction, then probably instead of trying something different, I'll reach out to our contacts down in Jackson to say, oh, why were you quiet this whole time? So we could have been done 20 minutes ago.
Oh, great.
But either way would work.
Okay.
Because from my time working down there, we have processed orders, even just not having a amended disposition, we can process it. As long as the clarification of the jail credit is specified and is on the sound by judge.
Okay. And the proposed order that Mr. Campbell's lawyer put together does that. But it sounds like final disposition would just be a cleaner way to do it. Mr. Campbell, you got any questions?
No, sir.
What's been the highlight of your time at GDC? Other than this conversation?
You say a highlight, like
A highlight, yeah. I understand jail's not great. I would, if I wanted to know all the bad stuff, that would have been my question, but then we'd be on this call forever.
Metro reentry.
It's been good.
Metro reentry. I learned a lot of stuff in Metro.
That is great to hear. I was so impressed when we got a tour. Another judge and I got a tour with the warden. And, you know, you see it with the warden, you may be listening like, wow, they sugarcoat it, but I don't feel like that was the tour we got. And it was actually led by two of your colleagues. You know, the warden was there, but it was two reentry, but they weren't participants. They were, I don't know what you call them, but they were the mentors. I mean, these guys were lifers. They weren't going anywhere soon, but they were there helping folks understand that there's another way to approach your time in custody. And it seemed to have some pretty good impact.
Yes, a lot of things I thought I had figured out about myself, I learned differently here.
Yeah. Well, that's good to hear. Have you met any of the dogs there?
Yes, I actually stay in the building with them.
Oh, well, that was my favorite part of the tour was meeting the dogs and some of the dog handlers.
Yes, I stay in the same building, but they're in a different dorm, but it's the same building. So.
Got it. Okay. Well, good. All right. Well, thank you, Georgia Justice Project, for bringing this to my attention. I will take it under advisement and get something out soon.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. And thank you, Metro Reentry, for getting Mr. Campbell on the Zoom call.
She's left out right now. Thank you, Judge.
All right. I'll let you shut it down on that end.
attended the cross-examination. Mr. Vasquez, on behalf of defense, you may go forward.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Charles, how are you? I just have a few questions, and I'm not trying to trip you up or anything like that, but I just have some very simple questions. You gave a statement to the detectives, correct? And it wasn't a written statement, it was a video statement for about 30 minutes. And you spoke with Detective Hancock and I think Detective Armstrong. Did you tell those detectives during that interview that when Mr. Dixon approached and walked up to Mr. Whittington and tapped him or whatever the gesture was and said, "You good? What's up? What you got going on?" that you didn't think he meant anything by it?
At the moment,
No. My question is, did you tell the detectives that
didn't think he meant anything by
Did-
it.
let's stay with me. Did you tell the detectives that you didn't think he meant anything by it?
Did you need to explain your answer? She's allowed to explain her answer.
Judge, I'm only asking what she told the detectives in the interview as of 2 years ago.
Wait. All right, well, the state has an opportunity for redirect.
May I proceed, John?
Yes.
Did you ever tell them anything about Mr. Dixon being the aggressor? You did tell them that? Did you watch your interview today? I need to know then if you told them back then, 2 years ago, that Mr. Dixon was the aggressor. Did you ever tell them that Mr. Dixon wouldn't leave it alone? He kept wanting to fight.
Yeah.
You did tell them that. Did you ever tell them that Mr. Dixon would, "Look, I don't have a gun, no gun"? So if the judge would have let the jury hear the interview, and I wanted to enter it as evidence, that's what they'd hear you say. It's the same as what you said today. Did you ever tell them Ramon and Jordan were beating up Dixon? And did you ever tell them, "I heard lots of shooting"? And were you able to pick Mr. Dixon out of a lineup? You sure?
She made an answer. Don't look at me. Oh.
Judge, I have to move to enter extrinsic evidence, and I don't have the exhibit created. It's on the.
Sir?
I have to move to enter extrinsic evidence to impeach the witness.
Judge, that's done through a different witness. That's not this one. Unless he wants to have her view this exhibit.
She needs to view it again, Your Honor. Then.
Nothing in the record says she needs to.
Yeah.
It's not in the record. They're gonna make a record to get things done in the rules of evidence. That's the way we wrote it.
Well, Judge, I need time to create the exhibit. I don't have it. I mean, I have it on a hard drive. I know where it is.
Okay, then ask her the questions you need to ask, and we'll take that up when you're ready.
I'm through. I've asked.
Anything else?
Yes, I do. Octavia, did I ask you a lot more questions about different things today than what you were asked initially when you went to the police department to do your interview? Okay. Did I maybe ask you about specifics that you weren't always necessarily asked about originally? Was I interested in maybe different parts of what you saw that night than what police officers were mainly asking you about when you went to the police station that night or that morning? Is everything you told us here today truth? The security video states Exhibit 1 had you watched that ever before today? And when I say before today, I mean here in court in front of us for the very first time.
First time.
Okay, so things that you remembered about what Jeremy did, I played the video to see where those points came in the video that you are remembering, right? But that memory that you have of things that Jeremy did, that was that ever informed by watching this video before you came down here to court to testify? Okay.
Anything else?
Yeah, sure. Mr. Jones, why is your testimony today different than the interview you gave the detectives?
I'm not sure that my testimony is different. What I told the detectives today and what I told the detective that day and what I'm telling you guys today, if I'm not mistaken, is the same thing because I remember that night vividly.
You remember that night vividly. You spoke to the detectives. You didn't tell them anything about Mr. Dixon being the aggressor, did you, or did you not?
I'm calm when I told the detectives 2 years ago.
So if the jury watches this video, it's going to be very different, or it's going to be the same as with the test. That's what it's from.
Anything from state?
No.
This lady is released.
Please.
Okay. Next.
Dorian Price.
Come forward, sir. Thank you.
I'm here. Good. Well, good.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Have a seat, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Hey, Dorian. Do you remember me?
Not really.
I think I put you on probation about 5 years ago.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. How'd you do on that probation?
Almost finished this preparing me like this.
Okay, so you owe some restitution back?
Yes, sir.
You don't?
Get from Brady's community service office.
Okay. Tell us your name and what you do.
My name is Dorian Price. I'm here to equipment operator for Bob.
Okay. Used to, I think, drive do night shifts on tow truck driving, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I still do it off and on.
Okay. So that's like you can do that as a side job and make extra money?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Do you remember back in August of 2023, the night that Raymond Whittington died? And well, I'm going to ask, tell me where you were earlier in the day, like before you got there that night. Where had you gone?
I was at work during the day.
Okay. And roughly what time are you getting off work?
5:30.
Okay, so you were working Saturday. Okay. And so 5:30, 6 o'clock, you get off work, and then what do you do?
I went home, took a shower.
Okay. And I tell you what, put this and lay down.
Sorry. The same request from before.
Okay. And then you got to give us a head.
I know.
Thank you.
So you go home, you live in Beaumont, right? And at some point, do you end up meeting up with some friends at in the area off Concord around that, places around there?
Yes.
Did you go to any bars or clubs with anybody? Okay, so you went. The first place you went where you were meeting up with people was at the Shell station. Okay, what is that Shell station? Well, like what is it used for? At nighttime though, especially on like weekends, Friday night, Saturday night, it kind of becomes like a little bit of a meetup place.
Yes.
It gets pretty wild there, doesn't it? Okay. Did you go there often back in those days?
Not often, it's probably once or twice a month.
Okay. That particular night, did you have any group of people that you were meeting up with there?
Went up there and have a good time.
Okay. And when you got there, did you run into some friends by the name of Raymond Whittington and Jordan Whittington? How do you know them?
Know them from the neighborhood.
Okay. You live in that same neighborhood where they live?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go? Did you go to Central with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so were you in the same?
Older than me.
Okay. Did you know Jeremy Dixon in high school?
Not really.
Okay. That night, you when you went to the we've been calling it the S&S Grocery because that's one of the stores there, the corner store, right? But lots of people call it the Shell Station or the Washateria, all that kind of stuff too, right? So when you got to the S&S Grocery, do you know what time you might have gotten there that night? You think it was?
I said about roughly about 11:30.
Okay, so this would have been probably sometime before midnight. You were there. Was Raymond there and Jordan there when you got there already, or did you see them later? Okay. So you were just kind of floating around, talking to people, hanging out, that kind of stuff.
Yes.
For a good while, right? Before anything went down.
Yes.
At some point, did you end up kind of bumping into the Whittingtons and end up kind of in their area and hanging out with them?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you see Jeremy Dixon there that night at all?
Not leading up to this.
Okay, so before the fight broke out, had you seen Jeremy Dixon at all? Okay. And do you know who I'm talking about when I say Jeremy Dixon?
Yes, sir.
Do you see Jeremy Dixon in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Has he lost a little bit of weight since you last saw him? But do you still recognize him as Jeremy Dixon? Could you tell me like an article of clothing that he's wearing to identify him? Okay. Is his back facing in your direction or away from you? Or is it facing your direction or yes?
Yes.
Okay. Will the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
This man right there.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
When you first saw Jeremy Dixon, were you right there with Raymond and Jordan, or were you just kind of in the area? Okay. Who else was with the Whittingtons in that area? Was a Crystal Thomas there? I'm sorry, a Crystal Thomas, was she there? And what about did you know a guy named G or Gregory Carrington?
Yes.
Was he there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know who Octavia Charles is? Okay. So is it fair to say that not all the people that were with Raymond and Jordan, you didn't know all of them? Raymond, did you call him by a nickname? What was that nickname? Pooh. Pretty much everybody called him Pooh?
Yes.
Jordan, did people call Jordan by a nickname? Okay. Were you closer with Raymond or Jordan? Okay. Now, did you see the fight break out between Jeremy Dixon and Raymond? Do you know why they were fighting or why they were arguing? Did you see Jeremy Dixon come over to where the area where Raymond was and kind of start to engage with him or talk with him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that there was a security video at that parking lot that recorded a lot of this? Have you ever seen it before?
Yes.
You've seen it before? Did they show it to you in the when you went to the detectives to interview? When did you see the security video?
About a week after it happened.
Okay, how did you see it?
Somebody had on the phone.
I see. Did they have the part where the shooting actually happened? I see. Have you ever seen the part where Raymond and Jeremy are fighting beforehand? Okay.
Yeah. Good. Dorian, I'm showing you some of that front parking lot security video on State's Exhibit 1. First of all, Dorian, do you recognize who that is right there?
Yes, sir.
Is that Jeremy Dixon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Over in this area, is that where Raymond and Jordan and all of their people were at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that you?
No, sir.
Okay, that's someone else. He's got a goatee, doesn't he? Or you got a full beard. Did you have a full beard back then?
No, I had goatee, but it's not.
Okay. You were wearing a white shirt, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll try to fast forward a little bit here.
Dorian, was Jordan Whittington, the one without the shirt on over there? You recognize that? I may need to back it up for you here. That right there, does that look like Jordan Whittington?
Yes, sir.
Let me back it up for you. See him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then this one in these with these boots that are this tan color, this light color, does that look like Pooh?
Yes, sir.
And that would be Raymond Whittington.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see you in here, or are you kind of in the background, or somewhere?
I'm not over here.
Okay, I see. So you weren't there at the very beginning when Jeremy Dixon went over there.
Yes, sir.
Did you just see him over in that direction?
Yes, sir. Okay.
At some point, they kind of go to this place that's right next door, right? Were you one of the ones that went over there with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah. Do you see Raymond and Jeremy Dixon fighting right there?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that from over where you were?
Yes, sir.
So did you know why they were fighting at that moment?
Yes, sir.
Had you been over hanging out with the Raymond and Jordan before this at any point?
No, sir.
Okay. So you just seen them in passing while y'all were both there?
Yes.
Or while all three of y'all were there?
Yes.
So is this fight what prompted you to go in that direction?
Yes.
Okay. Crystal?
Not at the moment, sir.
Okay. You I guess you know who she is since then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, just to be clear too, there's a lot of people just standing over in front of the store right now, kind of looking onward at this. Are you kind of in that general area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you close to, is it close to the time when you start to kind of come into the picture here, or do you come in?
I'm over there now.
Oh, you see yourself over here? Okay, show me where you're at. Are you right over in here?
Yeah, I'm right in here.
Okay. Is that?
No, that's not me.
Oh, no, that's G right there, isn't it? Great.
No, that is me. Right.
Oh, that's
No,
the other one.
yeah, right there.
Okay, I see.
Yes, sir.
Right here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit to when kind of the group starts leaving and walking towards that other property. Is that when you kind of migrate that direction as well?
Yes.
All right, so there's they may have already left, but they start moving this way, and that's Greg Carrington right there, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if we can see you yet. You might have come from this way.
I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think it is the way I went.
Okay, so let me do this. I'm gonna switch over to this other camera. Okay, let me. Doing. Dorian, just tell me roughly when you see yourself walking across, okay?
Yes, sir.
I may need to back this out a little bit to make it clearer. This is at 4:16 a.m. on the video timestamp. All right, so is that Jeremy Dixon and Raymond fighting?
Yes, sir. I'm walking over.
Is that you right there?
Yes.
This one right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's you.
Yes, sir.
So we don't have any camera over there. What happened over there?
It was just fighting. Once they got finished fighting, it just came back over there. Whatever, so.
It didn't last very long, did it?
No, sir.
They were both fighting each other, Raymond and Jeremy Dixon?
Yes.
And was Raymond saying anything to him?
He was just like, I told you, like, leave me alone, go on about your business, whatever, like that. That was it.
At some point, did Raymond say something, not just over there, but at any point in all this, that made you think that this was a fight over a girl or a girlfriend?
I went and then said, Stacey did. He was like, nah, I wasn't messing with it. It was all split.
Okay.
Yes.
So that at some point, Jeremy Dixon said something to that effect that made you think that they, yeah.
He said, I was just coming to tell you that I wasn't messing. That's what he said.
Okay. That fight over in the wooded area over here, or underneath that kind of like next to that abandoned house, did Jeremy Dixon fight back, or did Raymond hit him?
He was fighting back.
Okay. And after, I guess, it didn't last very long, right? After it was kind of over, Raymond started walking back, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And what did Jeremy Dixon do? What was he doing after Raymond started walking back?
Basically, really trying to get himself back together and come back to school.
Okay, so they both start kind of walking back, don't they?
Yes.
Okay, so let's watch that and see what we see.
Yes, sir.
Are you in there somewhere?
I'm about to get ready to come around.
Is that you on the left there, or is that Gino?
I'm sure.
It's kind of hard to tell.
Yes.
No,
I'm coming around now.
is this you right here?
Yes, sir.
Right, the one that just came out?
Yes, sir.
Now, could you still hear them jawing back at each other as you were walking off?
Yeah, Dixon's like, with my phone. Who was basically like, hey, anybody got his phone? That's all he was saying. I don't know.
It's not a reproach.
All right.
What's that called?
Okay, anybody want to say something? Mr. Vasquez, what do you want?
I want to invoke the rule again.
The rule of sequestration of witnesses. Lawyers tend to use it, the rule, but we call it the rule of sequestration of witnesses. Any party can assert the rule during the course of a trial. And what that means, if witnesses are going to testify, if they've testified, they're going to be testifying, they need to remain outside and do not discuss their testimony with other witnesses. They can discuss their testimony with the attorneys. And anyone who fails to follow those orders of the court can be held in contempt of court, or their testimony can be stricken, which we don't want to do. So the attorneys need to, who your witnesses will be, instruct their witnesses. And if you fail to do that, and they get caught in the rule, then I'm going to punish you, not them. Okay.
Understood, Judge. We're instructing our witness now.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, so Dorian, we're looking at 4:19 in the morning on this video, Stacey the one. You kind of walking off,
in the direction of kind of being back in front, in the front parking lot, right?
He was going back to the park, ready to go.
Okay. It seemed like it was probably a decent time to, maybe go home.
Yeah, we was talking about to go.
And you said that you heard Jeremy Dixon was looking for his cell phone after him and Raymond had that tussle out in the other side.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was Raymond actually trying to help him find his cell phone?
He actually did find himself.
Oh, okay.
Actually about to go get him, bring it back to him. When I looked back, that's what I seen. I don't know what happened leading up to the point. So I don't know what happened or what was said leading up to the point where you got said.
So at some point, just because, is this the part of the video that you've seen before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point, that they get very close to each other and Jeremy Dixon shoots him, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear anything that was said in those final moments between Raymond and Jeremy?
Raymond was like, he really was apologizing to him. Basically, it was like, hey, y'all, man, hey, here's what it is.
But do you also know that Raymond then went to go back to fight him again? I see.
Counsel's leading the witness.
I asked, does he also know?
Yeah. Leading questions, ladies and gentlemen, the way the rules of evidence will work. A leading question is a question that's asked in a way that suggests the answer, such as, you saw that person, didn't you? That's leading. If the question can call for a yes or no answer, does not suggest what the answer ought to be. In other words, helping the witness along, then it is not leading. If this, do you also know that Raymond then went to go back to the fight to fight him again? And that is not leading. That calls for yes or no. Overruled. Go ahead.
You want me to rephrase the question? Okay, do you know the answer to the question? Okay, go ahead and tell me the answer to the question.
I didn't know it was happening until I didn't know it there until it's happening.
Okay, so you only know that from later seeing the video. You didn't personally see that with your own eyes. The last thing that you saw or heard was their conversation where it seemed like they were making amends.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
And is that Jeremy right there walking back towards his car and Raymond right behind?
Yeah, I'm right there. That's when he was apologizing to him. Turn around. I paid with his phone.
So
I'm standing right there.
I paused it, possibly the worst spot you could think of to see all this. Are you in front of this car or is that you?
Right there.
Right there, okay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I see. You have a cigarette in your hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at this point, are you saying that you heard them kind of talking about the cell phone and
cell phone and who was just basically apologizing to him, just telling him, okay, we can start it right here.
Okay, and is that you kind of starting to walk off and it's the edge?
Because it was all about great, just leave. Where's my new button for his phone?
You need to speak into the microphone so we can hear you, sir. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to pause this right here because I think I got this wrong. When I person I thought you were talking about, that person right here, that's G, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying that was you. Okay, I'm mistaken here. I want to go back because I want to make sure I understand where you are at. Okay, I see you leaving right here.
Yes, sir.
So at the 4 minute or 4 a.m., 4:19 a.m. and 34 seconds. This is Gregory Carrington right here, and you are behind him, kind of walking off to the left.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this kind of where Jeremy's out of the screen here? Is that where there's maybe some you heard some talk about the cell phone and that kind of stuff?
No, it was right when I heard about the cell phones when he was gonna turn around and go towards the crowd next to us right there.
Oh, okay. So he's asking, does anybody see a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is Jeremy walking towards his car this whole time?
I'm not sure. I'm not ready for
right. That was around the corner. You couldn't see that for certain.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I didn't even know they were still arguing. I just knew Poop actually for his cell phone.
And at this, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
I was on my way to my car.
So you're still walking, you didn't have to stop?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at this point, are you hearing anything that they are saying back and forth?
No, sir.
Okay. You don't know why this happened right here? And that's. You don't know why they were fighting again at 4:20 and 49 seconds in the morning?
No, sir.
You see Jeremy pull the gun?
Yes, sir.
Did you know he had a gun?
He didn't have it at the time. He was inside the house or something.
Or inside the house or the car or what?
Inside the house when it was right on the side before we came back around. He had no gun on.
I misheard what you said. When they were over in that property, the abandoned house or whatever, you're saying you did not believe Jeremy Dixon had a gun at that
I know
time.
for a fact. I know 100% he had a gun.
So tell me how you know for
He
100%.
only had $10 in his cell phone in his pocket at the time.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because they had somebody else, I don't know who it was, that was over there.
Yes, sir.
The person who took his phone.
Oh,
In
okay.
his pockets and he hadn't gun on.
I see. So someone else over there picked up his cell phone off the ground and $10.
So that's all he had in all 4 pockets.
Okay. So is the only time that we could see Jeremy Dixon from that point at that yard or at that other abandoned house, all the way up to the point that he shot Raymond or Pooh. But the only time that he could have gone and got a gun from anywhere would have
That's
been.
either from that car sitting up at the front or when he walked to his car.
Okay. So either from this vehicle.
That was bright lights on.
Yes, sir.
Right side.
So,
That vehicle.
or when he disappeared out of the camera here.
Yes, sir.
And Jerry's car was back in this direction, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It was like a Buick or something like that.
Okay. Now, you don't know for certain if he went to the car and opened it or
I'm
not.
not sure he went to the front open.
And is that because you were around the corner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's Greg right there, Harrison, right? He was killed not too long ago, wasn't he? Is that Crystal?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know her at the time, but you both ended up right next to your friend as he died. Didn't you? Were you getting frustrated with some people there that didn't seem to be thinking correctly? Or didn't seem to be acting like, like an emergency?
Also, I was just trying to keep pressure on that woman's chest and call 911.
You come around that corner again here, just
Yeah,
say,
I actually, right when the shooting started, I was already in my car leaving.
Okay.
And I was actually turning on Delta when I turned around. So that's the way Pooh went to. So let me turn around to make sure it wasn't him. I actually parked across the street from that parking lot like that.
Okay, I saw.
And ran across.
So when you came back, you had to park.
I went ahead and just parked across the street and just ran across.
I see.
That's me running across.
Oh, you're right across the street right there, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And that car almost hits you. Dorian, this is you right here.
Yes, sir.
You calling police right now?
Yes.
Or calling 911? What are you doing right here, Dorian?
You know, taking shells out the beach, stop slow bleeding down from his chest. Every time he was breathing, he goes from his chest.
Out of the bullet wound in his upper abdomen?
Yes, sir.
Did a lot of people leave when they noticed the police were arriving?
No, I was actually trying to go find out and see what he can go to.
Oh, they were looking for Jeremy? Did he just run off? Is that what you understood happened?
He ran off on the backside of the store. I got no gas connection.
Yeah. That first police officer that arrived?
Yeah, I was telling him.
Did they start performing CPR on Ramo?
He was still there. Yeah, he was on. Yes, sir.
Did they actually ask you to step back and want you to kind of step away?
That's all I was going on.
You stayed with your friend all the way to the end, did you?
That's what I was saying. You know me from the bonus on, so I ain't going nowhere. I stayed there all the way. Well, actually, like, when that first officer got there, I told him, I was like, hey, you can have me investigate, go ahead and come up. But he gone. He already gone. But
Is that what you believed, just based on what you had seen?
he was talking. Ain't nobody gonna stick around. So I told him, so he gone.
Oh, you mean Jeremy?
Yeah. He was still breathing at the time.
Was there a point after the officers arrived that Raymond stopped breathing?
When they started doing CPR.
Had he just lost too much blood?
When they started doing CPR, you can hear it. Like every time there was some pressure pushing on him, you can hear the blood in him just. And after that is when you just stop breathing.
Did you stay there and pray with your friend?
Yeah, to him, that's him, told him just shut down.
When the EMS came and told you that it was time to step back, did you?
I just closed his eyes and stuff.
Dorian, you don't know precisely when Jeremy Dixon got that gun, do you? But you know he didn't have it in that side yard over there, right? Did Raymond have a gun?
Being there, I feel like he just didn't take his woman because he came over there in front of him. He just didn't stand there. He just got his ass beat in front of everybody. Everybody laughed at him. So that's what I took him.
You believe that was part of his motivation for doing this?
Objective speculation.
He was a witness to the event. He can give his version of what he
That's what
thought
I
happened.
because he was trying to apologize to him, trying to help him find his phone.
That didn't matter to Jeremy, did
And
it?
that's
Did he try and provoke Raymond after that, but, that was where Sean is. Okay. Now, this man may have some questions for you, but I don't have any. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Price. I'm sorry. How are you, sir? My name is Joel Vasquez. I was looking for you too. And then Mr. Eckhart told me you'd be here. Thank you for being.
Yes.
I've watched that video many times. I know you stayed till the end. You were the only civilian, non-police person there at the very end. Was Mr. Carrington a friend of yours?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir?
He was a classmate.
A classmate? You mentioned the first fight between Mr. Dixon and Mr. Carrington. Where was that?
Same spot, same spot.
Which one was over in, we see it on the second camera, the black and white camera. It was close to that man's yard.
Who was fighting then?
Yes, sir.
Who
And the Carrington fight and,
the Carrington fight and that was in front of the walking chair.
okay. And what stopped that?
Just stop.
Did it stop because they were yelling and talking, they found out they were related?
I'm not sure. I wasn't over at the time when the first fight happened. I'm not sure. I just was watching from a distance and I seen it stop.
Did you tell the detectives at one point, Mr. Carrington says, give me a gun, I'm gonna air this out? No? Don't remember saying anything like that? And so a little bit after that, Mr. Carrington, Mr. Whittington started fighting. Were you trying to calm down Mr. Whittington?
I was trying to calm down Greg and
But you couldn't?
they was calming down a little bit. That's why he was about to get ready to go. Because he calmed down and he was about to get ready to leave actually.
But he got mad again?
Yes, and then he just kept on talking to him.
Great. Help us out. Will you keep using he, him,
Yes.
and there?
Yes.
Help us so that the jury can understand who you're talking about during this. Thank you, sir. You can also speak closer to the microphone. You have a soft voice.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I should have told you to use name.
Yes.
I'm bad about that too, like Mr. Eckhart said, I'm bad about pronouns. And you said, let me use the soft language, Mr. Carrington, Mr. Whittington told Mr. Dixon, you're always messing with my female friends or my baby mamas.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Dixon's response was like, no, I never mess with your babies. Were they fighting over that?
I'm not sure at the time. That's what I heard Mr. Dixon saying at the time. Yes, sir.
And you saw no guns? You saw guns. People with guns.
I see who Mr. Dixon with guns.
Did you see other people out there with guns? You didn't tell the police if they brandished their guns, but they didn't point them at anybody? No? Where did it happen where Jordan Whittington pulled down Mr. Dixon's pants and took his cell phone and his money?
He did not pull down his pants to take his money and his cell phone. Somebody else did.
Oh, but Jordan wound up with the cell phone and the money?
Say that again.
Jordan wound up with the cell phone and the money?
Someone else who he didn't have it. He didn't have his belongings, and who didn't have it at all. Somebody else that was behind the house had it.
And somebody else pulled down his shorts?
Yes, sir.
So you knew Mr. Carrington was a classmate.
Yes.
You knew Mr. Whittington from way back.
Yes.
You think you know who his brother was. And that was the first night you saw Mr. Dixon, or you'd seen him before?
Besides him, right at school and everything like that.
You have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Price.
Yes, sir.
Redirect?
No, sir.
This man excused?
Please.
You are excused, sir. Thank you. Next.
Judge, we have one other or potentially two other witnesses and then the detective. And I think we're at a very good stopping point because the other witness will take longer than 5 o'clock. We went 30 minutes late yesterday, so maybe balance that out. 30 minutes short today.
We're all hard workers here in this room, as you know.
For once, Your Honor, I concur with Mr. Eckler.
Maybe we're not all hard workers, so unfortunately. I understand. It was a long day yesterday, and what happens at the end, it's not a good idea to chop up the testimony of a witness where you put them on for a little while, then you break for the evening, come back, and even the jury has a difficult time putting it all together. It's best that a witness testifies on direct and in cross-examination, and we not chop it up overnight. That's a good idea, actually. I'm not being lied on it, but that's my experience, and it's more helpful for the jury than anything else, and that's what we want, is the jury to be fully informed. All right, so can all of you return back at 9:30, and you're saying you got 3 more witnesses?
Yes, sir. We have 3 more witnesses. It will be done tomorrow morning.
Okay.
As far as our presentation.
And defense, Mr. Vasquez, you've heard what he said, so.
Yes, sir.
You can start preparing as you deem necessary.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, remember the instructions the court has given to you. Have a nice evening, and we'll see you back in the morning at 9. Thank you. Everyone else remain seated while the jury exits first. Thank you.
I was, my handkerchiefs, carrying handkerchiefs because of allergies. Yes. Thank you. I was gonna be like.
Anything to bring up by the parties?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
One of the detective that's going to be testifying tomorrow, they interviewed Mr. Dixon. They have a motion to suppress that interview on file, and I believe intend to proceed on it. Would the court like a copy of that interview beforehand to be able to review?
Yeah, I guess I can. Really, I only need the first part, don't I?
Yes, sir. You need the first minute, basically.
Yeah, let me take a look at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will get that to you right now. I'm not going to give you I don't have it made, the actual exhibit, but I'll just give you a copy of that, of the actual interview that.
Okay, good. Anything else?
That's all I have.
All right, we're in recess. Thank you.